looking for the Cruag's processional and all. Not to mention the Yeshuite fracas. Your Castlean's been seen with them, I hear tell." She examined the tip of the bullwhip. "A quarrel on the outskirts of Knight's doorstep, and a Yeshuite lad of no more than 16 dead. The Baron de Brenois ran him through himself. He went to Kushiel's temple to be purged of it, they say." She cracked the whip again, and I jumped half out of my skin. What are armed Yeshuites doing wandering around Knight's doorstep anyway? Let 'em go north, if that's what their prophecy demands. Why cause trouble here? That I didn't answer, though I could have. They were testing their blades and their courage, reminding themselves of D'Angeline iniquities, summoning the resolve to split away from the greater Yeshuite community, summoning the resolve and forcing the reason. And these were the folk courting Jocelyn. It worried me considerably, enough so that I dared broach the subject with the Rebbe when he sent for me a day later. We read from the Melachim, the Book of Kings, and he told me the tale of the enchanted ring of the glorious King Shalaman that compelled the demon Ashmedai to build a temple at his bidding. A word, a ring, tokens powerful enough to compel. Somewhere was a key to free Hyacinth, I thought. For now, a tale only. When he was done, I spoke, couching my words respectfully in Habiru. "I heard a boy was killed, Master." The Rebbe sighed heavily, exhaling through his copious beard. "Yeshua weeps." "I am sorry." I was, too. Rolling the scroll from which we'd read, Nahum ben Isaac stowed it carefully in his cabinet. "You are a member of the D'Angeline nobility, yes? Do they seek justice against us?" "No." I shook my head. "It was a quarrel. The Baron de Brenois was provoked and acted rashly. He is to blame, though there was no legal fault. The boy drew first. He is doing penance for it," I added, meaning the Baron. "It is not enough for these children." The Rebbe lowered his head, resting chin on fist. "They are eager and fearful. They seek to rouse their anger, that it might make them less fearful, and daring enough to break us in pieces. For 2,000 years, the children of Yisrael have endured as a people." His deep-set eyes measured the distance. "I fear for the soul of my people, Nama's servant. There is blood on our hands, ancient blood. Yeshua ben Yosef bid us sheathe our swords and turn our cheeks, awaiting his return. Now these children, these hasty children, would carve out a place with steel to await him. It is not right." "No," I murmured. "Master, you say the Baron's penance is not enough. Do they blame us for the boy's death?" "Your D'Angeline pride, your arrogance, your lustful ways." Nahum ben Isaac looked gravely at me. "Yes, Nama's servant, they blame you. And yet you—" His laugh was sad. "To me, they will not listen. And you come at my bidding, to sit at my feet and learn the Tanakh, and dream only of freeing your friend. What you do, the patrons you serve, I know of it. We hear such things, even in the Yeshuite quarters. It is an abomination to me. And yet—" Reaching out, he laid his aged hand against my cheek. "You are a good child, Phèdre no Delaunay, and a good pupil. I have pride in you." No one had spoken to me so since Delaunay had died. "Thank you, Master," I whispered, leaning against his hand. "I do not wish to grieve you." The rebel withdrew his touch, tucking his hands into his sleeves and smiling sadly into his beard. So old and so mortal he looked to me. Perhaps even Adonai says the same when he considers his ill-begotten son Eloah. I do not know Nama's servant, but I fear in my heart when I think on the fate of my people. If your queen will hear wisdom, counsel her to temperance. They are but children who draw their blades." "I will." Rising, I curtsied to him. Still seated, he looked up at me. Your Kushiel, the follower of the apostate." He cleared his throat. "He comes no more to sit at my feet and hear the teachings of Yeshua. When he comes, he listens now to the others, these children of steel." His eyes were deep with sorrow. "It is true what they tell him. It is prophesied that if Kushiel should return, Eloah's companions will follow. But in my heart of hearts, I do not believe it was meant to happen at the point of a blade." "No." Swallowing hard, I made myself ask, "Rebbe, was Jacqueline involved in what happened the other night?"
"No."
He looked at me with pity.
"Not this time. But next, who knows? If you love the lad, heed my words and marry him."
I could have laughed at that, or wept. Instead, I thanked him and left. Chapter 24. It was a splendid day when Drustin Mabnechtina rode into the city of Eloah. Isandra met him outside the gates, and I was part of the vast receiving party. All the banners of Terre were flying, uppermost the golden lily on a field of green, surrounded by 7 gold stars, sign of blessed Eloah and his companions. Below it, side by side, flew the silver swan of House Kushiel, and the black boar of the Kulak Gorum, Drustin's line, Earth's eldest children in Alba. We saw them coming a long way off, and heard the cheers. An honor guard of Dongeline soldiers flanked them on either side, riding helmetless and crowned with wreaths of violets and irises, parade-trained mounts prancing and arching their necks, violets braided into their manes. There were Alban war chariots in the procession, covered in chased goldwork and shining in the bright sun, driven by men and women both. And in the lead rode Drustin on his black horse. He wore the trappings of the Kruark of Alba, the scarlet cloak that spilled over his mount's hind quarters, the gold torque at his throat, and a simple circlet of gold pinning his straight black hair. Intricate spirals of blue woad decorated his features, and twined his bare brown arms. Drustin Mabnechtina was unquestionably Cruinia, whom scholars call Picti and name barbarians. I could not help but hear murmurs among the gathered nobility. But along the way, the Dongeline people threw a flurry of spring petals and shouted themselves raw in adoration, because Drustin Mabnechtina had brought an army of Cruinia to our aid when the civilized folk of Cerdica Unitus wouldn't even muster a delegation to cross our borders. And he married Queen Isandra de la Kushiel, who loved him. We waited as the Alban procession made its way to the very foot of the gates, and the crowd fell silent. Isandra stood tall and slender in the colours of House Kushiel, backed by her palace guard. Astride his black horse, Drustin sat motionless, and the Albans lowered their banners as king and queen gazed at one another, their eyes speaking silent volumes. Isandra broke it first, opening her arms. "Welcome, my lord," she cried, and her voice caught a little at it. A clarion blast of trumpets rose skyward, and Justin Mab Nectaner laughed like a boy, swinging down from his mount and taking Isandra in his arms. We cheered as they kissed, cheered and cheered again, and I prayed that the tears in my eyes and lump in my throat were due more to joy than envy. In the days that followed, there was feasting and celebrating sufficient to delight even the most libertine of souls. No talk of Nama's service now. I was at Isandra's bidding, and busy enough for two. There were far more translators now than before, but Justin had brought 200 Cruinia in his entourage, and my skills were sore needed. We had greeted each other, Justin and I was surprised to find how deeply glad I was to see him. Our eyes met in that familiar understanding. His dark and quiet in his tattooed face, like those of his sisters and his mother, who saw true things in their dreams. We both smiled a little, and then he took my hands and I gave him the kiss of greeting. There were murmurs at that too, but Isandra's calm mien silenced them. When he greeted Jocelyn as a brother, I saw Jocelyn smile for the first time in days. For all that, I had precious little time to speak to Justin Mab Nectaner, and I fretted at it, longing, as I never thought I would, for the fearful days when he was a deposed heir, unable to move his allies, and I, the terrified emissary of an embattled queen, wholly unsuited for my role. It is a time I never thought I would wish to revisit, and yet it seemed to me in retrospect I had friendship and companions about me, instead of pageantry, court politics, and dire intrigue. I'd had Hyacinth and Jocelyn. One I had lost, and the other I was losing. At night I had nightmares still. I woke bathed in cold sweat and could not remember. At the palace I attended court functions and watched, while those I suspected, Bachel Lambert, Gaspard Trevelyan, Percy and Guillain de Somerville, surrounded Justin, speaking to him sometimes as a companion of war, sometimes as the Cruach of Alba, feeling him out for trade, attempting to discern the hierarchy of power that supported his rule and forge alliances therein. Justin handled it with deceptive skill, masking a calm intellect behind his woad markings and less than fluent D'Angeline, and little passed between them that was not heard and noted by Isandra. Still they played the game, and all the while before the impassive faces of the Queen's Castlean attendants. I watched them all, and never a flicker of interest crossed the features of the latter. It did not allay my fears. I tried to delve into the buried secrets of Lionette de Trevelyan and got nowhere. It was Justin himself who took notice of my condition, hearing me stumble over a simple translation for one of his trusted lieutenants, a high-ranking lord of the Culloch Gorham. We were at a state dinner, and he drew me aside.
"Phèdre,"
his voice was concerned,
"you look unwell. I think maybe Isandra asks too much of you."
He spoke D'Angeline, though my Cruinia was better. My eyes welled at the simple kindness, and I bit my lip against tears. "No, my lord," I said when I was sure my voice was steady. "I am troubled by ill dreams, is all. I have not been sleeping well." Justin frowned slightly, brows creasing where a line of blue dots bisected them.
"Breather wanted to come, and I asked her to stay. Would that I had let her. She is skilled in the speaking of dreams."
"I remember," I murmured. She was his eldest sister, who had dreamt of Hyacinth on an island. Moiraith had been the youngest, but she was gone now, slain in the fighting outside of Bryn Goredom. We both remembered, silent, and then I gave myself a little shake. "It doesn't matter, my lord. I don't remember them anyway."
"You have no D'Angelines gifted in the matter of dreaming?"
"No," I said automatically, then laughed. "There are, actually. It's not a quarter where I would think to seek aid, but yes." Your dreaming self seeks to tell you something your waking ears will not hear. Justin's tone was serious. You should go to them. I'll think on it, I said. I did think on it, and dismissed the idea, and woke again that night with my heart racing, cold sweat on my skin, and my mind a perfect blank. Dispatching T. Philippe to the palace to send word to Isandre that I was ill, I went instead to Gentian House. Although I was raised in the Night Court, of the 13 houses Gentian was the one I knew the least. Mystics and visionaries number among her adepts, and many of them join the priesthood of Eloa when their marks are made. Indeed, the priest who taught me as a child was a former Gentian adept. What her patrons sought, I never knew until then. Fortune looked askance at me as we stood before the entrance en Mont Nuit, bearing a subtle bronze relief with the insignia of the house, a gentian flower circumscribed by a full moon. "You are certain of this, my lady?" he asked doubtfully. I didn't blame him. 'Twas passing strange indeed for one of the foremost courtesans of the realm to go seeking solace at the Night Court. Yes. A hint of coolness in the spring breeze made me wrap my arms around myself and shiver. It had gotten worse since the day Marmion was exiled. I couldn't remember the last time I'd slept through a night. Justin is right. I can't go on thusly. As you wish. Fortune gave a bow and knocked upon the door. Inside I met alone with the Dawain, a tall man with greying hair and leaf-green eyes. He had a trick of gazing at one out of the corner of his eyes, as if he saw more on the periphery of his vision than straightward. Comtesse Phèdre no Delaunay de Montrève. He gave my full name and title in a melodious voice, no trace of surprise in it. Gentian House is honoured by the presence of Nama's esteemed servant. How may we please you? I told him about the nightmares, while he gazed at a sunbeam slanting across the open air. Can you help? I asked when I had done. Yes. He looked remotely at me, face upturned to the slanting light. Any adept of Gentian House is trained to aid a patron in giving voice to night's visions. What manner of adept would please you? I will have a selection arrayed for your pleasure. I blinked, startled. I hadn't thought that far. It matters not. Nama's servants have no preferences, I added with a faint smile. Every patron has a preference. Wrenching his attention from the sunbeam, the Dawain looked me in the face without smiling. Male or female, young or old, fair or dark. I shook my head. My lord, I have known all these things, and none pleases me any better than the other. I am here for my dreams. Choose whom you think best. Very well. Rising, the Dawain went to the door and murmured something to an apprentice. The lad went running, and presently returned with a young man in tow. All the adepts of the Night Court are beautiful, and Raphael Moraine no Gentian was no exception. He was near to my own age, with straight ash-brown hair that fell shining almost to his waist, and long-lashed grey eyes. He smiled at me with a sweetness that put me in mind of Alcuin, and I felt the sting of tears. That was another thing. With this lack of sleep, I was altogether too near to crying in my waking hours. Does he please you? The Dawain asked, watching me carefully with his sidelong gaze. Yes, I murmured. Raphael Moraine bowed, shining hair falling forward over his shoulders, and took my hands, raising them to his lips to kiss them. I felt his breath play over my knuckles, a warm exhalation of pleasure at my acceptance. It is very effective, the training of the Night Court. The Dawain told him of my nightmares and my wish to recover them and discern their meaning. Raphael listened as grave as a physician, and turned to me when he was finished. It is needful that you pass the night in Gentian House, my lady, he said softly. Such dreams will not come when bidden. but as the course of their nature dictates. I must needs sleep beside you and breathe the air of your dreams. Is this acceptable to you?" "You will inform my man-at-arms?" I asked the Dawain. He nodded. "He may reside in comfort in the retainer's quarters, or depart and return in the morning. The choice is yours." "Bid him return in the morning." I took a deep breath and turned to Raphael Moraine. "I place myself in your hands." Raphael bowed again, solemn as a priest. So it was that I signed the Dawain's contract and made arrangements for the payment of the fee, and afterward I was escorted to the baths. One does not hasten pleasure in the night court. I luxuriated in the hot waters and the attentions of a skilled apprentice, while a pair of house musicians played softly on harp and flute. When I was done, I was given a robe of heavy silk to don, and served a light meal with wine. There was some whispered discussion outside the door, and then Raphael Moraine came in to join me, and 2 apprentices appeared to dance for our pleasure, a boy and girl no older than 15, clad in veils of filmy gauze.
"It is a part of their training,"
he told me in his soft voice, a glimmer of amusement in his grey eyes.
"But they are nervous, I think, at performing for Phèdre no Delaunay."
"Are you?" I asked, a little reckless. He shook his head and smiled. It made me like him better for some reason. It was strange indeed to be a patron of the night court, and I struggled to relax. I, who could surrender my will in an instant to a patron's desires, was hard put to accept indulgence. Raphael watched me and cocked his head, hair falling to one side, and beckoned to an apprentice to issue a request. In this place, his soft voice commanded. Taking my hand, he led me to his quarters, where silk hangings swathed the walls in dim colours, and lamplight flickered on a rich velveted pallet. A boy sat cross-legged in the corner playing a lyre, and a young female adept knelt abeyant beside the bed, warming a bowl of scented oil on a brazier.
"My lady,"
Raphael whispered, undoing the sash of my robe with skilled, gentle hands and sliding it from my shoulders, kissing me softly. The robe pooled around my feet, and for a moment his eyes gleamed. I could hear the adept draw in her breath. He loosed my hair, gathering it up in both hands, the rich dark mass of it.
"Nama's blessing is upon her servants."
Kissing me again, he had lips as soft as a woman's. He urged me gently to the pallet.
"It is not yours only to give, but to receive."
I lay down, obedient, and felt the young adept's hands spread warmed oil over my skin, fragrant and pleasing. I had not known until then how much tension my body held. Even the bath had not assuaged it. Bit by bit, it eased beneath her skillful massage, muscles easing one by one, until I lay upon my belly loose-limbed and languorous, watching Raphael move gracefully about the room. He opened a coffer on his nightstand and withdrew a lump of resin, placing it in a small brazier, and the sweet scent of opium filled the room, a thin line of blue smoke redolent with visions. The music slowed, the lyricist's fingers wandering dreamily. Growing light-headed, I sprawled at ease beneath the adept's slow-kneading hands. She bent low, when Raphael was not looking, to place a kiss at the base of my spine, where my mark began, and I could feel her breath warm against my skin. When her hands bid me turn over, I made no protest. I lay languid and waiting, watching Raphael Moraine remove his clothing, as the adept, I never learned her name, performed the arousement, hands slick with oil sliding over my body. My breasts, nipples taut and upright, my hip bones, and the flat hollow of my belly, clever oiled fingers exploring the valley between my thighs, parting me as one would open the petals of a flower. All the while he smiled at me, undressing slowly to reveal a body lithe and boyishly muscled, the tip of his erect phallus brushing his belly. When he turned, I saw the mark of gentian house limned on his spine, complete even to its moon and flower finial. As young as I, and as experienced, he took a long time with the longuissement, until I could not tell where my flesh ended and his mouth began. By the time he knelt over me, I was ready and more, and cried out at the pleasure of it as he entered me, oil-slickened body sliding up the length of mine. There are those who think an Anguisette knows pleasure only through pain, but it is not so. Though any one of my patrons would have seized his pleasure or forced mine, thrusting hard, Raphael Moraine was an adept of the night court. He braced himself on his arms above me, smiling and moving in slow, languorous strokes, lowering his head to kiss me. Eloa, it was sweet. His hair fell around my face in shining curtains, and I returned his kisses as only another of Nama's servants might, an intricate dance of tongues, slow and unhurried. His hard, slender chest brushed my breasts. I could hear my breathing and his, and that of the young adept who knelt watching. One surrenders as a patron. I never understood that before. I surrendered that night to Raphael and Gentian House, the fragrance of scented oil and the sweet blue opium smoke, letting pleasure mount in slow building waves while we rocked on it as on the breast of the sea. It seemed to come from a very great distance when it broke, moving in a great tidal surge, faster and slower than any climax I had known. I closed my eyes, feeling it spiral outward from our conjoined bodies to the vast reaches of time, wave after wave breaking on the outermost shoals of my awareness, distant and ponderous. "May I?" Raphael Moraine whispered when my eyes opened. I felt him still moving inside me and whispered back, "Yes." It was his eyes that closed then, long lashes curled like waves breaking. I gasped as he inhaled sharply, drawing in the very breath of our commingled pleasure. His body went rigid against me as he spent himself, a sweet hot throbbing deep inside of me. Afterward we slept, and I dreamed. Not since Jocelyn had forsworn me had I spent a night's slumber with any other living soul. I could have grieved to realize how much I had missed it. After all his careful grace, Raphael slept with a child's abandon, fine silken hair spilling across my face, limbs slack with spent pleasure. The lamps had burned low, the opium expired. The lyricist and the adept had discreetly withdrawn. Because I had given myself no choice, I welcomed Raphael's weight, his even breathing, and slept. Slept and dreamed. I dreamed I was a child once more in Delaunay's household. Alcuin was there, and our old study, in Delaunay's home. We sat across a table from one another, he and I, poring over scrolls, pursuing the mystery of the Master of the Straits. I was near to grasping the key, when an adept of Sirius House wearing a snow fox's mask poked his head in the door, and I bid him crossly to leave me. "You're late," the snow fox said, voice muffled. "The joie has already been poured." With the shock of horror one feels only in dreams, I realized that I was not in Delaunay's home at all, but Sirius House. Not a child, but an adept, late for the midwinter masque. My costume was unfinished, and I had no mask. Despairing, I hurried to join the fete, thinking I might find Favriel no Eglantine, and beg her to loan me a mask. The great hall of Sirius House was filled with light and gaiety, and all the adepts of the 13 houses in their finery, and I had come in time to see the Sun Prince revealed. I was laughing then, thinking everything would be well, and wondering what foolishness had possessed me to imagine I should have been studying with Alcuin, when this, yes, of course, this was my life, laughing and cheering, as the Winter Queen was unmasked as the beautiful Surya, who had always been kind to me. That was when I realized the Sun Prince was Voldemar Selig. No one else noticed as he took off his mask, smiling, half a head taller than anyone there. No one noticed as he ran Surya through with the Sun Prince's gilded spear, and she sank to the dais, mouth open and eyes blank, hands clutching around the haft as a dark stain spread across her breast. Voldemar Selig stepped down, wolfskin cloak swinging from his shoulders, and the D'Angeline revellers smiled and bowed and moved out of the way, while the musicians struck up a merry reel. My scream caught in my throat, struggling for air. Dancers swept past me, bright and glittering, and Delaunay, my Lord Delaunay, was among them. Almost I got out his name. Then he turned, and I saw he held Melisande Charizai in his arms, smiling down at her. And Melisande looked past him, over his shoulder, across the crowded hall, to meet my eyes, and the shock of her beauty turned my knees to water, and she smiled at me. I knew, she knew, and I was too late. The voice that woke me reciting the details of the dream, ragged with panic, was my own. I took a deep, gasping breath, half choking on it, and knew myself to be awake in the chambers of Gentian House. Like an echo in my memory, I could hear Raphael Moraine's soft murmur winding through the dream, drawing the account of it from my unwilling lips. I sat upright in the bed, willing the pounding of my heart to slow and waiting for my vision to clear. When it did, I saw Raphael kneeling at the bedside, his face quiet and composed. "Do you want me to tell it to you?" he asked gently. "No." I passed my hands blindly over my face and shuddered. "I remember." It is often so when the dream is caught in the making. Rising gracefully, he turned open the shuttered lamps, letting their soft glow brighten the room, and poured me a glass. "Watered wine. Drink it. It will do you good." I obeyed unthinking, gulping the cool liquid, which soothed my throat and nerves. Raphael sat back on his heels and regarded me. "It is an easy dream to interpret," he said in his soft voice. "You are putting off a hard choice, Phèdre no Delaunay, and only ill can come of it. If you wish, we may explore this dream together, and learn what is this choice you fear." "That won't be necessary." I laughed shortly and felt myself tremble a little. "I already know." It was not so much easier, after all, to face it waking. I did, and knew fear, smiling crookedly at Raphael Moraine no Gentian. "You see, I have to go to La Serenissima." Chapter 25. Though I did not think I would be able to sleep after that nightmare, in time I did, and that too was due to the gift of Raphael, who bid me stay when I would have gone, using his calm presence and soft voice to weave a spell to catch slumber. I slept without dreaming, and in it regained a measure of the ease the night's pleasure had afforded. In the morning, I was glad I had stayed. Before I left, I knelt before him, placing 2 fingers against his lips. "Nalma's servant, in her name, I bid you keep her secrets. Do you understand?" Raphael nodded against my fingers. There were violet smudges of weariness beneath his eyes. This process took a toll on him. "It is a sacrosanct law of Gentian House. You need not fear. I have taken an oath." His expression changed, lightening a shade as he smiled at me. "Anyway, I would never betray your dreams. It must be difficult," he added gently, "to have feelings for a patron that conflict so deeply." I did not need to ask who he meant. "Yes," I said, a tremor in my voice, more grateful than I could say. There was a tremendous relief in uttering the words, in the one place it would not draw suspicion upon me. "Yes, it is." And to that, Raphael Moraine said nothing, but merely understood. "Thank you." I kissed him lightly and went to leave a purse of coin, my patron's gift to him, on the nightstand. There is an item they use in the night court for the purpose. Nama's hands, we called it, a sculpture carved to resemble a stylized pair of cupping hands. Raphael's was of pale translucent jade. He had prospered in Nama's servants, I was thinking, as I set down the purse, and well he should. "My lady!" His voice rang like an untuned lyre, and I turned to see a stricken look on his face. "Please, I cannot accept a patron gift from you." "Why?" I asked curiously. "You have opened my dream to me like a book." Standing, Raphael Moreno Gentian shifted and ran a hand through his shining hair. "You paid the fee of the house," he said awkwardly. "For the rest it was gift enough to serve." Seeing me hesitate, he gave that sweet smile so reminiscent of Alcuin. "I will only give it in offering to Nama. Better you should do it, and speak my name. I would have her hear it from your lips." "Then I will," I promised. In the courtyard of Gentian House, Fortune glanced at my face and asked me no questions, which was well. Freed of the oppressive weight of my nightmares, I felt my mind keen and sharp again. Upon returning home, I went immediately to my study and drafted a note to Isandra, begging a meeting with her and Drustin, sealing it with a blot of red wax and the impress of the official signet of Montrève. I dispatched Remy with it forthwith, giving him explicit instructions. "If you cannot gain access directly to the Queen, try the Cruarc. Drustin's guard will make allowances for a veteran of Toilemont. Only to her or him, mind. No one else, not even one of her Carcelines." "I understand," Remy said solemnly, bowing. When he raised his head, his eyes gleamed. "Are we bound for trouble, my lady?" "We will be, if you don't do exactly as I say, and quietly," I threatened him. He just laughed, bowed again, and left. I don't know why I worried about Raphael Moraine's discretion with retainers like Phèdre's boys. For all my concerns, Remy carried out my instructions faithfully. I dare say Sandra was intrigued. At any rate, she granted my request almost immediately, making time in her schedule and sending a royal coach to escort me into the joint presence of the regents of Terre and Alba. A private audience, in truth, neither servants nor guards nor Carcelines in attendance. "Well?" Isandra asked, raising her eyebrows. Taking a deep breath, I began, telling her the whole story, beginning with Gonzago de Escabares bringing me the Sangua cloak, and leaving out none of the details I had omitted in the Hall of Portraits. Melisandre's challenge, and all my quest thereafter, all the suspicions I harboured, and the winding path I'd taken in pursuing them. When I had done, both of them were troubled and thoughtful. "It would ease my mind," Isandra said slowly, "if you had some proof of your suspicions, Phèdre. If there were cause, I would not hesitate to pursue it. Trevelyan, the de Somervilles, even my own uncle. I would summon the prefect of the Carceline Brotherhood before the throne if I thought there was cause. But what you tell me is guesswork, and nothing more. I will not act on supposition, not even yours." I had not expected her to, only to heed my warning. "There is the cloak." "Yes," Isandra said wryly, "there is. I should tell you I have had a correspondence from my great-uncle, Prince Benedict de la Courcelle. Did you know I dispatched couriers to him after Marmion's hearing?" She looked sharply at me, and I shook my head. "I did. And he has scoured La Serenissima, and found no trace of Melisande. Indeed, he invites me to make the care de qui progressus regalis ere winter, that the city may receive me as Queen of Terre d'Ange." "Why doesn't Benedict come here to acknowledge you?" I asked. Isandra rested chin on hand and gazed at me. "It is customary for the Dongeline ruler to make a progressus to renew alliances with the Kediki city-states. My grandfather did it as a boy. It has not been done for decades, not in either of our lifetimes. Mayhap if it had, they'd have been quicker to aid us against the Scaldi. Benedict is right. I can't afford to let those ties lapse. At any rate, she added quietly, his new wife has just been delivered of a son, and he's not minded to travel. My lady, I said, that may all be true, but from what Severio told me, La Serenissima is a knot of intrigue. Even Prince Benedict didn't know his own daughter and son-in-law were guilty of poisoning your mother. The Queen's eyebrows rose again. And did Severio Straygarza tell you Melisande Shahrazai was in La Serenissima? She asked with deceptive mildness. It made my blood run cold. My lady, I whispered, I would have told you if he had. No, he did not know her, and I believe he spoke the truth. Marmion plagued him, and he didn't know why. I promise you, if I had the least corroborating proof of any of this, I'd have come to you. Drustin kept his silence, watching us both. Isandra sighed. So, you suspect the Lord Commander, his son Guillain, Gaspard Trevelyan, whom even Delaunay trusted, and my uncle the Duke, who saved your life. Also the Castelline Brotherhood, whose service has been beyond reproach for centuries. You believe Melisande Shahrazai is in La Serenissima, despite the fact that you received this information at third hand, obviously by her own devising, and no Serenissiman has laid eyes upon her. Yes. I had to admit it sounded insane to my own ears. My lady, I said reluctantly, I cannot ask you to believe me, but I know Melisande. If she wanted me to think she is in La Serenissima, it is because she is in La Serenissima. I have come to a blind alley here. It is there I need to go. It was Drustin who spoke at last, frowning. I do not like it either, Phèdre no Delaunay, but it is in my thoughts that this is the voice of your dreams you feared to heed. I nodded. Isandra looked dourly at me. Last time you brought me a heap of stinking hides, a Scaldi dagger, and a Tsingani fortune-teller. This time a velvet cloak and a dream. What next? A kerchief and a worrisome feeling? I bit my tongue and did not answer. Very well. It is my profound hope that you're wrong this time, but I'm not fool enough to wager on it, nor to try and stop you. What do you want of us? I told them my plan. Drustin looked amused, although Isandra did not. Nonetheless, she agreed to it. When I made my obeisance and would have left, she called me back in a different tone. Phèdre. I turned and met her violet eyes, dark with concern. Anathiel Delaunay was my ally when I had no other around me who did not seek to use me. I called upon his oath, and he died of it. We are at peace now, and I hold the throne unchallenged. The army is in my hand, and no province but that acknowledges my sovereignty. Drustin Mab Nectaner is my acknowledged husband, and brings with him the sovereign might of Alba. Scaldia's reign is as divided as ever it was before the ascendance of Voldemar Selig. Aragonia gives allegiance, and no single Kediki city-state has the might to challenge us. When I sent you to Alba, I was desperate. Now Terre is in a position of great strength. Yes, I would rest easier if Melisande Shahrazai were dealt with, but whatever she is about, it cannot pose a threat so grave it is worth risking your life. I paused. Mayhap, but whoever aided her stands close to the throne. And if they did it for blackmail's sake, like as not they pray every day to Eloa that I never find it out, Isandra said grimly. I am telling you, it is not worth the risk. There is enough blood spilled at the doorstep of House Kushiel. I don't want yours added to it. Like as not she was right, but there was the dream and the bone-deep terror of it. Would that Hyacinth or his mother had been there, or any Tsingani who could speak the Dromond, because I knew in my heart of hearts that I was not wrong. I will be careful, I promised. Good. Isandra settled back and added one last codicil. If you will not let me give you an honour guard, you will at least take your men-at-arms and that stubborn Castelline. I opened my mouth and closed it, swallowing. I am not sure if Jocelyn will go. Druston started at that, but Isandra's look turned flinty. He swore his sword unto my service when he renounced Kushiel's. He will go or be forsworn, and I do not hold lightly with oath-breakers. I will tell him, I murmured, wondering how he would take it. With that I was dismissed. I did not tell Jocelyn or my chevaliers immediately, but set about making the arrangements. I paid a visit first of all to my factor, to explain my desire to travel to La Serenissima to oversee first-hand my investments there. After some searching, he found for me an interest in a shipment of Alban lead, bound from Marsilicos to La Serenissima in a fortnight's time, which suited my needs perfectly. One part of my plan I had withheld even from Isandra. Thélassise de Mornay, who had known what I was about from the beginning, did what Isandra had requested, and I met with her to review the list of Castelline brothers on active duty at the palace. Etienne de Chardin, Brice no Rinfort, Lyle Arnaud, David no Rinfort, Jean de Lorraine. Scanning the list, I glanced up at Thélassise. Why so many adopted into Lord Rinfort's household? I asked. As the Queen's poet, Thélassise could ask nearly anything without being questioned. It would be presumed research for some work of poesy. Orphans taken in by the Castelline Brotherhood always take on the prefect's name. Rinfort's been prefect for a long time. She turned her head away to cough and looked back apologetically. He's had a wasting sickness these past months, one of the brothers told me. That's likely why neither Jocelyn nor Micheline de Parnasse received a reply. Ah. I finished reading the list and set it down. Nothing? Thélassise's dark eyes were sympathetic. I shook my head. No, or if there is, I don't see it. I'm sorry. She rose to embrace me, and her bones felt light and frail. It unnerved me on the heels of the news of the prefect's health. Kushiel is not gentle with his chosen, Thélassise whispered. Have a care, Phèdre, and come home safe. She drew back and smiled gently at me. Blessed Eloa keep you. And you, I murmured, gripping her hands, and you. On the night the first part of it was to be implemented, I told my chevaliers of my plan. Would that Jocelyn had been there too, but I had played my game too closely. He had gone out that afternoon and not yet returned. I had no choice but to tell them, first dismissing my servants for the evening and swearing Phèdre's boys to secrecy. Predictably they were overjoyed. Even steady Fortune's eyes gleamed with excitement. Not 2 minutes was it out of my mouth, but they were already planning the excursion, dividing up responsibility among themselves. Amused, I let them have at it. I chose Fortune to escort me to the natal festivities of the Duchesse de Charlas that night, and left the others with 2 cautions. Whatever you hear said of me, I said, looking especially at T. Philippe, do not belie the underlying truth of it, mind. And when Jocelyn returns, do not tell him. Let him know I would speak to him first thing, and leave it to me. They promised, albeit reluctantly on the latter point. I threatened to leave whomever broke his word in the city of Eloa, and left satisfied that they would obey. Of that night I will say little, save that it went as planned. Viviane de Charlas held great sway in Lagnas. Indeed, hers had been the sovereign duchy in the province until Isandra had raised Percy de Somerville to the rank of duke and granted him ascendance. There was little ill feeling over it. No one questioned that de Somerville had earned it for commanding the defence against the Skaldic invasion, but enough that the Queen and Cruach were impelled to attend the fete, smoothing any feathers that might remain ruffled. I do not have a player's skill, but I dare say I dissemble well enough, and it was no hardship to flirt and dance with Drustin Mab Nectaner. He played along with it with surprising grace, smiling and returning my banter in a mix of Dongeline and Cruinia, and dancing with an elegance that belied his misshapen right foot. It was not difficult finding a rhythm that accommodated his halting gait. He had lived with it since birth. One easily forgot that Drustin was lame. I remembered Delaunay's words, so long ago, light and amused. And Isandre de la Courcelle, flower of the realm, shall teach a clubfoot barbarian prince to dance the gavotte. For her part, Isandre did not overplay her role, but when I heard her voice, cold as the bitterest winter, ask if I were finished with her husband, and would mind returning him to his wife, the Queen of Terre, I swear I felt the chill on my skin, and my flush was genuine. If Drustin's sudden gravity was feigned, no one would ever know it. All around us Dongeline nobles stepped back several paces, as I made myself answer with studied indolence, a favoured young courtesan trading on her stature. "Phèdre no Delaunay," Isandre said coolly, omitting my title. "Your presence is no longer pleasing to us. We ask that you remove yourself from it." With that she turned her back on me, and even though it was as we had planned, I could not but help feeling my heart sink within me. Insolence to patrons is one thing, when it fans the embers of their desire, but the instinct for obedience is deep-rooted in me, and I was hard put not to throw myself at her feet and beg forgiveness. Thankfully, Fortune hurried to my side to take my arm, tugging me away, and in a corridor of silence we left the fete. Behind us, I could hear the eternal murmurs rising. Chapter 26. "You what?" Jocelyn's voice rose incredulously. "Phèdre, what were you thinking?" "Done is done." I looked steadily at him. "I would have told you last night, but you weren't to be found. By now the city will know that I am out of favour with the Queen, and on the morrow we depart for La Serenissima. After what transpired last night, no one will think it strange, and no one will think me Isandre's agent in this." "I can't believe Isandre agreed to it," he muttered. I looked down at my plate and toyed with a quartered pear. "It does not please her," I admitted, but she agreed. "Jocelyn, I won't compel you. Will you go or not?" He rose without answering, and paced the dining hall to gaze out a window that overlooked my tiny rear courtyard, where Eugénie had planted the beginnings of an herb garden. I sat watching him, his tall figure drenched in sunlight. "And if I say no?" he asked, not turning around. "What then?" "Then you say no." My voice sounded like it belonged to someone else, someone whose heart was not shattering into piercing splinters. Even as Jocelyn turned around, one hand clenched around the hay pendant at his breast, my voice continued calmly. "You will stay and play out your part in leading the Yeshuites to this prophesied homeland in the far north, if that is what your heart commands." "My heart!" He laughed harshly, a tearing sound. It might almost have been a sob. He wrenched at the pendant as if to break its chain. "Would that I could make of heart and soul something other than a battleground." I ached for him and yearned to go to him. Since I dared not, I closed my eyes instead. "If that is your choice, then tell the Rebbe that I did as I promised. The Queen will treat as lightly as she dares, but if they break the law, they will be punished under it." I had spoken to Isandre of it before we were done laying our plans. She had agreed bemusedly to take my words under advisement. Jocelyn was staring at me when I opened my eyes. "What else does Isandre say?" It seemed he cared more for the Yeshuites than for me, and it turned my pain to anger, making me reply sharply, "That you are sworn into her service, and she orders you to accompany me to La Serenissima, and that she does not hold lightly with oath-breakers." It is perhaps the worst thing one could say to a former Castelline. His head jerked back as if I had slapped him, nostrils flaring, white lines etching themselves on his face.
"Then it seems I must go," he said, biting off the words, "unless I am to break faith all at once with Kushiel, you, and the Queen."
"Yeshua's forgiveness is absolute," I retorted. "If you seek it for one oath broken, why not 3? Jocelyn's summer blue eyes held a look very close to hatred.
"My lady, Phèdre no Delaunay de Montrève," he said with cruel, deliberate courtesy, "I will see you to La Serenissima, and fulfill my liege's command. And after that, I remand you to Nama's custody and Kushiel's, since you are so ardent to serve them. Let them have the joy of you."
"Fine," I said grimly, rising from the table and tossing down my linen napkin. "Speak to Remy about the travel arrangements. He will tell you all that is needful. You remind me I have an obligation yet to fulfill." I was not even certain after last night's enactment that Nicolas L'Envers et Aragon would receive me. I'd not intended on this visit, before my unfortunate conversation with Jocelyn, but T. Philippe returned post-haste from bearing my message. The lady was indeed most anxious to see me. So it was that I went one last time to the palace, and in part I was not sorry. I did owe Nicolas the assignation I had promised in barter, and it would not have been well omened to leave with my service to Nama incomplete. I would have foregone it, though, if Jocelyn had come willingly. The palace guard admitted me without comment, cool and perfunctory. They had no orders to keep me out, though I dare say I'd have been turned away if I had asked to see Isandre. But Nicolas was the Queen's cousin, and they allowed me passage on her explicit order. Mayhap it would have been wiser to seek solace in Kushiel's temple, but it was a relief after all that had gone before to surrender to a patron's whim. This time Nicolas's bindings held true to a knot, and there was not the least I could undo. Eyes bright with mingled curiosity and cruelty, she wielded the flogger unmercifully until it drew blood, moving me to violent pleasures, which I repaid with all the ardour with which Jocelyn had accused me, until she was sated. Afterward she had chilled wine and fruits served, until I said it was time for me to go. "No," Nicolas said thoughtfully, "I don't think so." "You have called the day and time of repaying your debt to me, Phèdre, and I would claim a forfeit for it. I had your promise that I might question you, but I've not done it yet, have I?" "No, my lady." I met her L'Envers eyes and hid a frisson of fear. She was, after all, Barkiel's ally, and I ran a risk in coming here. Nicolas smiled lazily. She knew. Patrons almost always do. "All the palace says you have fallen out of favour with Isandre," she said softly. "But I do not believe it. Think of us what you like, but House L'Envers does not break faith with her followers for less than a mortal offence, and my cousin the Queen is as much L'Envers as she is Courcelles. What game do you play now, Phèdre no Delaunay?" I did not answer, but said instead, "One rumour says Marmion Shahrazai rode straight for the Aragonian border, and has not been seen since. Did you offer him sanctuary?" Her brows creased in a frown, then she laughed again ruefully and shook her head. "I should know better after the first time. All right, then. Yes, I did." Nicolas gave me a long, level look. "Marmion had word of what Barkiel was about, and he came to me the eve before and told me the truth about the fire. I believed him. I do not disagree with my cousin the Duke's motives, but his methods—" She shrugged. He threw Marmion's life away at that hearing. I told him if the worst fell out, the House of Aragon would receive him if he made it there alive. I gave him Ramiro's name, and my word as surety. That, and no more. Your husband would take him in? It surprised me a little. Marmion likes to drink and gamble. He's an excellent courtier. Why not? Nicola gave another shrug. Ramiro knows the merits of indulging my whims, and it does not cross de Morbihan's edict. Aragonia is exile. Believe me, I know. Will you answer me now? I shook my head slowly. Blessed Eloa! She spat out the words like a curse, rising to pace restlessly about the room. You and Bacchiel. Phèdre, you're on the same side, only you're both too mistrustful to see it. Can't you see that with his resources and your wiles, you'd get a lot further working together? She shot me a frustrated look. Why would I lie? Any influence I hold in Aragonia is wholly dependent on Isandra's retaining the throne of Terre. Not exactly, I murmured, glancing at her. Your cousin the Duke would do just as well, I think. And if he wishes me out of the way, he would be indebted to you for aiding him in the process. He's already disposed of Marmion, and Eloa helped me. I gave him the means to do it. Would I be wise, you think, to trust? I shook my head. Bacchiel is more enemy than ally, and Isandra has withdrawn her favour. Our debt is settled, and in Nama's eyes I owe you naught. I am not fool enough to linger here, my lady. So I heard. One of your chevaliers was reported buying travelling stores in the marketplace this very morning. She said it matter-of-factly. I hadn't doubted that the eyes of the city would be on my household after last night. Nicola's gaze lingered on my face, and it was decisive. Phèdre, listen to me, she said, her voice low and urgent, stooping in front of my chair to grasp my hands. I don't know what you are about, and when you come to it I don't blame you for not telling me. But what I do know for truth, I know all the same. Cousin Bacchiel is not a traitor. She drew a deep breath, paling slightly, and continued. The password of House L'Envers is Burning River. If you need aid, mine, Bacchiel's, even Isandra's, any scion of the house is honour bound to give it unquestioning. Why are you telling me this? My voice shook, asking it. What does it matter? Releasing my hands, Nicola stood and smiled wryly. Whatever I told you, you'd only come up with 6 reasons, each more sinister than the last. As it happens, I've seen my house torn apart by suspicion and enmity once, and I don't care to see it again. Your Lord Delaunay and my cousin Isabel pulled Roland de la Courcelle in twain. I don't need to watch you and Bacchiel do the same to Isandra. But it doesn't matter what you believe, just remember it. I wanted to believe her. I wanted to question her. In the end, I dared do neither. At the door of her quarters, she gave me the kiss of farewell, and kept me for a moment, one hand on my arm, a peremptory touch that stirred my desires. Cousin Bacchiel would have my tongue for what I told you, Nicola said quietly, but he'll answer to it all the same. Do me a favour, and don't put it to the test, unless you're truly in need. If you will do me the kindness of nursing your suspicions in silence, I murmured. Nicola laughed at that and kissed me again, this time as a patron rather than a peer. If you hold to that bargain as well as this one, I will promise it. Releasing me, she cocked her head as I regained my composure. I like you, Phèdre, she said with regret. For whatever reason you're going, I'm sorry for it. I'll miss you. So will I said, and meant it. I made the rest of my farewells that day, which were few. 'Tis an astonishing thing how quickly one's friends diminish with a queen's disfavour. That it meant we had succeeded, made it no less painful to find doors closed which had once opened eagerly to my name. Even Diane and Apollinaire de Fiers would not see me. It served to make me mindful that Nicola had meant what she said. Either she was foolish enough to risk Isandre's displeasure, and I did not think she was, or she was sure our roles were but a deception. It gave me no ease when I thought of Barquiel-l'Envers, and the fresh welts on my skin, painful beneath my gown, reminded me of how rash my actions had been. I would pay for it, riding tomorrow. Nonetheless, I locked the words in my memory. Burning River. If I dared, I would have asked Isandre to verify it, but there was no way I dared risking contacting her without giving the lie to our falling out, and I was dependent on that perception to gain access to anyone who might be her enemy. At any rate, I thought, there was no way I would entrust my fate to the password of House L'Envers, not even if I trusted Nicola wholly, which I did not. My last visit was as my first had been. Cecily Lavaux-Perrin, whose door opened with alacrity. Indeed, she embraced me on the doorstep, heedless of whatever gossips might be watching. "Oh, Phèdre," she whispered in my ear, "I'm so sorry." Her unquestioning loyalty touched me to the core, and I struggled to hold back tears. As luck would have it, she thought I grieved at my disgrace. It is the most dire thing of all among Narmar's servants to incur the displeasure of a sovereign. I spent an hour or better in her home, enduring her kindness with all the squirming unease of a guilty conscience, and at last fled before I gave voice to the entire deception, which lay the whole time on the very tip of my tongue. So it was done, and my farewells all said. When I returned home, all was in readiness for our departure. I spoke with Eugénie, and confirmed that she would maintain the house in my absence, giving her a purse of money and a note for my factor, should further funds be needful. I promised to write her with an address, to forward any urgent communication as soon as we were established in La Serenissima. To my surprise, she burst into tears in the middle of our discussion, clutching me to her bosom. I had not known until then that she regarded me with such fondness. Indeed, mothers have wept less, bidding farewell to their children. At least mine certainly did. Whether it be through exhaustion, pain, pleasure, or fear, I laid my head on the pillow and slept that night like the dead, a deep and dreamless sleep, and woke alert and ready at dawn. After strong tea and a light breakfast, our party assembled in the courtyard, Remy still yawning and knuckling his eyes. 5 mounts and 3 pack-horses, enough for my purposes. My chevaliers wore the livery of Montreuil, black and green with my personal insignia at the breast, bearing the moon and crag of Montreuil, to which Delaunay's sheaf of grain and Kushiel's dart had been added. Jocelyn wore his own attire, dove-grey shirt and trousers with a long sleeveless Mandilian coat of the same drab colour over it. It was close, very close, to the ashen garb of the Castelline Brotherhood, save that his hair was braided and not clubbed at his nape. I looked at him, his vambraces glinting in the early morning sun, daggers at his belt, sword strapped to his back, and made no comment. He looked back at me, equally expressionless. "Let us go," I said. Chapter 27. As the white walls of the city of Eloa fell behind us, I felt my spirits begin to rise with the freedom that comes of action after long confinement. It was a glorious D'Angeline spring day, a blue vault of sky, and the sun bright and young overhead, the earth surging eagerly into bloom. Our horses were plump and glossy from winter's long stabling, restless with energy too long unspent. Remy sang aloud as he rode, until I had to regretfully bid him to silence. There were other travellers on the road, headed toward the city, and my household was supposed to be in disgrace. Still, we were travelling light and making good time, and it was hard to suppress our excitement. After several hours, even Jacqueline's expression grew less severe, although he took care to remain stoic when I glanced at him. No child of the city he, but Ciovales born and bred. He thrived in the open air. I dare say if there had been mountains, he might even have smiled. At least until we reached the crossroads of Aishith's Way, where it curves to within a half-day's ride of the city of Eloah.
"Smell that?"
T. Philippe stood in his stirrups, sniffing conspicuously.
"Salt air,"
he declared, grinning at me. I knew full well he couldn't smell the sea at this distance.
"A sailor's nose never lies.
2 days' ride to the south, and we're in Marsilicos, my lady, with 10 days' leisure in harbour." "So we would be," I said, drawing up my mount and shifting my shoulders so that the fabric of my gown rubbed my skin. Kushiel's chosen may heal swiftly, but 'tis betimes an itchy process. "If we were going straight to Marsilicos." They stared at me, all of them. I hadn't told them this part. I'd not told anyone. It was Jacqueline who sighed.
"Phèdre,"
he said, in a tone of weary resignation.
"What have you planned?"
I rested my reins on my pommel. "If we move quickly," I said, "we've time enough to reach the southernmost garrison of the allies of Cumlach and ask after the missing guardsman." Jacqueline looked at me without replying, a strange expression on his face.
"You want to query the unforgiven?"
I nodded. "Bloody hell and damnation," T. Philippe grumbled, fiddling with a purse at his belt. "I bought a set of new dice for this journey. Ozali's Staghorn, guaranteed lucky. You mean to tell me we're riding all the way to Cumlach just to turn around and race for Marsilicos?" "You can gamble from Marsilicos to La Serenissima," I told him, "and if your stakes hold out longer, it will be lucky indeed. Unless you'd rather not go."
"No, my lady."
Eyes widening, he took up the reins and turned his horse's head to the north.
"Whatever the seven hells you're about, I'll not be left behind. Cumlach it is."
Fortune and Remy laughed. I glanced at Jacqueline, who was looking away, and identified at last his odd expression. I had seen it before. He was trying not to smile. Unaccountably, my heart lightened, and I laughed too. "To Cumlach!" The truth of Isandra's parting words to me, her real words in our audience, was more than evident in this journey. Terre was at peace and prosperous. Aishith's Way, built by Tiberian soldiers over a millennium ago, was solid and well tended. More than once we saw teams of masons and bricklayers at work repairing winter's damage. There are no major cities in Cumlach, but the road wends through myriad villages, and in each one we saw the signs of contentment and prosperity. Open markets with the first fruits of spring for sale, and the last of winter's dried stores. Poultry, mutton and wild game, fabrics, threads and necessities. Once we saw a Tsingani Kumpania, outfitted with a travelling smithy. There was a line of villagers waiting, with horses to be shod, pots to be mended. I thought of Hyacinth and all that he had sacrificed, and swallowed hard. And flowers. There were flowers.
"You see that, my lady?"
Fortune asked, nodding toward a stand where a young woman buried her face in a nosegay, eyes closed with pleasure.
"When common folk have coin to spare for flowers, it bodes well for the land." He laughed. "Though they say in Cedica Unitus that Dongelines will buy flowers before food."
That first evening we reached the village of O'Foyle, which had an inn large enough to lodge our party. If my purposes had been different, I would have been carrying letters of invitation to 6 noble holdings, and we would have been welcomed and feasted in style. But 'twas better this way. No one would be looking for the Comtesse de Montrève on the road to Cumlach, and if they were, they'd not look in common travellers' inns. For their part the villagers made us welcome. The innkeep rushed about to procure fresh bed linens, ordering a cask of their finest wine breached. We sought to repay their hospitality with courtesy as well as coin, and Phèdre's boys surely excelled at that, remaining in the common room to take part in revelry and drink into the small hours of the night. It was not wasted time either. In the morning, a bleary-eyed Fortune sketched for me a map to the closest garrison of the Unforgiven, some few days' ride away. One more day on Aishith's way, and then we needs must turn aside on less travelled paths.
I wondered why you wanted camping gear, Remy muttered. Thought you'd never sleep on aught but silk sheets after campaigning with the crew in ya.
I smiled. Now you know better. In truth, I'd sooner have slept under a silk coverlet on a down-stuffed pallet, but the pursuit of knowledge makes all manner of hardship worthwhile. And I had known worse. I could not help but remember, as we travelled deeper into the forests of Cumlach, how Jacqueline and I had staggered, half-frozen, wind-burned and exhausted, out of the Carmeline Mountains and into shelter in this land. How the men of the Marquis de Bois-Lagarde had found our meagre campsite, and that awful, terrifying flight through the benighted woods. Travelling by day, golden sunlight slanting through the pines, it seemed harmless, but we had come near to death in this place. Different times those. Isidore d'Eglamour's treacherous allies of Cumlach held the province, and there was no telling who was friend or foe. Now those same men guarded the borders, and the Duc d'Eglamour was dead, slain on the battlefield of Toilemont, spending his life to thwart the very enemy he'd invited onto D'Angeline's soil. Kilbahar, the Scaldy had called him, Silverhair. I had watched it all from the parapets of the fortress. 17 wounds d'Eglamour had taken, battling his way across the field to challenge Voldemar Selig. They counted when they laid him out and gave him a hero's funeral. I had been there at the end when he died, carrying water to the wounded and dying.
"I am afraid of your lord's revenge,"
he said to me, lying in a welter of his own gore. At first I thought he meant Delaunay, and then I knew better. It was Kushiel he feared, Kushiel who metes out punishment. For that I could not blame him. I fear Kushiel myself, for all that I am his chosen. On the whole, Narmar's service is a great deal more pleasant, but I do not think it is Narmar whose hand placed me on the battlefield that day. So I mused, and remembered as we travelled, and the time passed swiftly. On the 4th day we came upon the stream that Fortune had recorded on his map, and a broad, well-trodden trail that led out of the woods and toward the foothills of the Carmelines. The first garrison lay to the south of the southernmost of the great passes. It was but early afternoon, and the woods were cheerful with birdsong.
"I don't like this,"
Jacqueline said, frowning at the serenity of our surroundings. "Why isn't there a guard posted? If Fortune's directions are right, we're inside the perimeter of the garrison."
"Mayhap they thought it wiser to guard against the Scaldy," Remy offered sardonically.
"No," I said absently. "Jacqueline's right. Any Carmeline corps this close to the border would mount a guard on all sides. They're not likely to let themselves be flanked."
"There's been a large party riding through here," Fortune observed, pointing to the myriad hoof-marks churning the soft loam. "Not long past. These are fresh since it rained this morning. A scouting party, mayhap?"
In the distance we heard a sudden shout, and then the distinctive metal-on-metal sound of sword-play.
"Mayhap not," Jacqueline said grimly, and wheeled his horse. "Whatever trouble it is, we're best away from it."
He nearly clapped heels to his mount's sides before he saw me motionless in the saddle, head cocked to listen.
"Phèdre, you brought me to keep you safe,"
he snapped, jostling his mount next to mine and grabbing at my reins.
"At least do me the kindness of heeding my advice."
The chevaliers were milling, uncertain. I met Jacqueline's eyes. "Listen!" Biting back a retort, he did, and he heard it too. Rising above the clash of arms and shouted orders, a faint cry, ragged and defiant.
Yeshua! Yeshua!
Jocelyn quivered like a bowstring, his face a study in anguish. With a sound that might have been a curse or a sob, he let go my reins and jerked his horse's head around and set heels to it, riding at a dead gallop toward the garrison. "What are you waiting for?" I asked my staring chevaliers, turning my own mount after Jocelyn. "Go!" I dare say we made for a strange sight, bursting from the forest trail to fan out across the narrow plain. A D'Angeline noblewoman, 3 men-at-arms, and trailing pack-horses, chasing someone who looked very much like a Castelline brother, riding hell for leather toward an entire garrison. If the Unforgiven corps had not been occupied, they might have laughed, but occupied they were. 30 or more encircled a party of Yeshuites who numbered in the dozens. There were 2 wagons at the centre, and I could discern the figures of women and children on them, while the men grappled with the Unforgiven guardsmen, calling on Yeshua with fierce, exultant cries. For all of that, they were outfought and losing. Until Jocelyn slammed into the garrison's perimeter. 2 of the Unforgiven he took down with main force, checking his mount into them. The soldiers went down, as did Jocelyn's horse, and then he was on his feet, vambraced arms crossed, daggers in his hands. I lashed my horse's rump with the ends of my reins, gasping a quick prayer of thanks that Jocelyn hadn't drawn his sword instead. Castelline brothers do not draw their swords unless they mean to kill, and he was Castelline enough for that. He was only trying to protect the Yeshuites. Of course that didn't matter to the Unforgiven, who knew only that the garrison was under attack.
"Blessed tears of the Magdalene!"
I heard Remy's shocked voice close to me, his horse drawing briefly on a level with mine, before I urged it to even greater speed. I had forgotten that none of Phèdre's boys, Rouse's wild sailor lads, had ever seen Jocelyn Verai fight. No one but I had seen the terrible splendour of his battle in the midst of a scaldic blizzard. At the Battle of Bryn Gorodum, he had stayed at my side. When the campsite was ambushed, he fought almost single-handed to defeat an entire party of Maelcon's Tariff Crow. At Trois-le-Mont, he crossed the battlefield at night to follow me and challenge Voldemar Selig to the home gang. We are alike, Jocelyn and I, in that what we do very well. And with the aid of a few dozen Yeshuites, I might have given him odds against any other company. But these were the Unforgiven, scions of Carmille, born to the blade, and survivors of the deadliest suicide charge in D'Angeline history. Plain steel and leather armour they wore, and carried unadorned black shields. By the time I reached the battle, 7 or 8 of the Unforgiven had him isolated, surrounding him with careful swordwork and waiting for an opening, steel blades darting past his guard to score minor wounds. In truth, despite his skill, Castelline training is not meant for the open battlefield. It is designed for efficiency in tight quarters. The Yeshuites and the remaining Unforgiven battled in knots, the skill of the latter slowly prevailing, and from one of the wagons rose a child's scream, endless and unremitting. 3 Yeshuite dead already. It would be more in a moment. It would be Jocelyn. "Stop!" I drew up my horse, shouting, pitching my voice to carry over the battle, even as I realized the idiocy of it. "Stop the fighting!" Enough to give them pause. Jocelyn redoubled his efforts and nearly broke free. Unfortunately, it was at that moment that the captain of the guard and another 2 dozen reinforcements, all mounted, reached the plain. He gave a series of sharp commands, and his men split in 2, one group surrounding the Yeshuites and calling on them to throw down their swords or die, the other moving to intercept me and my 3 chevaliers, who came ranging and panting up behind me. They were gentle and firm. I struggled with the young corporal who blocked my view, moving me forcibly back from the fighting, his battle-trained mount pressing hard against mine, his companions separating us, containing my chevaliers. "You don't understand," I said wildly, trying to see around him. Jocelyn had not surrendered. "Love of Eloa, stop it! He's a Castelline. He's just trying to protect them. I swear if you kill him, I'll have your head."
"Milady,"
he muttered, flushing beneath his helmet,
"we're trying to protect you. Please get off the field of battle."
A bellow of pain, distinctly Carmeline in tone, and the captain's voice rose, ringing,
"For Carmil's sake, just kill him!"
I could hardly see for the tears of fear and frustration that blurred my eyes. After all we had been through, for him to die like this. Shoving at the corporal, I drew a great breath and loosed it. "Jocelyn, no!" The corporal caught at my arm, wrenching me around in the saddle to stare into my face. His eyes widened and his hand fell away.
"Captain, aye! Company, aye! Black Shields, hold!" he shouted, his voice loud and frantic. "Hold! Hold, if you love your honour! Hold!"
It made absolutely no sense to me, and even less when he dropped his reins and dismounted, going down on one knee and bowing his head over his unadorned shield. I looked in bewilderment to the next closest soldier, and saw him swallow visibly, hurrying to dismount and kneel. In seconds every one of the unforgiven near me had followed suit. From this centre of stillness a hissed whisper spread, and stillness followed, battle abandoned. I sat atop my horse open-mouthed, while the entire unforgiven garrison knelt, until no one was standing but Jocelyn and the Yeshuites, one of whom raised his sword over the neck of a kneeling, unforgiven soldier. "No!" I flung out my arm, pointing at the man. He glanced at me, then away, and made to swing the blade. I could see the muscles quiver in the bowed neck of the kneeling unforgiven, and yet he never raised his head. From the corner of my eye I saw Jocelyn moving, turning, a terrible despair in his face, switching his right-hand dagger to grasp its hilt. I knew, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that he would throw it at the Yeshuite if he had to. And I was afraid, very afraid, that he held the hilt of the other dagger in his left hand and meant to bring it across his own throat. A fine idea, this side trip of mine. A film of red veiled my vision, and my blood beat in my ears, a sound like great bronze wings clapping about my head. Somehow I spoke, and my voice seemed distant and strange, edged with blood and thunder. "Drop your swords!" He did. They did. All of the Yeshuites, weapons falling with a clatter. Jocelyn halted, in the middle of executing the terminus, that final move that no Castlean brother in living history has performed. If it was that. In the wagon the child continued screaming. None of the kneeling unforgiven even looked up. "Fortune," I asked, bewildered, "what's happening here?" Chapter 28.
"You are Kushiel's hand."
That was how the captain, whose name was Taran Deltoine, explained it to me in the garrison keep as he poured me a generous measure of very good Narmarese red wine, of which I drank a long draught. "My lord captain," I said, shuddering and setting down the glass, "forgive me, but I do not understand." Taran Deltoine sat opposite me and fixed me with an intent gaze.
"My lady Phèdre no Delaunay de Montreuve, you bear the mark of Kushiel's dart. You are his chosen. And we who name ourselves the Unforgiven, scions of Carmil, in our pride and arrogance, conspired to open our borders to the Scaldi, betraying the sacred trust of Elowa and his companions." He smiled grimly. "We have thrown away our honour in bright-bladed Carmil's eyes. For this there is no forgiveness, only the hope of redemption. It is you who brought us that hope. Do you now understand?" I gazed into the hearth-fire burning merrily against the evening chill that fell during spring in Cumlach. "Isidore d'Eglamour," I said presently. "Even so," Captain Deltoine nodded. "You gave him a chance to die a hero, and he took it. He did. Those of us who survived, we will not sway from the course you set, not until we die. What you have given us is a chance to endure Kushiel's punishment here on earth and expiate our sins."
I looked reluctantly at him. "My lord, I am grateful for the lives you spared, But I didn't ask Isidore de Glamour and the allies of Cumlach to fight for the sake of their souls. I asked because I was desperate, and I could think of no other way we stood to defeat the Scaldi."
"That doesn't matter." He gazed at his wineglass and lowered it untasted. "Kushiel's hand need not know its master's mind. It does his bidding all the same. We are the unforgiven. We have a debt we must honor unto death, should you command us. That is all you need know."
"You could have notified me," I murmured. Deltoine blinked. My humor was lost on him. It was true, most Carmelines do think with their swords. Isidore de Glamour was an exception. But then he was fostered among the Charizai. Never mind. My head was reeling. It is not every day that one learns an entire militia has sworn unbeknownst to obey you. "My lord," I said, gathering my thoughts, "why did your men attack the Yeshuites?"
"We sought to question them," he shrugged apologetically. "A party of that size seeking to cross into Scaldia? There can be no good reason for it, my lady, save espionage. But when we sought to detain them for questioning, they drew steel. So my men say, and I have no reason to doubt them." He eyed me. "Though if you demand it, I will put them to questioning."
"No."
After what had passed in the city, it rang altogether too true.
"They seek to cross Scaldia and find refuge in lands further north, my lord. They mean us no harm."
"You know this to be true?"
Firelight washed his face, etching in shadow the severe Carmeline beauty of his features. "Some of us live closer in the hand of those we serve than others. This captain was one such. Whether he had broken faith or no, I could see the bright edge of Carmeil's sword hovering over him." "Yes," I said it firmly. What he was asking for I could well guess. The stern truth of Kushiel's chosen, a terrible justice. I did not think it wise to tell him I was as much Nama's servant as Kushiel's, that the immortal hand that pricked my left eye with a crimson mote had led me not to pass sentence on the errant scions of Eloa and his companions, but to find luxuriant pleasure in enduring pain. But I thought of the Rebbe, and the depth of grief in his eyes, and I did not doubt the truth of my response. "Yes, my lord, I know it to be true."
"Madness." He shook his head, then looked squarely at me. "We will allow them passage. My lady, what else do you ask of us?"
Ah, Eloa, such power and so useless to me. If I could have put a name to an enemy who could be fought with cold steel, I would have. The ancient Hellenes claimed that the gods mocked their chosen victims. I never quite understood, until then, the double-edged curse of my gift. Melisande, I thought, would have relished the irony of it. There remained, though, that which I had come for. "My lord," I said, leaning forward, "I am in search of the garrison of Trois-le-Mont, those guardsmen who were on duty the night that Melisande Charizai escaped. I am given to understand that some number of them requested service among the unforgiven, pursuing the remnants of Selig's army. What can you tell me?"
"Guillain's lads."
Taran Deltoine surprised me with a fierce, bleak grin.
"You're hunting traitors. I knew you would be about Kushiel's business, my lady. Yes, I've 2 under my command, and there are some few others, I think, 3 or 4, scattered among the garrisons of Cumlach. Would you speak with those here at Southfort?"
"Yes, my lord captain, please." After so long, I nearly felt dizzy with relief at tracking down at least 2 of the missing guardsmen. "Barquiel L'Envers," I thought, "I owe you for this tip. Pray that I use it better than you used my information regarding Marmion Charizai."
"They're loyal lads to the bone, and I'm willing to swear as much. But mayhap they'll point your trail for you. I'll arrange for it first thing in the morning."
The captain stood and bowed.
"Is there aught else?"
"No," I said automatically. Then, "Yes. Do you promise me that no one of your men will seek vengeance against Jocelyn Verai for his actions?"
"Do you jest?"
His eyes gleamed. He did have a sense of humour after all. It was simply a uniquely Carmeline humour.
If I am not mistaken, they are badgering him even now to show how he managed to hold off 6 of the Black Shields.
7, I said, meeting his amused gaze. It was 7 at least. Taran Deltoine laughed.
He should have been born Carmeline.
High praise indeed. I mulled over in my mind whether or not to tell Jacqueline. That night I slept in the captain's own quarters, listening to the wind out of Skaldia blow through the pines. It made me shiver in my marrow and wish I were not alone beneath the fur-trimmed covers. I think sometimes I will never shake the cold of that bitterest winter. Though the lash marks of my final assignation had faded, my shoulder ached. The old wound where Voldemar Selig's blade had begun to carve my skin from my flesh. 'Twas but a memory, but even so I felt it. I heard the sounds of a neighbourhood garrison, the call and response of guards, the occasional staccato beat of hooves, and saw light streaking against the darkness as a torch was handed off. I didn't guess what they were about then. There was a watch set on the Yeshuite encampment, an uneasy truce. I had gone to speak with them, along with Jacqueline, and explained the nature of the misunderstanding. They were holding funeral rites for the slain, and though I spoke in their own tongue, most would not even look my way. At length one of the men came to address me, a barely contained rage in his face. I knew this man. He was the one who would have slain the kneeling guard.
Yes, we hear what you say, Dongeline,
he said, making a term of contempt of it, not deigning to address me in Habiru.
Do you not see that we sit in grief for the dead?
You could have told them. I listened to the keening of women and children, and a cold anger filled me. You sought to cross a hostile border into enemy land, an enemy who well-nigh conquered us not 2 years past. They had a right to question you. Is it Yeshua's way to answer questions with steel? The man's eyes shone in the firelight, and he spat at my feet.
When the Mashiach returns, he will come bearing a sword, and he will separate out the goats from the sheep, Dongeline. It is the faithful who lay his path. Are we prisoners here? Must we suffer for your pride, your wars?
Those unforgiven maintaining a watch stirred uneasily, and Jacqueline twitched at my side, torn. I held up a hand, stalling them. No, I murmured. Will you make your people suffer for yours? The Yeshuite looked at me uncertain. I thought with grief of the needless death I had witnessed, the lives thrown away on the battlefield. What stakes are worth that cost? I did not know then, I do not know now. What prize he sought I could not even fathom. A promise gleaned from a dead prophet's words. In the end all I could do was sigh. I have secured your safe passage through the mountains, I told him. Captain Deltoine's men will see you to the pass on the morrow, and your weapons will be returned to you. Beyond that I can only pray that you are right, and Yeshua keep you safe. Jacqueline gave his Carceline bow, putting a seal on my words. His K pendant flashed in the firelight, but he made no comment, and the Yeshuite offered him no thanks for the intervention that had surely saved lives. I turned to make my way back to the garrison. Tell me, I said to Jacqueline as we reached the well-guarded entrance to the keep. I stopped and looked him full in the face. Was it the terminus? He hesitated and did not meet my eyes.
No, I would have thrown, that's all. He was going to kill a man in cold blood.
You did as much once. I said it softly.
Yes.
Jacqueline did look at me then, hard.
I haven't forgotten.
It had been my idea, my plan. I had not forgotten either. I will never forget until I die. Who is to measure cause? It may be that Terre stands as a sovereign nation and not a Skaldic territory, because Jacqueline Verai throttled an unsuspecting thane. It was still murder. Are the stakes the Yeshuites seek any lower? I cannot say, only that we gauged the need and the profit better. And what had been the cost to Jocelyn's soul? He bore the guilt of our deed and his own broken oaths. I could not see his left hand on the field today. I would never know if he meant to bring the second dagger to his own throat. He'd done that once too. Thus for the wisdom of Kushiel's chosen. I wish sometimes that the gods would either choose better or make their wishes clearer. Small wonder that my sleep was restless. Still sleep I did, alone in my cold and borrowed bed, and awoke to find that the Unforgiven had planned a show of arms for my benefit. There were no women in the garrison of Southfort, only Carmeline lads eager to apprentice, for whom the taint of the Unforgiven held the glamour of the doomed, and a few grizzled ex-soldiers who kept the lads in line. They made a considerable fuss over arranging for my toilette that morning. It would not do for me to visit the baths, oh no, but a great bronze tub must be hauled into the captain's rooms, and bucket after bucket of steaming water to fill it. A guardsman, blushing, apologized for the lack of attendance. It disturbed his sensibilities that I must scrub myself and dress my own hair. I bore it with good humour, glad my restless night was ended. Sirius House may have trained me, but I am no night-blooming flower to wilt in broad daylight. Still it impressed upon me that the Unforgiven took this matter seriously, and I dressed accordingly. I'd had most of my wardrobe shipped ahead, 2 trunks already boarded in Marsilicos, but I had kept back one of Favriel's creations, a travelling gown in black velvet, with a bodice and sleeves that hugged the form, and flowing skirts designed for riding astride. Over that I wore my sanguine cloak. So it was that we rode out onto the practice field at Southfort, and Captain Taran Deltoine barked out commands, while his corps of Unforgiven executed a smooth series of manoeuvres. Worn armour was oiled and polished to a high gleam, black shields fresh painted. His pikemen advanced before the line of horse, knelt and held, then broke away smoothly as the cavalry simulated a charge, lances held low. Then they too split away, and the pikemen regrouped in their place, swords drawn. Spaced far apart they advanced, and the wheeling cavalry turned and charged through the gaps, bearing naked steel. When it was done, Taran Deltoine raised one hand, and to a man the Unforgiven knelt in that same uncanny motion. Swords sheathed, shields lowered to touch the earth, and heads bowed. Eloa, forgive me, but it made me uncomfortable. He beckoned before giving the dismissal. 5 infantrymen stayed. I took their measure as they approached. Lanyasites all, by the look of them. Broad, earnest faces, handsome in their way, bearing the sweat of their toil and smelling of the earth. Jocelyn and my chevaliers drew close as they came, especially Fortune, who had studied most the maps of Trois-le-Mans. He had brought one of our renderings with him, and drew out the scroll from its cylindrical leather casing, spreading it over his horse's withers. 5? I asked Taran Deltoine. You said you had 2. He gave me his bleak smile. We sent our fastest riders out last night to the garrisons of Cumlach. There are passageways through the mountains, known only to us. 3 other of Guillain's men you see before you. The last, at Northfort, was too far to reach. I remembered hoofbeats and the torches. Ah! The men saluted and gave their names. Octave, Vernet, Svariel, Fitz, Giles. Fortune had it all recorded once. All from Lagnas. I'd been right about that. They gave their positions, each one, the night of Melisandre's escape, and Fortune noted them carefully on his map. Tell me, I said, leaning forward in the saddle, all that you saw that night. They did, with earnest voices and open countenances, evincing not one of the telltales of evasion I might have noted. Indeed, they fair spilled over one another, eager to say what they had seen. I kept my expression serene and gnashed my teeth inwardly. Verney, from the northernmost garrison reached, gave willing testimony to what his friend and comrade Luthes of Northfort had seen, tendering his comrades sincere regrets at his absence. The distance had been too great. Verney swayed on his feet, saying it, eyes bloodshot with exhaustion. I did not like to guess how far he had ridden, nor how fast, nor how many horses it had taken, and whether they lived. I had not asked the captain for this. And these were the folk they saw abroad that night in Toilemont: the chirurgeon Lilalia Vallée, Barquiel L'Envers, Gaspard Trevelyan, Thibaut de Toulard, Guillain and Percy de Somerville. No more than I knew before, and two I had already discarded as suspects. I could have wept. Instead, I asked about Persia Shahrazai.
"Yes, my lady,"
replied Sfariel of Lanyas, who'd stood guard on the stairway of the second floor.
"One of Her Majesty's Costlings escorted her to the prisoner's chamber and back."
I closed my eyes. "Did you look closely as she left?" He shook his head reluctantly. I heard it all the same. "When the Queen questioned you, did you tell her the Lady Persia was accompanied by a Castlean?" I asked, opening my eyes. He looked surprised.
"I must have done, my lady. Don't remember as anyone asked."
"Well, she'd have known it any mind, right?
They're hers, the Castlean brothers."
"Yes." I gazed at him. "What did he look like?" Sfariel of Lanyas looked uncomfortable, darting glances between Jocelyn and me.
"Well, like a Castlean. I don't know. Grey togs, daggers and what not. They're all more or less the same, saving Lord Jocelyn, aren't they?"
"More or less." I regarded Jocelyn. He looked sick. "A young man? Old?"
"Middling," Sfariel shrugged. "Tallish. Well, most of 'em are, aren't they? Not fair and not grey. Dark hair like, or brown, or reddish mayhap." His face creased. "I'm sorry, my lady. I'd have paid closer heed. But Castleans, well, I'd as soon question one of Carmiel's priests. I should have, I know. Swy I'm here, and sworn to serve the unforgiven. I don't forgive myself, I swear it."
"It doesn't matter," I told him gently. "You did all that duty required, and very well indeed, to remember that much. What of the others?" I glanced round at them all. There must be 10 or more of the guardsmen of Toilemont not numbered among the unforgiven.
"There were."
It was the captain's voice, cool and incisive.
"We had 24 among us when we chased the remnants of Selig's men past the Carmelines. Some chose to stay. Those men you see here before you. The rest returned to their duties in the regular army."
I thought about that. "To whom did they report?"
Taran Deltoine shrugged. "The Lord Commander, I suppose. Or mayhap the captain of the palace guard. I concern myself with the men under my command, not those who've chosen dismissal."
"Not the palace guard," Remy said certainly, and T. Philippe nodded vigorously.
"Believe me, my lady, we've haunted the barracks long enough. If Captain Niceau knew aught of their fate, he'd have told us, for the pleasure of seeing our backsides."
I could not help but smile. "Well then, Percy de Somerville claims no knowledge of them, but then it is Barquiel L'Envers who told me as much, so I do not know if I can believe it. My Lord Captain, Messiah's soldiers, might they have reported to Guillain de Somerville?"
"Who knows?" Taran Deltoine flicked dust from his sword hilt. "I heard Lord Percy," his lip curled, "would fain see his son succeed him as royal commander. That's why he gave Guillain command of the garrison in Toilemont. Then again, Guillain has his hands full holding the northern borders with Marc de Trevelyan." "I'd as soon report to Guillain as the old man," Fitz of Lanyas said stolidly. He's the one gave us leave to join the Unforgiven. The old man would have had us digging irrigation ditches in his apple yards if he thought we needed punishing. Kearney and Jeff went back because they were ready to dig ditches instead of graves, Octave reminded him wearily. He had ridden far in the last 12 hours too, I could tell. He shook his head. I don't know, my lady. We're Lagnacites. We muster to the Comte. Excuse me, the Duke de Somerville's banner. If his lordship doesn't know, one of his sub-commanders should. I gazed at him. And if no one knows, mayhap they went home without reporting? Mayhap, he said it reluctantly, but they were owed pay in arrears. I don't think any of 'em would have forgone that. After all, the army's been ordered to stand down. Fortune consulted his map of Trois-le-Mans. What of Fanuel Boinard? He asked. The Lagnacites exchanged glances. Now, one of them said eventually, I remember him. He's the one found poor David at the gate. He's Namarese, he is. He didn't have the balls to become a Black Shield. Glancing at me, he coughed, begging my lady's pardon. Certainly, I murmured, racking my brains for further questions. None availed themselves to me. I glanced at Fortune, who shook his head. So be it. Thank you, my Lord Captain, Messiah's soldiers. You have been most helpful. Taran Deltoine gave the order for dismissal. As one, the Lagnacites knelt, bowing their heads, then rose and departed at a fast jog toward the keep, even the most exhausted among them squaring his shoulders. They serve well, these farmers' sons, Deltoine mused, watching after them. I must say it is notable. Arniel's scions love the land, I said softly, as Carmiel loves the blade. So they say. I did not add that for this reason no Carmeline had been named royal commander in 600 years. Taran Deltoine would have known what the kings and queens of Terre d'Ange had held true for centuries. Battle for the sake of honour may be a fine thing for bards to sing of, but it is no way to preserve one's homeland. I gazed toward the base of the mountains, picking out the Yeshuite party in the distance, wending its way toward the southern pass, sunlight glinting off the steel plates of their Unforgiven escort. My Lord Captain, I turned back to him, I am grateful and more for your aid. You have given more than I could ever have required. But now I fear we must depart. There is a ship sailing from Marsilicos that will not wait for us. He bowed to me from the saddle, then dismounted and went down on one knee, bending his head briefly. As you must, my lady. I wish you good hunting. Rising, he mounted smoothly, guiding his horse with his knees. Remember, he said, raising his shield. Like his men's, it was dead black, save a single diagonal stripe of gold to mark his rank. If you have need of the Unforgiven, we will answer to you. Commend us to your lord, Phèdre no Delaunay de Montreuil. With that, the captain of Southfort thundered after his men. We sat, Jocelyn, my chevaliers, and I, gazing after him. Well, I said thoughtfully, shall we go to Marsilicos? Chapter 29. We pushed hard that day and talked little, making good time. Once or twice Fortune glanced at me, thinking to speculate on what we had learned from the Lagnacites, but whatever he saw writ on my face kept him silent. Time enough on a long sea journey to discuss it. He had the maps, and he would not forget. A great deal occupied my mind as we rode. It is a startling thing to find one has been made a legend unaware, even in a small way. It is a burdensome thing. A whore's unwanted gift. So the ancient Dalwain of Sirius House named me long ago, my earliest memory of identity. 'Twas bitter indeed, but simple too. Delaunay changed all that, putting a name to Kushiel's dart, making me somewhat other. Then I revelled in it.
Now I thought of the unforgiven soldier kneeling beneath the Yeshuite sword with his bowed head, neck muscles quivering, willing to die for an Anguissette's desperate plea. Now I was not so sure. And there was Jacqueline. The weather held fair and balmy, and we made camp in a pleasant site surrounded by great cedars. A spring burbled from a cleft in the mossy rocks, dark and cold, tasting faintly loamy. Remy, who had begun his service with Admiral Quintilius Rouse as apprentice to the ship's cook, made a passing good stew of salt beef and dried carrots, seasoning it with red wine and a generous handful of thyme. The Unforgiven had made certain our stores were well stocked ere we departed. Afterward, as dusk fell, coming swift beneath the canopy of boughs, Jacqueline volunteered quietly to take the first watch, and my chevaliers wrapped themselves in their bedrolls and slept. For some time I lay awake on my fine-combed woolen blankets, watching the stars emerge one by one in patches of black sky visible through the trees. At length I gathered up my blankets and went to sit beside him near the fire, which had burnt low.
Phèdre.
He looked sidelong at me, poking a long branch into the core of embers. Jacqueline. It was enough, for now, to say his name. I sat gazing at our campfire, watching a thin line of flame lick at the underside of the branch. He fed it carefully, twig by twig, branch by branch, until it blazed merrily and sent sparks into the night air. So we had done in Skaldia, the two of us, with numb fingers and prayers on our half-frozen lips. 'Twas all so different now. Do you remember? Jacqueline cut me off with a mute glance, and I held my tongue until he spoke, fiddling with a bit of tinder.
You know, I didn't want to believe it,
he mused, throwing the debris into the fire.
You think it's true. There is a Kushiel brother involved.
I don't know. I wrapped my arms around my knees. I found nothing to suspect in the list Telesis gathered, but I think it is likely, yes, based on what we heard today. I stole a look at his brooding profile. Even if there is Jacqueline, too many strings have been pulled by someone with influence. A Kushiel could not have arranged for so many guardsmen to go missing. It cannot be only that.
But it's part of it.
He tipped his head back, gazing at the stars. I saw his throat move as he swallowed.
Despite it all, the training and the oaths, one of my own brethren. We are human, Phèdre. Eloa knows we are that. But to break that faith, that training?
Jacqueline drew a shaky breath and let it out slowly.
I never even went home. I promised my father at Trois-Le-Mans, do you remember? And Luke, we were going to go to Versailles.
I remember. Sorrow rose inexorable as the tide, and mingled with it guilt. It was my fault. I had dragged him with me to the city instead, compelled by the strength of his vow, the perfect companion. We were going to go this spring, you and I.
Yes.
He rubbed his eyes absently, his voice rough.
Almost 15 years it's been. My mother must be like to kill me.
I remembered his father, a stern Siovalese lordling with the same austere beauty as his son, one arm bound in a stump after that terrible battle. I remembered his elder brother Luke, with those same summer blue eyes, wide and merry. What must his mother and sisters and younger brother be like? I could not even guess. Jacqueline, I waited until he looked at me. For Eloa's sake, go home. Go see your mother, raise sheep in Sioval, or lead the Yeshuites across Skaldia. I don't know. It doesn't matter. You were 10 years old when the Brotherhood claimed you. You don't owe them a debt of service to me. Even if you did, that bond was dissolved by the prefect's own words years ago. It's killing you, I added softly, and I cannot bear to watch it. If I could change what I am, I would, but I cannot.
Neither can I, he whispered. I swore my vows to Kushiel, not the prefect, and the one I've kept is the only one that matters in the end. Phèdre, if I could be as other Dongelines, I would. Mayhap it is killing me to stay, but leave you? He shook his head. They laid down their swords. You ordered it, and they did. Not the unforgiven. I know what they hold true. Kushiel's hand. They have their redemption to think of, but the Yeshuites, they despise you, and yet they obeyed. I had forgotten it until then, forgotten the ringing in my head, the bronze edge of power that shaded my desperate words. I ran my hands blindly over my face. I know, I murmured, I remember. Until he took me into his arms, I did not realize my body was trembling. I laid my head on his chest, and the worst part of a long-pent fear and tension went out of me with a shudder, grounding itself in his warmth. Jacqueline tightened his arms and stared over my head into the fire. "It scares me too, Phèdre," he said. "It scares me too." I fell asleep curled in his arms and knew no more that night, wrapped for once in Jacqueline's protection and the sound of his steady breathing. Would that it were always so, though I think I knew better even then than to hope for as much. In the morning, Fortune shook us carefully awake, and Jacqueline disengaged himself from me, limbs stiffened by long inaction. I knelt in my blankets and dragged my fingers through my dishevelled hair, watching him rise to commence his morning exercises, movements growing increasingly fluid as his muscles loosened and blood flowed, reinvigorating his limbs. His face was calm and expressionless. Whatever had passed between us, nothing had changed. We were 4 more days on the road, riding swiftly for Marsilicos, and I was heartened once we passed beyond the bounds of Cumlach and into the province of Isand. Ella will forgive me, but I had too many bad memories that lay close to the Skaldic border, and the fealty of the unforgiven had unnerved me. My chevaliers watched Jacqueline and me as warily as they might the weather, but he was closed once more, cordial and distant. I dare say they held him in a greater degree of respect, having seen him do battle. Once we regained Aishith's way, we made our lodging in travellers' quarters, and I had a room to myself and a great empty bed. A funny thing that. I have been a courtesan all my life, and yet I never passed a night entire in another's company, not until I was a slave in Skaldia. My patrons are not the sort to desire their beds warmed after pleasure. Well, I have endured worse hardships than a cold bed, and I was not going to press the matter. Let Jacqueline stand at the crossroads as long as need be, for while he stood at my side, and when all was said and done, for all the guilt I felt, I was grateful for it. One day he must choose, and I was not so sure as I had been what path it would be, nor where mine would lead without him. So we rode onward, and this time when T. Philippe sniffed the air, 'twas no jest. We could smell it, all of us, the salt tang of the sea. We had reached Marsilicos. Of all the cities in Terre d'Ange, it is one of the oldest, a rich port from time out of mind, since the Hellenes began to conquer the sea. Tiberium held it too, but since that mighty empire fell, it has belonged to us. It has a deep, protected harbour, and by tradition the royal fleet anchors along the northern coast, warding off the threat of piracy. Ganelon de la Courcelle ordered the fleet to the straits after Lionette de Treballon's rebellion, fearing to trust to the loyalty of Azal. Isandre, who restored peace in the province, had returned the royal fleet to its proper berth. Small wonder that my chevaliers were excited. For them, it was somewhat akin to returning home. Indeed, they knew the city well, and pointed out its marvels to me as we rode, skirting the bustling quay, where a fish market fair to boggle the mind was held. There the Theatre Grand, where players and musicians flocked every season of the year, and competitions were staged in Aishith's honour.
There, the ancient Hellene agora, where orators and mendicants still held forth and people gathered to listen. There, just off the shore, a tiny barren island, sacred to Aishith and dedicated to fishermen. And all the length of the harbour, galleys and cogs were at dock, cargoes loaded and delivered, the sound of shouting and the groaning wheels of ox carts and the crack of whips snapping filling the air. Above it all, on a high hill overlooking the harbour, stood the dome of the Lady. Sovereignty of the province of Isand had passed from hand to hand with the whims of politics, but one thing has never changed. Marsilikos. It is ancient and wealthy, and it is ruled by the Lady of Marsilikos. If the heir to the city was male, no mind. His wife or consort was styled by the people the Lady of Marsilikos, and acknowledged as such, sharing equally in his power. I dare say there have been lords who have challenged this, but none, to my knowledge, have succeeded in breaking the tradition. Aishith herself was the first Lady of Marsilikos, and her precedent stands. So long as Terre remains a sovereign nation, there will be a lady in Marsilikos. In this instance, it happened that I knew her. The Duchesse Roxane de Merelliot was one of the few peers of the realm that Isandre de la Courcelle had trusted in those dark, precarious months before the war, when first she had ascended the throne, and she had proved a faithful ally. If she was still, she would be expecting me. I sent Remy and T. Philippe in advance, racing unburdened up the hill to announce our arrival, while Fortune bargained with a pair of shrewd dock urchins to aid us with the pack horses. In truth, I was not certain what welcome we would find. I had been too long with my own suspicions, and too short a time a member of the peerage to expect the best. It is something to inspire awe, the dome of the Lady, towering walls of white marble rising far above the city, gold leaf gleaming atop the dome. Ciovali's architects were hired to build it, and there is a story about a lost ship being saved by seeing it shine on the far horizon, like a second sun, 100 leagues at sea. At any rate, I was soon to be shamed by my own doubts. The golden dome reared up against a blue sky as we made our approach, flanked at its base by white minarets. It is a splendid structure, and highly defensible, walled fortifications encircling the peak of the hill. The standard of the Lady of Marsilikos fluttered from the minarets and the crenellated tops of the gate tower, 2 golden fish, head to tail, forming a circle on a sea-blue field. It is ancient, too, by our reckoning, Aishith's sign. This day the gates stood open, and a guardsman sounded a long trumpet blast to herald our arrival. They bowed as we rode through, a double line of guards, clad in light shirts of chain mail over sea-blue livery. In the courtyard, smiling, stood Roxane de Merelliot, accompanied by her retinue of guardsmen and retainers, and another figure I knew well. Red-haired, burly as a bear, and half again as elegant, a broad lopsided grin splitting his scarred face. "My Lord Admiral!" My exultant cry rang in the courtyard, and before I thought twice, I dismounted and ran to him, flinging both arms about his neck.
"Easy, child."
For all that he protested, Quintilius Rouse chuckled and enfolded me in a great embrace, crushing me against his brawny chest.
"Sweet tits of Nama, you're a sight for sore eyes, Phèdre no Delaunay."
Resting his hands on my shoulders, he grinned down at me, eyes a bright blue in his weather-beaten face.
"The lady thought you might be pleased to see me. Glad to note she wasn't wrong."
"Your Grace!" Appalled, I turned to Roxane de Merelliot, dropping into a deep curtsy and holding it, my head lowered.
"Comtesse de Montrève, be welcome to Marsilikos,"
her voice said above me, rich with amusement.
"And please do rise."
I did reluctantly, meeting her gaze. No longer young, the Lady of Marsilikos retained an abundant beauty, deepened with the passage of years. Her coal-black hair was streaked with white, Her generous mouth smiled easily, and kindness and wisdom lit her dark eyes. "Your Grace," I said, "pray forgive my rudeness."
"Rudeness?" She gave her warm smile. "'Twould have spoiled my surprise if you'd acted otherwise. I miss my own children who pursue their studies in Tiberium and Sioval. Spontaneity is the province of youth. Indulge me in my delight in it, young Phèdre."
Over her shoulder I saw Remy and T. Philippe grinning like idiots, while behind me Fortune and Jacqueline exchanged hearty greetings with Quintilius Rouse. I could not help but smile too. "By all means, my lady," I said, and meant it. That night, in the dome of the Lady, Roxane de Merelio held a feast for us. It was a closed affair, for it would not do to have it gossiped about Isande that the Lady of Marsilicos had received me in state so soon on the heels of my disfavour at the palace, but splendid none the less. I have a fondness for seafood, and Marsilicos is renowned for it. We ate course after course, all plucked fresh from the sea, mussels in their own salt juices, terrines of lobster, sea bream in ginger, fillets of sole and salmon, whitefish in flaky pastry. I dare say nearly all of us ate until we were fair groaning. Cuisine is reckoned one of the great arts in Terre d'Ange, and we would too soon be at the mercy of Cadiquy cookery. Afterward, bowls of warmed water scented with orange blossom were brought round, and we dipped our fingers and wiped them on linen towels, and then sweet almond pastries were served, and a dessert wine from Beauviste that lingered on the tongue with a taste of melons and honey, and Roxane de Merelio bid her servants leave us until further notice.
"Isandre has written to tell me what you are about, Phèdre," she said without preamble. "From her courier's haste, I thought to see you in Marsilicos some days past."
"My apologies, my lady," I replied. "I had other business to attend to." 'Twas not for lack of trust that I did not share with her and Rouse what had passed among the unforgiven. In truth, I had learned naught of use to anyone, and I was uncomfortable enough with their regard to remain silent. To their credit, not a one of Phèdre's boys even blinked.
"No matter." She dismissed it with a wave of her hand. "Would that we'd had more time, is all. But I have taken the liberty of confirming your arrangements and clearing their security through Admiral Rouse. The Dariel sails on the morrow, late afternoon. She'll be loading cargo all morn. Your shipment of lead has safely arrived, and your trunks as well. You've passage booked for 5 to La Serenissima." The Lady of Marsilicos frowned. "Would that there was aught else I could do, Phèdre."
"'Tis but a sea voyage, my lady," I shrugged. "1,000 others have done the same, and 1,000 shall after me."
"I have been on one of your sea voyages," Quintilius Rouse rumbled, "and scarce lived to tell the tale, child. I know better. Whatever else Delaunay taught you, he made you an apt compass for trouble. I'm minded to send an escort with you. 3 ships, no more."
Jacqueline, Remy, T. Philippe, Fortune all looked at me, while I shook my head slowly. "No, my Lord Admiral, I thank you, but no. If I'm to harbour any illusion in La Serenissima that I'm not Isandre's creature, I can scarce arrive with an escort culled from the royal fleet."
"La Serenissima," Rouse said mildly, "fields a navy which is second to none, child, even to my own. They hold the entire length of the Cadiquy coast, aye, and Illyria too, with fingers stretching into Hellene waters, and eyes that gaze beyond, towards Ephesium and Kebel Makad. Peaceful now, aye, but La Serenissima hungers for power, and we have Prince Benedict de la Courcelle alone to thank that her eyes do not turn west. Those who do not fear her are landlocked fools."
I flushed at that. "My lord, it may be so. If it is, will you defend me with 3 galleys?"
"Nay," he growled, "but I can remind them that they do not control the waters yet, and any Serenissime fool enough to harbour Melisande Shahrazai will answer to Terre with blood if needs be."
"Admiral," it was Fortune's voice, quiet and even. "Do, and you'll warn every enemy of the nation before we've even set foot on dry land. My Lady Phèdre is right. If there is aught to learn, and we stand any chance of learning it, we must rely on the arts of covertcy."
"You've been at the lad,"
Quintilius Rouse sighed, levelling his blue gaze at me.
"Child, and Raphael Delaunay was my friend, and I never had better. For his sake let me afford you such measure of protection as is in my ability to grant. For surely, if he knew the road on which he'd set you, he'd ask no less."
Roxane de Morelio did not speak, but her dark eyes pleaded with me, those of a sovereign and a mother alike. I should have guessed she had a stake in it. "My lord," I spread my hands helplessly, "it is too much and not enough. Fortune is right. Your aid would but tie our hands, and if my Lord Delaunay were alive to say it, he would surely agree." I summoned my resolve and held his fierce gaze unblinking. "Time passes, my Lord Admiral, and I am no child to be ordered. Her Majesty has agreed to my plan. Let it stand."
"Bah!"
It was Rouse who looked away first, beseeching Jacqueline and my chevaliers for assistance.
"Will none of you talk sense to the girl?"
he demanded. In truth, I was not sure, but all of them, even little T. Philippe, shook their heads one by one. At last Quintilius Rouse heaved another sigh, more massive than the last.
"So be it,"
he said heavily.
"But if you've need of aid, Phèdre no Delaunay, know this. Do you but send word to the Lady of Marsilicos or myself, I will come. I will come with ships, and I will come in force. I have seen the face of the waters, and I do not fear anything at sea born of mortal flesh. Do you understand?"
"Yes, my lord," I murmured, flinching away from the ferocity of his stare. "I understand." It brought somewhat else to mind, and I bit my lip. My Lord Admiral, do you have any word of the Master of the Straits?" Jocelyn stirred, alert at that. He knew what I meant. Hyacinth.
"Nay,"
Rouse said softly, his expression turning compassionate.
"Tamed they are, child, and all manner of craft cross at will. But I swear to you, every 3 months, storm or calm, I have sent a ship to dare the Three Sisters. None has drawn within a league. The seas themselves rise against us. I am sorry,"
he added with unwonted gentleness.
"I liked that Cingano lad, I did. But whatever fate he's brought himself, the Master of the Straits holds him to it."
I nodded. "Thank you. It was meant to be my fate, Hyacinth's. The Master of the Straits had posed us a riddle. I had guessed the riddle first, and I had guessed it right. He drew his power from the lost book of Raziel. But Hyacinth had challenged my answer. He had used the Dromond, the Tsingani gift of sight, and seen further into the past, answering the riddle to its fullest, and naming the terms of Rahab's curse. His was the answer the Master of the Straits had accepted. If not for that, it would have been me, chained for eternity to that lonely isle. It should have been me.
"I will keep trying,"
Quintilius Rouse said roughly, and reaching across the table took my face in both massive hands, planting a kiss on my brow.
"Ella will keep you, Phèdre no Delaunay, and heed my promise, if you'll not heed my advice. We went to the ends of the earth together, you and I."
"Yes, my lord," I whispered, grasping his hands and kissing them. Alone among all others, all I suspected. I trusted Quintilius Rouse. 'Twas true, we had gone to the ends of the earth together, he and I. Gone and returned. Roxane de Morelio shook her head fretfully.
I was hoping you would see reason, Phèdre, but you will do what you will, I suppose. I will pray to Aishith for your safe return, she said, and added her voice to Rouse's. And if you've need of aid, send word, and I will send it.
I will, I promised.
This is the end of the CD. The audiobook continues on the next CD.
Chapter 30. The next day we said our farewells to the Lady of Marsilicos and made our way to the quay to board the Dariel. She was a 3-masted galley, one of the newest and finest merchanters d'Angeline traders had afloat, and not even my chevaliers had a word to say against her. The last thing we did before boarding was conclude the sale of our mounts and pack horses to one of the many horse traders who provide for and profit from travellers in Marsilicos. We had not arranged for their portage, and I was minded to start anew in La Serenissima, unencumbered upon my arrival. Still it was a frightening thing to commit ourselves to the bowels of the ship, knowing we would arrive without home or transport. I prayed that my factor's arrangements held good, and the sale of the shipment of lead would go through without difficulty. Quintilius Rouse had accompanied us to the quay, and whatever it was he said to the captain, hauling him aside and muttering urgently in his ear, I dare say it went a long way toward explaining the careful, courteous treatment I received throughout our journey. When he had done with the captain, he turned to me, and his blue eyes were canny in that unhandsome face.
Phèdre no Delaunay, he mused, off to chase a will-o'-the-wisp. Well, you have my pledge, and I have your promise. Now hear me, for I've one last piece of advice for you to heed.
He laid his calloused hands on my shoulders and gripped them hard, staring down at my upturned face.
Your Lord Delaunay might not have died had he toyed less lightly with Melisande Charizai. If you're right, lass, and you find her in La Serenissima, don't play at her game. Go straight away to Prince Benedict and tell him. Royal born he may be, but Benedict's a soldier from olden days. He rode with Roland de la Courcelle and Percy de Somerville, and I, Delaunay too, before you were born. He'll know what to do.
Yes, my lord, I promised him. I will.
Good.
One last squeeze of my shoulders and a rough embrace, his coarse red hair tickling my ears, and then Quintilius Rouse released me, turning to Jocelyn.
You lad, he said gruffly, shaking him, you're travelling with the most beautiful courtesan in 3 generations of Nama's servants. Try to look a little less as if it were a death sentence, will you? And keep her safe, for if that prune-mouthed Kushiel doesn't have your guts for bowstrings, I surely will, if she comes to harm.
To his credit, Jocelyn grinned.
I will remember, my lord,
he said, giving a sweeping Castlean bow, his steel vambraces flashing in the sunlight. Rouse merely grunted and turned away. He brooked no foolishness, the Lord Admiral, and he knew whereof he spoke. One does not command the seas and face down the master of the straits without learning to take the measure of a man. He gave a seaman's salute to Fortune, Remy, and T. Philippe, crisply returned by all 3, then strode away, his rolling gait carrying him swiftly the length of the quay. A fair breeze sprang up past the noon hour, and all was in readiness. Sailors on board the Dariel shouted to and fro with those on the docks. Knots were undone, ropes tossed on deck. My chevaliers were restless, eager-eyed, clinging to the railings. This had been their lives once. The rowers set to, and the galley moved ponderously away from the dock into the narrow harbour where the breeze briskened. At a shout from the captain the mainsail dropped. The stiffened canvas filled slowly, bellying in the wind, and the ship glided toward the mouth of the harbour, prow-nosing toward the open seas. We were on our way. In truth, a lengthy and uneventful sea voyage makes for a poor tale, and by Eloa's grace that is what we were granted. Laden with cargo, our ship rode low in the water. But for all of that, the winds blew fair, and we made good time. For the first 2 days of the voyage, Jacqueline Carey, my perfect companion, spent a great deal more time than was seemly, hanging over the railings and disgorging the contents of his stomach. No born sailor he. My chevaliers, for their part, were at home in an instant, and it did not take long for the crew of the Dariel to ascertain that they had expert sailors aboard ship. They took turns at manning the rigging, or the oars, when we rounded the Kerdiki point, and the winds turned against us. I dare say I could have bartered their aid against the price of our passage if I'd been minded to, but it kept them out of trouble, and the captain's nature sweet, so I held my tongue. As for me, I had a cabin in the aft castle, a narrow berth to be sure, but my own. The hempen strands of my hammock cradled me securely, and I slept soundly therein. The winds held steady, and we surged ahead of them, a froth of white water where our prow cut the seas, keeping in sight of the coastline for the most part. The captain, whose name was Louis Nameau, was quick to summon me, pointing out such sights as might be seen from shipboard. I have learned since that there are sailors who think a woman's presence aboard ship to be a sign of ill luck. Eloa be thanked, Dongelines are spared such idiotic superstitions. There is a certain peace to it, committing one's fate to the seas, even as there is in surrendering to a patron's will. I thought often of Hyacinth on that long journey, wondering if he had come to gain mastery over the scudding waves, and how such a thing might be accomplished. I wondered, too, how far his dreadful inheritance extended. Rahab's realm lay everywhere on the deep, if Yeshuite teaching was to be believed. But the master of the straits was born of a Dongeline woman who loved a mortal Alban, and I never heard of his domain extending beyond the waters that bordered our 2 lands. With such things were my thoughts occupied during our journey, and I dare say it passed quickly enough. White-winged gulls circled our 3 masts as we travelled, always within a half-day's sail of land. I thought them pretty. 'Twas Remy who told me that they followed the wake of offal left by our galley, descending to pluck the waters clean of fish entrails and other such discarded matter. Day by day we made our way northward up the length of the Kerdiki coast. We passed tiny islands, barren rocks thrusting into the ocean, fit only for gulls and the poorest of fishermen. 'Twas another matter, according to Louis Nameau, on the far side of the sea, the Illyrian coast, which was fair riddled with islands, rich and fertile, and a veritable breeding ground for pirates. Indeed, his men kept a keen watch once we'd rounded the point, sharpening their swords and manning the trebuchet mounted atop the forecastle, but we passed unmolested. Illyrian pirates are notorious, but their country is caught between the hammer of La Serenissima and the anvil of Ephesium. They have no quarrel with Terre. On our 23rd day at sea, the watcher in the crow's nest atop the midmast gave a shout, and we passed the isle that marks the outermost boundary waters of La Serenissima. Unlike the others, this was no barren grey hummock. A sheer cliff faced the sea, black basalt crags towering angrily above the waves which broke hard on the rocks below. I didn't know why, as we passed, the sailors all whistled tunelessly, and had to ask the captain. "La Dolorosa," he said, as though it explained everything, Even he averted his eyes from the Black Isle.
"It is a Serenissime superstition, my lady. They say that when Baal Jupiter slew Asherat's son Eshmun, the gracious lady of the sea wept and raged and stamped her foot, and the floor of the sea rose up in answer, spewing forth La Dolorosa to mark her grief."
I am always interested in such things, and leaned upon the guardrail as we sailed by, giving the Black Isle a wide berth. There was a fortress nestled amid the crags, and I could make out the faint spidery lines of a hempen bridge suspended high in the air, swaying and sagging betwixt the isle and the mainland. "But why do they whistle?" I asked, intrigued.
"To mimic the grieving winds, and turn aside the wrath of Asherat of the sea, who is wroth still at the death of her son." Louis Nameau shuddered and took my arm, drawing me further in deck. "My lady, if you ask me on dry land, I will say it is an old quarrel between the descendants of the Phoenicians and the conquering Tiberians, cast in terms to explain a volcanic phenomenon. But we are at sea, and I do not want the gracious lady to think we mock her grief with staring. I pray you, turn away."
"Of course, my Lord Captain," I said politely. His manner eased the moment I obeyed, and he wiped his brow.
"Forgive me, my lady," he said, apologizing, "but the currents around La Dolorosa are strong and uncertain, and no one is wise who mocks the superstitions of a place, most especially not a sailor."
"No," I remembered Quintilius Rouse tossing a gold coin to the Lord of the Deep upon reaching safe harbour in Alba. "I should say not."
"I heard tell of a rich merchant," one of the sailors offered, "who laughed at the ship's crew for whistling, and no sooner had he done than a great wind came up and the ship heeled hard about, and he was thrown over the side and dashed on the rocks of La Dolorosa." "No," said another, "I heard it too, only they never found his body." "And I heard," Louis Nameau said grimly, "his corpse washed ashore on the Isle of Jarco, 100 leagues south on the Illyrian coast. And that, lads, is no mendicant's tale. My uncle served aboard a trireme under Admiral Porcel, and they chased down a band of Illyrian pirates who were raiding D'Angeline ships along the point. Their captain was wearing the merchant's signet. He pled clemency and told how they found the body. My uncle had to return it to the merchant's widow."
I turned back and gazed at the Black Isle, dwindling in our wake, the fortress towers silhouetted against the sky. Who would live in such a place?
"No one by choice," the captain said shortly. "'Tis a prison."
"The worst prison," a sailor added, and grinned.
"If I'm ever accused of aught in La Serenissima, I'm taking refuge in the temple of Asherat, I am. I'll take the veil myself, like Achilles in the house of Lycomedes, and give all her priestesses a nice surprise."
One of his fellows hushed him quickly, with a furtive glance in my direction. I paid it no heed. I'd been 3 weeks at sea and heard worse. Sailors must make do with one another aboard ship. Those who favour women are notoriously eager upon making landfall. Still, it made me think on what I knew of La Serenissima. Women do not hold offices of power in most of the Kerdiki city-states, that much I knew. It is men who built them, and men who rule, by dint of toil and iron. Asherat of the sea holds sway still, because she is the gracious lady of the sea, and men who live by the grace of the sea are wise enough to fear her wrath. But this was not Marsilikos, where Aishith's living blood runs in the veins of the lady who rules there. In La Serenissima it would be different. Soon the lookout cried again, and presently we saw before us the long low line of the spit that bars the great lagoon of La Serenissima. The Spear of Belonis, they call it, another legacy of the Tiberians. It extends nearly all the way across the vast wide mouth of the lagoon, some 7 leagues long, forming a natural barrier well guarded by the Serenissima Navy. As we drew near to the narrow strait that breaches the spit, there were a great many more ships to be seen, of all makes and sizes, flying all manner of colours, cogs and galleys and triremes, and the low flat-bottomed gondolae and gondolini, with the curving prows and sterns that are ubiquitous in the city, propelled by skilled rowers at tremendous speed. And too there were craft I had never seen before, small ships with masts canted forward, bearing odd triangular sails, of Umayyad make, the captain told me. It did not look as though they could carry much in the way of cargo, but they moved swiftly and agilely across the waters, tracking back and forth before the wind, while larger vessels must needs go to oars. A fleet of Serenissiman gondolini surrounded us at the mouth of the straits, their insubstantial menace backed by manned watchtowers on either side, and the presence of the navy within the lagoon. Namo's papers, his writ of passage, were all in order, and in short order they waved us through. Thus we entered the lagoon. Jocelyn had come to stand beside me in the prow of the Dariel, and I was glad of his presence as we gazed together on our first sight of La Serenissima. Serenissimans claim she is the most beautiful city in the world, and I cannot wholly begrudge them. 'Tis indeed a splendid sight to see, a city rising up from the very waters. I had read what I could find prior to our journey, and I knew it was an ever-ongoing work of tremendous labour that had built La Serenissima, not on dry land, but on islands and marshes, dredged, drained, and bridged, oft flooded, always reclaimed. If I sound unpatriotic in acknowledging the city's beauty, I may add that a great deal of the engineering and building that had made her splendid had come in recent decades under the patronage of Prince Benedict de la Courcelle, who brought with him Sievalese architects and engineers when his fate was wed to the Stragazza family, exiling him from his homeland. The sun shone brightly on the waters as we crossed the lagoon and made for the great canal, the sailors cursing good-naturedly as they took to the oars. Ahead of us, galleys and darting craft were everywhere on the vast waterway. T. Philippe, who had been once to the city during a brief apprenticeship aboard a merchanter, took it upon himself to point out the sights. "The arsenal," he said reverently, nodding behind us to a vast walled shipyard hugging the lagoon. "It houses one of the finest navies in the world, and they can build a ship faster than you can cut timber." As we curved along the vast quay, he simply pointed. "The Campo Grande. There lies the palace of the Doge. At the end, the temple of Ashirat of the sea." The great square. It was that, indeed, a vast marbled terrace simply opening onto the sea. In the centre where it verged the water stood a tall column, and atop it a statue of the goddess, arms outstretched, gazing benignly over the lagoon. Ashirat of the sea, bearing a crown of stars, waves and leaping dolphins worked into the plinth. To her left stood the palace of the Doge, a long-tiered building worked in white marble, with a level of striated pink, surprisingly rich in the glowing light. It is the seat of all politics within La Serenissima, and not merely the Doge's home. Within those walls was housed the Judiciary Hall, the chamber of the Consiglio Maggiore, indeed the Golden Book itself, in which were inscribed the names of the 100 worthy families deemed fit to hold office in La Serenissima. Beyond, at the far end of the square, sat the temple of Ashirat, with its 3-pointed domes, an Ephesian influence that, for they ruled La Serenissima for a time and worshipped the goddess under another name. I could see little of the temple, as the square itself was crowded with the vast market, stalls occupying preordained spaces marked in white brick, and in between a throng of people. Serenissimans and other Kerdiki, most of them, but I saw unfamiliar faces, proud Arcadians and hawk-faced Umayyati, Meneketans, dark-eyed and calm, Ephesians, even an entourage from Jeb Barkal, ebony and exotic. And here and there fair brawny Scaldi, which gave me a shiver. Then we were past it, and entering the mouth of the great canal itself, and T. Philippe pointed to the left, where stood the temple of Baal Jupiter on the island's tip. It had clean straight lines in the Tiberian style, and before it stood a statue of the god himself, 1 foot striding forward, thunderbolt in hand. He had slain Ashirat's son, according to myth. I knew what the captain had meant. 'Twas but a translation of mortal history into divine terms, the faith of the conquering Tiberians mingling with the beliefs of those inhabitants they found here. Still, I thought on the black isle of La Dolorosa and shuddered. Great houses rose along the canal after that, splendid and magisterial, with balconies and winding stairs leading down the quay. Along its length were docked craft like the gondolae, only larger and more luxurious, canopied, painted in bright colours and rich with gilt and carving. I did not need T. Philippe to tell me we were among the homes of the 100 worthy families. I did not need T. Philippe to point out the little court, although he did. I dare say it was nearly as large as the Doge's palace, although not quite. 3 tiers tall, with long colonnaded balconies, rippling waterlight reflected along the marble length of it. Fluttering pennants hung from the balconies, bearing the silver swan of House Courcelles. Deserving of its name, I thought. And then we were beyond it, and sailed beneath the cunning peaked bridge of Rive Alto that linked the largest islands of La Serenissima, tall enough to admit a galley to pass, and on our right stood the vast elegant structure of the Fondaca d'Angelica, the D'Angeline warehouse. Already the captain was shouting to men on the quay, and the rowers heaving to all on one side, as our ship wallowed in the deep green waters of the canal, and sailors tossed ropes ashore, bringing us to port at last. I had reached La Serenissima. Chapter 31. After so long at sea, 'twas strange setting foot on solid land, and I was hard put not to stagger, unnaturally convinced that the quay moved beneath me. Around us was the bustle of the Dariel's docking, and labourers working to unload her cargo. And all at once I felt weary, and salt-stiffened, and in dire need of rest and a bath. Thanks be to blessed Eloa, my chevaliers were solicitous and capable, quick to swing into action. Jocelyn was no help. Having finally gained his sea legs, he was twice as queasy as I on solid ground. But my factor's man in La Serenissima was present as arranged, and Remy and T. Philippe rounded him up in no time. Once he was done gloating over the quality of our shipment of lead, he greeted me unctuously. Well met, Contessa," he said in fluid Kerdiki, punctuated with many bows. "All your requests have been seen to, and we have arranged for most elegant lodgings during your stay in the Serene Republic. Most elegant indeed." Out of the corner of my eye, I could see Fortune examining the papers acknowledging receipt of the shipment. "Thank you, Messiah," I said in the same tongue, grateful that matters were well in hand. "If I might be conducted to them—" "Of course." He hurried to the edge of the quay, beckoning to the steersman of one of the large gilded craft, returning presently. "It was the house of Enrico Pretano," he explained to me, "who has defaulted on a loan to the Banco Grandati. They were most eager to arrange for a seasonal lease." Ah, so long as I was not displacing an orphanage, I thought, I did not care. In short order my chevaliers had my trunks brought up from the hold of the Dariel and placed in the craft. Bisone, they are called, longer and broader than the simple gondoli. The oarsmen grumbled at the number of trunks, and then they caught sight of me as Jacqueline aided me carefully aboard. I was tired, unwashed, and not at all at my best.
"Shirat,"
one of the crew muttered in awe, then grinned, standing up to execute a bow and kiss his fingers.
"A star has fallen to earth."
Moving with an alacrity that set the Bisone to rocking, the others scurried to arrange the cushions beneath the canopy for greater comfort. Jacqueline looked unamused. I couldn't have cared less. I settled into the cushions with a sigh of relief. My chevaliers leapt aboard, the steersman pushed off, and we were on our way, gliding over the green waters. So it was that I came to be ensconced in an elegant house along the great canal, rubbing shoulders with the 100 worthy families. My factor's representative in La Serenissima, whose name was Maffeo Bardoni, might be an unctuous fellow, but he was a skilled businessman, and I never had cause to fault his dealings. If I did not like him, it was no fault of his own. He reminded me overmuch of Vital Bouvard, who had been Alcuin's patron, his first and last. 'Twas Bouvard who gave up the name of Dominic Stragazza as Isabelle de la Courcelle's killer. He is dead now, though he tried first to kill Alcuin for his silence. Though it was but late afternoon when I gained my lodgings, I ordered first a bath, and then went straightways to bed, and slept for some 12 hours. My sleeping chamber was directly off the balcony, and 'twas a strange and wondrous thing to awake not knowing where I was, with the shifting light off the waters of the canal playing over the walls of my chamber. A pity I had to wake it alone, I thought. My maidservant was a shy young girl named Leonora, who trembled and spilled the tray when she brought me my tea and pastries, and blushed every time I looked at her. Still my garments were unpacked and neatly pressed, and she buttoned my gown adeptly when I dressed. On my first day in La Serenissima, I wore a gown of apricot silk, with a fine gold brocade woven with seed pearls, another of Favriel Eglantine's creations, marked with the simple, elegant lines so deceptively hard to mimic. "Please tell Signore Jacqueline and the others that I am awake," I said to her in Cerdichy when I was properly attired and had tucked my hair into a gold mesh caul, donning a pair of dangling pearl earrings. "Oh, and bring me paper and ink, if you would be so kind." At this, Leonora's chin rose with a surprised jerk, and she gazed at me wide-eyed. "Does my lady wish the services of a secretary?" she asked tentatively. "No," I frowned. "My lady wishes to write a letter." "Oh!" Blushing once more, Leonora hurried out. I shook my head and waited. Presently she returned, breathless, clutching a sheaf of paper and holding the ink-pot gingerly, as if it would bite her. I sat down at a little table near the balcony and penned a note to Saverio Stragazza, sealing it with taper wax and the impress of the Montreve insignia. I thought of asking one of the house servants to deliver it, and thought better, descending to find Jacqueline and my chevaliers assembled in the parlour. "Do you think you could find your way to deliver this to Saverio Stragazza?" I asked T. Philippe, who fair bounded out of his chair. "Aye, my lady," he said promptly. I let him go. I let all of them go, Phèdre's boys, in the end, to take the city's measure. I knew Fortune would oversee the sale of our shipment, and all of them had become adept at scouting the sort of information I needed. It left Jacqueline and me alone in the house together. When they had gone, he gave me a long, level look. "Now that we are here," he said, "exactly what is it that you propose to do, Phèdre?" It was a fair question, and a good one. It was astonishing that he'd waited so long to ask it, and a pity I had no answer. I met his eyes and shrugged. "Wait," I said, "and see." Jacqueline sighed. In the matter of Severio Strega, I did not have long to wait. A reply came even before my chevaliers had made their way back to the house, scrawled in Severio's impatient hand. I smiled to read it, remembering how terse his initial proposal to me had been. By contrast, this was a jumbled missive expressing his undying affection, his enormous joy at learning of my presence, and, as an afterthought, a pleading invitation that I attend a celebration that night in honor of his friend Benito Dandi's natality.
"Will you go?"
Jacqueline asked coolly. "No," I shook my head and sent once more for writing materials while Severio's manservant waited. I asked him to present me to his grandfather the Doge and to Prince Benedict. I'll wait on that answer before I plunge into Serenissime society. 'Tis the Doge's palace I need to access. Anyway, it does no harm to keep him anxious. To that he made no reply. Ere nightfall my chevaliers had returned, full of high spirits and useful information, which they related to me over dinner. Careful to take no chances, I had the household servants dismissed while we dined. Knowing no better, they put it down to some D'Angeline oddity. "The chiefest rumour," T. Philippe announced eagerly, "is that the Doge himself, Cesare Strega, has plans to step down come year's end." He looked at me to continue, and I nodded. "'Tis well known he has the shaking sickness, and rumour says the oracle of Ashirat has proclaimed he will die of it if he does not cede the throne."
"Rumour says too," Fortune murmured, "that there is pressure from the Consiglio Maggiore, who fear his illness weakens their position in negotiation."
"It has not been formally announced?" I inquired. "No," T. Philippe shook his head vigorously, "but everyone says it, and we went over half the city, pretending to be drunk, after Fortune found out how much profit you made on that lead shipment, my lady." He grinned. "I always liked Drustin Mabnectiner, but I like him better now that I know how cheap he's selling Alban goods for D'Angeline trade." Fortune cleared his throat. "I arranged to put it on account at the Banco Tribuno," he said apologetically. "Messiah Brenin said it was the best." "Fine," I said. "And what does La Serenissima say about the Doge's imminent retirement?" Remy laughed, then sobered at my quizzical look.
"Pardon, my lady, but it's a dog-fight, or near enough.
There are 6 sestieri to the city, and each one's the right to put forward a candidate, though it must be one whose family name is inscribed in the Golden Book, and that's by popular election. When the Doge is elected, 'tis the Consiglio Maggiore who does the choosing among 'em. Right now it's all rumour and chaos, with the districts fighting among themselves and with each other over who they favour."
"I mean really fighting," he added. "Mobs of young gallants in striped hose beating each other over the head."
"We saw a splendid fight," T. Philippe said cheerfully, "on the bridge with staves. I wanted to join it, but Fortune threatened to throw me in the canal." "Thank you," I said to Fortune, who nodded gravely. To T. Philippe I said, "La Serenissima lacks a proper sewage system, you know. They use the canals." I knew. I'd seen Leonora empty the chamber pot. "Well, that's why I didn't, isn't it?" he asked logically. "Anyway, 2 of old Cesare's lads are in the mix, it seems. Marco's the elder of the Strega, your Severio's father, that's wed to Prince Benedict's daughter. He's got the Sestieri Dogel's vote. All the clubs are behind him, and they love him well, only he's fallen out with Prince Benedict, they say, since the old boy remarried, so his people are nervous that the Consiglio's going to turn against him. And the other's Ricciardo, his younger brother, who's going for the Sestieri Scoli, where all the craft guilds are quartered, and getting them all up in arms over some tax." Severio had told me as much, I remembered. It hadn't meant anything to me at the time. Now I struggled to encompass it. 6 sestieri, I said. 6 districts. There are 4 other candidates, then?
Not yet,
Fortune told me.
We heard also Latrigan has a lock on the Sestieri Doro, and what he can't win he'll buy. But there are 3 others where candidates are still vying.
He shrugged and gave a quiet smile.
I like Lorenzo Pescaro for Sestieri Navis, myself. They say the ink's still wet in the Golden Book, where his family name was entered, but I've heard of him. He made a reputation chasing Illyrian pirates. He's a good commander.
I'll be sure to note that. Having heard more than I hoped I'd ever need to know about Serenissimum electoral candidates, I asked the one question that really mattered. And Melisande? One by one my chevaliers shook their heads.
My lady, Fortune said reluctantly, we asked. We played at being drunken Dongeline sailors up and down the length of the Grand Canal, and too many byways to count, and some of us, he scowled at T. Philippe, were not exactly playing. Remy sang that song, you know the one, Eyes of Twilight, Hair of Midnight.
I knew it. It had been written for Melisande, though they sing it now with a different name.
At any rate, Fortune continued, he sang it over half the city, beseeching everyone in sight for news of his beloved, who abandoned him for his lack of station.
He looked gravely at me.
What we learned, you heard. But no one, my lady, had word of a Dongeline noblewoman answering to Melisande Charizai's description. And I do not mean that they were reluctant to betray her to a drunken sailor, my lady. I mean that they have not heard of her, ever. You taught me to recognize the signs of evasion and dissemblage. We talked to oarsmen, porters, and nobles alike. Not a one knew of her, and not a one lied.
A little silence fell over our table.
Phèdre, Jacqueline said, his voice unexpectedly gentle, you think Melisande is in La Serenissima because she wanted you to think it. It stands to reason, therefore, that she is not.
Isandra had said as much, and as rightly. I could not explain to Jacqueline any more than I could to the Queen my unreasoning certainty, because ultimately, whether I liked to admit it or not, it was rooted in the belief that I knew Melisande Charizai's deepest nature better than anyone else alive or dead, even Delaunay. As she knew mine. I took a deep breath. Gonzago de Escobares' friend was contacted after he paid a visit to the Doge's palace. If the answer is here, surely it lies within those walls, and if Melisande took shelter within them, it may well be that no one outside them knows of her existence. Think on it, I added, gazing round at them. We know the stray guards are capable of treachery, and even now they fight among themselves for a throne not even vacated. At least let me gain entrance within the palace before we conclude that this journey has been for naught.
Well, T. Philippe said optimistically, it's not for naught if we profit by it.
With that, no one of us could disagree. Money, after all, is a valuable thing to have. Indeed, I was to find that it was a greater greaser of locked doors before the sun set on the following day. In the morning, Leonora shook me awake to murmur anxiously that another courier awaited, once again clad in Strigard's livery. I kept him waiting while I washed and dressed, and then read his missive to learn that Severio had secured for me an audience with the Doge that afternoon, which he was most impatient that I should attend, that he might speak with me afterward. As to Prince Benedict, Severio wrote, he had written his maternal grandfather with no response to date, but that was to be expected, with the strain betwixt their houses. Ah well, I thought, I tied my own hands when I insisted on the appearance of a falling out with the Queen. If I'd wanted entree into the little court, Isandra would have been happy to provide it. But it was the stray guards with whom I needed to deal, and no royal writ from House Courcelles would obtain their trust, If I needed aught from Prince Benedict, there were other names I could invoke, such as Quintilius Rouse, or even Anarthiel Delaunay, if need be. I had made my promise to Rouse, and I meant to keep it, but not until I knew somewhat worth the telling, and surely not while it posed the risk of jeopardizing my semblance. I wrote out a reply for Severio's courier, promising to arrive on the appointed hour. To my surprise, Severio sent his own bisonnet, a splendid affair with a canopy of midnight blue, the Strega arms worked in relief on the sides, depicting a carrack and the tower I now recognized from the arsenal. In the prow stood a gilded wooden statue of a Shirat, extending her arms in blessing over the waters of the canal. By their attire, I saw that the oarsmen were noble-born. Party-colour hose, striped in blue and saffron, affixed by points 2 overtunics of velvet slashed to show the white damask of their shirts. One wore a short mantle of green, fastened with a gold brooch, and it was he who stood and gave a sweeping bow as I descended the stairs to the quay, calling out, "Comtesse Phèdre no Delaunay de Montreuil, the Immortale welcome you to La Serenissima." "That's one of the noblemen's clubs," T. Philippe murmured behind me. "Your Severio's, I'll warrant." I had chosen him and Jacqueline both to accompany me that day, the latter for his sober presence, and the former for his quick wit and knowledge of the city. I nodded briefly and made the rest of my descent smiling. "Thank you, my lord," I greeted the Serenissimon, inclining my head and giving him my hand to aid me on to the bisonnet. "You know my name, but I confess I am at a disadvantage."
"Benito Dandy," he grinned and swept another bow. "You would not come to my birthday party, my lady, but I confess the mere sight of you is a gift none the less precious for its tardiness. I thought Severio was boasting, but it seems he spoke the truth." "For once," one of his fellows added impishly, pretending to stagger when I glanced at him. "Ah, it's true. She wounds me with her blood-pricked gaze."
I could not help it. I laughed. Serenissimons do not worship Eloa and his companions, but they know our religion well by virtue of a long-standing Dongeline presence in the city. Obviously, Severio's boasting had added to the lore. Another of the Immortali dropped his oar and fell to the bottom of the boat. "Bells and chimes," he groaned, rolling and clapping his hands over his ears. "The Dongelines seek to invade us with beauty and destroy us from within. Pale Jupiter, forgive me. I worship the sound of my enemy's voice." It was enough of a spectacle to gather an audience, figures appearing on the balconies of neighbouring houses, gazing down with amusement.
"My lady," Jacqueline said in a flat tone, "you have an audience with the Doge."
"Ah," Benito Dandy eyed him warily.
"The chaperone. You'll have to leave those arms with the guards ere you enter the palace, fair Sir Gloom. Well, never mind us, Contessa. We're an unruly lot, but the fastest rowers on the water, and only the Immortali are fit to carry you. Summon your pretty squawking grey crow aboard, and yon maiden-faced boy, and we'll be at old Shaky's doorstep before you can blink."
I raised my eyebrows at Jacqueline and T. Philippe, waiting to see if they would balk at the insults, but both gave way, Jacqueline with stiff dignity, and T. Philippe with a glint in his eye that told me he would take full advantage of their erroneous perceptions. Yon maiden-faced boy, I thought, would fill his pockets at the Immortali's expense once their play turned to dicing. We were off to see the Doge, whom the scions of the 100 worthy families, I had just learned, called Old Shaky. It didn't augur well for the level of respect he commanded. Along the way, folk in passing craft and on the bridges and quays cried out greetings to the Immortali, who shouted in response. Admiration, aspiration, adversity, I heard it all in the ringing shouts. There was no small curiosity about me, and I took care to keep my features serene, even when Benito Dandy shouted my name to a group of his fellow Immortali atop the Rive Alto bridge. Not until we passed the bustling centre of the Campo Grande did my unsolicited escort sober under the unamused gaze of the Dojal guard. Benito Dandy handed me ashore, and I brushed off my gown, a rich blue satin inset with velvet panels. Serenissimum blue, the colour is called. It had a fretted silver girdle with jet beads and a caul to match. Sombre, nearly, except for the elegance of the fit. I looked away as the guard confiscated Jacqueline's arms. The Immortali trailed behind, laughing and jesting, as a pair of guardsmen escorted us along the serried colonnade, through alternating patterns of light and shadow, and thence through the old triumphal arch into the inner courtyard, where statues of ancient Tiberian statesmen and heroes stood in niches along the facade of the building, and a marble well stood in the centre of the courtyard. We mounted the broad stairway, flanked by tall statues of Ashirat of the sea and Baal Jupiter, and were met at the top by Saverio Stragazza. "Phèdre!" His voice caught echoes in the courtyard. Smiling, he bowed and greeted me in my own tongue. "My lady Phèdre no Delaunay de Montrève, welcome to La Serenissima." I curtsied and answered in Kerdiki, "Well met, Prince Saverio." The Immortali elbowed each other and made jests, while the guardsman remained stoic. For his part, Saverio glowed with pleasure. I had not forgotten that his own attendants acknowledged him as noble-born, not royal. But I was d'Angeline, and by our reckoning he was of the lineage of House Courcelles, and a prince of the blood. In Terre d'Ange, the evidence of his Kerdiki heritage had set him apart. 'Twas different seeing Saverio here, where his d'Angeline blood dealt him a measure of grace lacking in his comrades. He took my arm, leaning to murmur in my ear, "You've no idea how much I've longed to see you. Promise you'll speak with me afterward." "Of course, my lord." "Good." He straightened, adding, "Father would like to meet you too. He's a mind to discuss trade or some such thing, but I thought perhaps I could show you the city." "That would be lovely," I said politely, and Saverio's brown eyes lit at my reply. I should not have, but I stole a glance at Jacqueline, who stood impassive, strangely vulnerable without his daggers and sword, clad in mute grey. Even so, there was no mistaking him for aught but what he was, a pure-blooded d'Angeline from one of the oldest families. I sighed inwardly and smiled up at Saverio Stragazza, resting my fingertips on his velvet-clad arm. "Shall I be presented to your grandfather, the Doge, my lord?" "By all means," Saverio said gallantly, sweeping his free hand before us. Chapter 32. I was received in the room of the Shield, where a great fireplace roared even in the heat of summer, and on the opposite wall hung the arms of the reigning Doge's family, the familiar tower and carrack of the Stragazza. Beneath them stood the throne, a modest wooden affair, and in it sat the Doge. Rumour had not lied. Cesare Stragazza had the shaking sickness. His flesh was frail-seeming and sunken, and his entire body trembled with the palsy. The ancient dome of his skull looked vulnerable beneath the peaked crimson cap he wore, silky flaps covering thinning wisps of white hair, terrible and strange to see. The hair of d'Angeline men does not diminish with age, as I have noted with other peoples. Mortality is more pronounced in other lands. "The Comtesse Phèdre no Delaunay de Montrève, grandfather," Saverio announced. I curtsied and sank to kneel before the wooden throne, gazing with lowered eyes at the Doge's slippered feet. Cesare Stragazza's hand descended to rest on my head, tremorous and gentle but for the weight of the signet it bore. "I have heard your name, child," he said in quavering Kerdiki. Startled, I glanced up to meet his eyes, dark and canny behind hooded, wrinkled lids. For all that his head bobbed perceptibly, those eyes were steady.
Benedict sent a harpist last winter with the latest Dongeline lay, the Battle of the Scaldi. You brought the Alban army.
Yes, your grace, I said simply.
That's good.
The Doge withdrew his trembling touch, folding his hands in his scarlet-robed lap. The dogal seal flashed gold, a signet bearing the crown of a Shirat in relief.
We need young people of courage, even mere girls, to fight something more than each other,
he added in his thready voice, looking past me to Severio, and I saw a flash of somewhat in those dark eyes.
The serene republic.
Contempt and frustration. I am trained to read voices. Severio flushed, but before he could reply, another man came forward, of middle years, handsome in the Kediki fashion, with the same dark hooded eyes as the Doge.
Contessa, he said in smooth intervention, well met. I am Marco Stregazza, Severio's father.
He took my hand and drew me to my feet, bowing as I rose.
And this, he added, turning, is Marie Celeste de la Kushiel Stregazza, my wife.
My lady, I said, curtsying to her. Oh, don't, Marie Celeste said impetuously, grasping my hands. Phèdre, I'm so glad you're here. I've been fair dying to hear the latest gossip and styles from the city, and I've scarce seen a Dongeline face since I quarrelled with my father. Promise you'll tell me everything, do. Of course, my lady, I said, faintly bemused. Benedict's elder daughter, who was indeed niece and daughter-in-law alike to the Doge, was attractive in her own right, plumply rounded in the fullness of her years. I could see traces of House Courcel's lineage in her dark blue eyes, the graceful curve of her brow. I have tried to explain, she said confidentially, leaning toward me, about Nama's service, and what it means to a Dongeline, but you understand, they are all provincial here. Customs differ, I murmured. La Serenissima is not the city of Eloa. Severio muttered something under his breath.
Come, Marco said expansively, opening his arms. Phèdre, I pray you, take a glass of wine with us. Severio, surely you and your madcap Immortale can entertain the Contessa's men for an hour or two. Father, if you've naught else to say.
I glanced instinctively at the Doge. The motion of his head could have been taken for a shake of denial. Certainly his family chose to take it as such. But my Lord Delaunay always taught us to look twice. I saw it was but the palsy, and knelt before him. Deep in his hooded eyes I saw a flash of approval.
Courage and vision.
The Doge laid his trembling hand against my cheek, and I felt the hard press of his signet.
You remember what I said? And come sing for me, girl. Benedict doesn't send singers any more since this idiot's quarrel. Do you sing?
Yes, my lord, I said, confused.
Good.
Cesare Stregazza leaned back, satisfied.
Dongelines always made the best poets and whores and singers. I want to hear a Dongeline voice sing again before a Shirat's bitches prophesy me into my grave.
Uncle, Marie Celeste hissed, mortified.
I'm old, he retorted querulously, and you're fighting over the throne before I've even left it. I can ask for what I want, can't I?
Look twice, I thought, remembering the gleam in those sunken eyes. Whatever game he played, 'twas best I played along. I rose smoothly, inclining my head. My lord, I was trained in Sirius House, first of the 13 houses of the Court of Night-Blooming Flowers. It will be my honour to sing for you whenever you desire it.
That is well.
The Doge waved one crabbed hand, gold signet flashing.
"You are dismissed."
"Shall we go then?" Marco Strigazzi inquired impatiently. I glanced at T. Philippe and Jacqueline, my silent retainers. The latter's face had a mutinous set. Severio looked impatient, but obedient to his father's wishes. "Yes, my lord," I said aloud to Marco. "I'm sure my men will welcome the reprieve." The private quarters of Marco and Marie-Celeste Strigazza were generous, with an elegant mosaic inlaid in the floor, depicting their purported ancestor, Marcellus Aurelius Strega, seated on an ivory stool and bearing the bundle of fasces, in much the pose his young descendant had once adopted. The rooms intersected a loggia which overlooked the mouth of the Grand Canal, a slice of the lagoon itself within their view. We sipped our wine and strolled its length, taking in the vista in the clear midday air.
"Do you see that?"
Marco Strigazza asked rhetorically, gesturing with his wine cup at the 100 vessels working their way up and down the harbour.
"Trade, lifeblood of the Republic."
"It is most impressive, my lord," I replied honestly.
"Yes," Marco said, "it is."
He beckoned brusquely for a servant to refill my cup.
"Severio tells me interesting things about you," he said obliquely.
I set down my brimming cup untouched and raised my brows. "Such as?"
"Such as the fact that he spent 20,000 ducats of his money on you,"
Marco answered nonplussed,
"and never invested a penny wiser."
The blood rose to my cheeks, but for Nama's honour and my own I kept my voice level. "In D'Angeline's society, what your son purchased was beyond price, my lord. It made his fame. Do you wish the money unspent?"
"Were you listening?" Marco grinned, looking younger and boyish. "Not a copper centime. Our customs differ indeed. Here we die of shame rather than let a courtesan hold title. But there it brought him admirers and influence. In fact, one such reports that you have fallen out with the Queen over a certain matter of the Cruach of Alba, and yet my own reports tell me you shipped Alban lead and made a nice profit in the bargain."
Sitting down his own cup, he steepled his fingers.
"What I am thinking, Contessa, is that Terre will grow fat, acting as middleman between Alba and the rest of the world. But such a thing need not be. Alba does not have a merchant fleet. La Serenissima does. If someone with, shall we say, entree to the Cruach himself were to arrange it, there is great profit to be made in trading directly."
This was a repercussion of our staged falling out I had never considered, though I had known well that overland couriers would bring news before my arrival, and mayhap gossip as well. I rephrased carefully to make certain of it. "You wish me to approach the Cruach regarding trade with La Serenissima?"
Marco shrugged, picked up his wine cup and sipped. "I wish you to consider it, no more. I admit, Contessa, I am ambitious. You have seen my father. He is a little mad, I think, and grows more so with each day that passes. Prince Benedict is enamoured of his war bride and his pure-blooded D'Angeline son, and withdraws his support from our family, fearing we are tainted since Dominic and Therese's treason. It may pass, but well and so. I am Serenissiman, and I will woo my city in the manner to which she is accustomed. Yes, I seek trade, but on honest terms. You have the Queen's enmity, like Benedict's infatuation. It too may pass. But you have a life to lead, and it need not dance at the whims of D'Angeline royals. Will you not consider my request?"
"My lord," I said slowly, "I will consider it, but there must be more in it for me than mere profit, to circumvent the interests of my own nation. "My son adores you," Marie-Celeste offered candidly, serenissime shrewdness in her half-Kushiel face. "Phèdre, my dear, you may hold sway in your own nation, but in La Serenissima, courtesans do not marry into the 100 worthy families. For free trade with Alba, exceptions may be made." I nearly had to bite my lip to keep from laughing, and made a show of swirling my wine to disguise it. I liked Saverio well enough, but to wed him, Eloa preserve me. Still I appreciated the Stragaz's naked candour, their ambition, and the offer plain on the table. And I had an idea. "My lady," I said, inclining my head to her, "there is somewhat that interests me. I seek an old acquaintance, Melisande Shahrazai by name. I heard it rumoured you had knowledge of her." "Oh dear," Marie-Celeste Stragazza turned pale. "I know that name. Father, Prince Benedict, was looking for her too, not 2 months past. Some sort of traitor to the nation, is she not?" How our concerns encompass us. It seemed astonishing to me that all the world did not know of Melisandre's treachery, and yet small wonder. I have ever known that Melisande played a deep game. She was convicted in an impromptu court in the garrison of Trois-le-Mans, and those who witnessed it I could count on my fingers. Of those who had proof, there was only me. I had seen the letter, in her writing, to Voldemar Selig of the Scaldi. No other trail existed. Now I would use that to my advantage, and pray the Stragazza knew no more of my history than Saverio had related. "So it is said, my lady," I replied cautiously. There is an art in phrasing matters just so, that listeners may hear what they will. And of course it might be just the thing to retain my place in the Queen's good graces. I cleared my throat delicately. "Whatsoever might happen with Alban trade. But she is an old acquaintance, and would see me, I think."
"No," Marco shook his head forcefully. "Benedict gave us a description, and there is no one fitting it in our knowledge. Believe me, young Contessa, trade is one matter and court politics quite another. If I had any knowledge of a Dongelin traitor within these walls," he said grimly, "I'd not hesitate to buy my father-in-law's gratitude with it."
I opened my mouth to reply, but a ruckus at the entrance to their quarters cut me short. Even as I turned to look, a Serenissime with the hooded Stragazza eyes, a neat dagger-point beard, and a soft cap perched on his curly hair, made his way into the loggia.
"Marco," he said peremptorily, "why am I hearing about the 10% tax being added to the Saddlers' Guild on festival days? We had an agreement."
Marco Stragazza's lids flickered.
"Ricciardo," he said briefly, "we have a guest."
"Charmed," Ricciardo Stragazza offered dismissively, giving me a perfunctory glance, which changed quickly to a startled double take.
"A Shirat. What pretty fish do you have on your line this time, Marco?"
"This," Marie-Celeste intervened, speaking in dignified Dongelin, "is the Comtesse Phèdre Delaunay de Montreuil. Phèdre, my husband's brother, Ricciardo Stragazza."
"Contessa," Ricciardo took my hand and bowed. "You are far too beautiful to be party to my sister-in-law's petty intrigues with the little court," he said cynically, straightening. "Pray do me the honour during your stay of accepting an invitation to dine, that my wife and I might show you that not all Serenissime hospitality comes with strings attached."
"The honour would be mine, my lord," I replied politely in Kerdiki.
"Your wife!" Marie-Celeste gave an inelegant laugh. "A jest to the end, Ricciardo."
His expression grew cold.
"Whatever poison you spew, leave Allegra out of it, sister. Marco," he turned back to his brother, "the Scoli were promised there'd be no additional taxes after the Treaty of Ephesium was signed. This is an end run around our agreement." If they don't want to pay the taxes, Marco said reasonably, they needn't come to market on festival days.
And lose a third of their trade? Ricciardo tugged at his curling locks with one exasperated hand.
As well tell them to throw half their goods in the river. I gave them my word, Marco. Take it up with the Consiglio Maggiore, Marco said wearily. 'Tis their legislation, and they passed it.
At whose behest? Ricciardo asked dangerously.
Not mine. Marco shrugged and spread his hands. Ask if you don't believe me, brother. You quoted Sestieri Scoli, not I. If they like to lynch you for making promises you can't keep, I cannot help it. The problem is yours.
It is never a comfortable thing to find oneself in the midst of a family squabble, and all the less so when political intrigue is involved. Murmuring something innocuous, I withdrew to gaze out over the lagoon, while Ricciardo Stregazza struggled to get his temper in check.
"We will speak of this later," he said shortly, and then to me, "My Lady Phèdre, you swim in dangerous waters when you dally with the Stregazza, but I pray you remember my invitation kindly. My lady wife," he cast a venomous glance at Marie-Celeste, "would be pleased to speak with one such as yourself." With that he made his exit, and Marco Stregazza sighed, passing his hands over his face. "Forgive the intrusion, Contessa," he apologized. "My brother is rather intemperate. So it has been since our father declared him a disgrace to the family. He courts the Scoli out of desperation, and makes rash promises to these rough tradesmen, then needs must fear their anger when he cannot deliver." He shook his head ruefully. "'Tis an ill match if ever there was one, but Ricciardo is determined to contest for our father's seat. I would do what I could to protect him, if I did not fear he'd repay me with treachery."
Marie-Celeste fanned herself and sipped her wine, making a face. "It's gone warm," she complained. "Marco sent them for a fresh cooled jug." When he had left to summon a servant, she leaned in confidentially. "Ricciardo has the d'Angeline sickness, I'm afraid. It didn't sit well with his father when the scandal broke." "The d'Angeline sickness?" I repeated, feeling foolishly ignorant.
"You know," she raised her brows, "he likes boys."
Ah. One undercurrent of their bitter exchange suddenly came clear to me. I turned my empty wine cup in my hands, looking around the busy lagoon. "You name this a sickness in La Serenissima?" "Yes. Well, I told you they are all provincial here." Lowering her voice, she added, "I do not say this to Marco, for when all is said and done, he loves his brother. But if I were to seek out someone with ties to a d'Angeline traitor, I would start at Ricciardo's doorstep. His proclivities have led him to stranger places, and he has no love for the little court, whereas we still hope to make peace." Marie-Celeste patted my arm in a motherly fashion as Marco returned, exclaiming in a different tone, "Come inside and sit, my dear. I must know who made your gown. Are such plain lines the fashion this season?" Still pondering her comments, I thought of Favrielno Eglantine, and wondered what she would make of Marie-Celeste Stregazza's attire, which from what I had seen was the height of Serenissimon style. A long sleeveless overdress, gaudily adorned with appliques and cutouts, bound beneath the breasts with gold net, and worn over a fine silk tunic with tight-fitting sleeves. The whole ensemble, dreadful to my eyes, was topped with a gauze turban, and finished at the bottom with a pair of wooden-soled sandals. Pattens, they are called, a full 4 inches in height. "Not exactly, my lady," I said diplomatically. "My seamstress is very particular." "Well," Marie-Celeste de la Courcelle Stregazza smiled, "you must tell me everything." Chapter 33. It was late afternoon when Saverio returned to usher me out of the Doge's palace, and the square was awash in golden sunlight. I left Marie Celeste with sufficient advice to ensure that her knowledge of current D'Angeline fashion was competitive with the little court. Not that I saw her inclined to take it, and Marco with a final promise that I would consider his proposal. The Immortali were waiting, and T. Philippe and Jacqueline with them. I would have preferred a chance to speak privately with my retainers, but it was not to be, not yet. "My Lady Phèdre," Saverio said gallantly, extending his arm, "shall we promenade about the square? It is a most pleasant afternoon for strolling." "Of course." Hiding my impatience, I smiled at him and took his arm, ignoring Joceline's look of silent disapproval. At least, I thought, his Castelline arms had been restored to him. That should please him. T. Philippe, by contrast, was in good spirits, trading jests with the Immortali. I dare say I might have enjoyed it, if not for the pall Jocelyne cast. Like a pair of young noble-born lovers, Saverio and I strolled about the square, observing the goods for sale and the colourful throng of buyers and sellers. The square itself was inlaid with paving stones of white marble, etched with gild markings for the various scoli, delineating the allotted market stalls for each guild. It was strange and exotic to me, seeing such vigorous commerce take place cheek by jowl beside the Doge's palace and the temple of Ashirat. In Terre d'Ange we are more reserved, separating our royal seats and sacred places from the common milieu. But it was true what Marco Stregazza had said. Trade was the life-blood of the Republic, and I supposed it was meet that its beating heart lay at the centre of La Serenissima. Hosiers, clothers, glovers, a separate guild for each, and that was merely a beginning. There were stalls for shoemakers, coopers and carpenters, jewellers and soap boilers, farmers and spice merchants, fishermen and butchers, barbers, smiths and saddlers. Common folk in rough fustian and shawled women bartered alongside silk and velvet-clad nobles. Here and there we saw other strolling lovers, though I noted that the young women who appeared unwed covered their hair in modest silk headscarves, and were attended by stern-looking dowagers. Well and so, I thought, I will have to be wary of how I am perceived. It came to a crux faster than I guessed, when we paused before a merchant from Jeb Barkle, who was displaying birds of astonishingly bright plumage in wicker cages. I had seen a few women carrying them, and guessed they were a popular novelty as a lover's token. For that, I would not have lingered, but that the Jabean merchant intrigued me. His skin was a brown so dark it made the whites of his eyes vivid, and his teeth when he grinned. This he did readily when I tried, laughing, to converse with him. His Kerdiki was so broadly accented that I had trouble comprehending it, and mine is the formal scholar's tongue, and not the soft Serenissime argot he was used to. Still we made ourselves understood, and I gathered that the birds had come from his homeland. How vast is the world, I was thinking, and how little of it I have truly seen, when Saverio's voice cut through my reverie, his hand closing urgently on my waist.
"Phèdre,"
his tone was low, and I glanced up to meet his hot gaze.
"Phèdre, I will buy you a parrot, I'll buy you a horse, an Umayyad camel caravan if that's what you want, a gilded bisone, a house on the Great Canal, a country villa. Name your price and I will meet it. Set your terms, and we will draft the contract. Only promise me I may see you again." For once I could have used my overprotective Carceline's attention. Joceline's glower has a quelling effect on patrons' ardour. As luck would have it, he was engaged with dissuading T. Philippe from poking his finger through the wicker bars of one of the cages. I was on my own. "My lord," I said gently, "you flatter me, but I do not think it wise that I pursue Nama's service here. You yourself said to me when first we met, 'In La Serenissima we keep our courtesans in their proper place, where they belong.'" "I did, didn't I?"
Dropping my wrist, Saverio flushed a dull red.
"Gracious lady of the sea, "I was a prig," he muttered. "But you see, don't you, what it's like to live here, to be caught in the middle of this never-ending intrigue? And how out of my depth I felt in the city of Eloa. Phèdre," he looked earnestly at me now, "I have never known such pleasure with a woman, but I swear to you, it's not only that. My very nature is changed because of you, and I have made peace with a side of myself I did naught but revile. Pleasure I can find elsewhere if I must. There are always women who will do anything for coin. Only you do it because it is your glory." "In Terre it is," I whispered. I hadn't expected him to make such a compelling argument. "My lord, in La Serenissima, it would be my shame." "Was it Nama's shame when she bedded the king of Persis?" he asked cunningly. I had forgotten, too, that he was 1/4 d'Angeline and knew the tales of that legacy. "Was it her shame when she lay down in the stews of Bodistan that Eloa might survive?" "No," I murmured, "but Severio, I am not Nama, only her servant. I need to think." "No? Think on this, then." Taking me in his arms, he drew me against him. I could feel the heat of his body and his rigid phallus straining against his velvet hose, pressed against my belly. My knees grew weak. "If you will not have me for a patron," he said softly, his breath brushing my hair, "accept me for a suitor. There are ways to accomplish anything. With your guile, your beauty, and your title, and my father's money and position, we could rule La Serenissima together one day, you and I." I have never aspired to power beyond a role as the foremost courtesan in the city of Eloa. I do not think, if Jacqueline and I had not been estranged, that I would have considered Severio Stregard's offer for an instant. On d'Angeline's soil, I could have handled it with grace. But 'tis a dangerous thing to be courted in a strange city, and I was isolated and lonely on this wild goose chase even my closest companions thought a folly. Yes, for a few scant seconds I entertained the notion of conjoining my life to his, and spending a lifetime playing supplicant to his Tiberian magistrate. No, I thought, if Kushiel has marked me, surely it is for some greater purpose than this. "My lord," I said lightly, extricating myself from his grasp with a subtle, flirtatious twist that every adept of the night court practices to flawless perfection, "you will fair dazzle me with speed. As to Nama's service, I have given my answer. For the other," I touched his cheek with my fingertips and smiled, "if you would court me, why then 'tis romance and a different game altogether. You will not win the hand of the Comtesse de Montrève by the same means that you gain the services of Phèdre Delaunay. I have heard that Serenissima men are among the most romantic in the world. I would hope that means somewhat more than grappling in the marketplace." Severio groaned aloud, accompanied by the sound of bells. It took a full moment to realize that the two were unrelated. I had not seen, until then, that the priestesses of Ashirat were offering a daily libation of wine unto the waters of the lagoon beneath the vast statue of the goddess at the end of the square. Now I saw them making their way back, 6 of them forming 2 neat lines, flanked at each corner by a beardless male figure carrying a barbed silver spear and ringing a bell. Later I learned that these were eunuchs who had voluntarily unmanned themselves to serve the goddess. The priestesses themselves wore robes of blue silk overlaid with silver net. Unlike the rest of the women I'd seen in La Serenissima, they did not wear tall wooden pattens on their feet, but went unshod, bare ankles encircled by silver chains from which tiny bells jingled, bare feet treading the marble pavement. Also, unlike other women, the priestesses wore their hair loose and flowing, but over their faces they wore veils. And such veils! Gauze silk I have seen aplenty. I have worn it in my guise as Mara, and I have worn it too in the service of Nama, where the pasha and the harem girl is a common fantasy for male patrons.
These veils were not gauze, but the finest silver mesh, glittering in the sun and strung with clear beads of glass that caught the light and flashed. It was in all truth a lovely conceit, and would it not have been blasphemous, I've no doubt that it would have been taken up as a fashion in Terre long ago. Such were the priestesses of a Shirat of the sea, whom every good Serenissimon worshipped. In Terre we do not, yet she is an aspect of Mother Earth herself, in whose womb blessed Eloa was begotten, and thus we honour her customs. Following Severio's unthinking lead, I touched my fingers to brow and heart, then bowed my head as the priestess's entourage passed. From the corner of my eye, I could see that Jacqueline and T. Philippe had followed suit. Indeed, so had everyone within my vision, even the Jebean merchant. My field of vision did not include the Yeshuite. Unfortunately, one of the Immortales did.
"Hey-ya!"
His voice rose in a shout before the crowd had scarce closed behind a Shirat's procession.
"What are you staring at? Turn your eyes away, damn you!"
I glanced up to see several of the Immortali surrounding an innocuous-looking man in commoner's garb, a yellow cap atop his dark hair.
"I meant no offence,"
he said, a touch of uneasy defiance in his voice.
"I do not worship a Shirat of the sea. By our commandments, it is unlawful for me to lower my gaze before false idols and prophets."
Until then I hadn't known him for a Yeshuite. Then I did. I didn't know yet that Serenissimon law required all followers of Yeshua to identify themselves with yellow caps, but I knew the accent, and I knew their sacred precepts. The Rebbe had made sure of that. I could quote Moshe's tablets verbatim.
"And by our commandments," the Immortale said menacingly, "you should have your eyes put out."
He drew his belt knife and nodded to his companions.
"Grab him."
The crowd scattered back, abandoning the Yeshuite. The Immortale charged. They got so far as to snatch the cap from his hair, and I heard ringingly the sound of 2 daggers clearing their sheaths in precise simultaneity.
"My lady!"
T. Philippe appeared at my side and spoke in irritated Dongeline. "It is Southfort all over again, and I do not wish to die for that idiot's heroics, but if you ask me to, I will." "No," I sighed, looking across the square to where Jacqueline stood before the Yeshuite, crossed daggers forming a deadly barrier of protection against the Immortale, bright steel blazing in the sunlight. I had taken the measure of Severio's comrades, and I did not think they meant to do aught more than scare the Yeshuite. "My lord," I appealed to Severio, "if you would woo me, pray bid your companions not spill the blood of my men in my presence." No coward, Severio Stregazza. He waded amid the Immortale, shoving down raised arms.
"Enough, enough. You've given him a fright to remember. Now let my lady's guardsmen be. What are you, noblemen or thugs?"
It was over in seconds, the Immortale giving way good-naturedly, forgetting their quarrel. 2 of them clapped Jacqueline on the shoulder, which she bore with frigid tolerance. T. Philippe retrieved the Yeshuite's cap and brought it to me. I made my way over and spoke to the poor man. "Are you all right?" I asked in Kerdiki, handing him his cap.
"Yes, thank you,"
he replied absently in the same tongue, settling the yellow cap atop his curls, his gaze fixed intently on Jacqueline. He lacked the traditional side-locks, I noted, and his hands clenched into fists with the undissipated force of his anger. One of the schismatics, I thought. Even so, his interest in Jacqueline was peculiar. All the more so when he murmured beneath his breath in Habiru,
"And he shall carve out the way before you, and his blades shall shine like a star in his hands."
Like a secret code, a shared tongue carries over a crowded space. I saw Jacqueline turn, eyes wide and startled, as the murmured Habiru reached his ear. The Yeshuite made a bobbing bow in his manner and stepped back, the milling throng closing around him. I met Jacqueline's wide-eyed gaze and wondered. So the Immortali bear insults to the gracious lady of the sea, spoke a taunting voice from somewhere behind me. I spun about to see us surrounded by another nobleman's club, its fellows clad in green and white striped hose, their leader wearing a blue chlamys over his tunic. He gestured, making the short cloak swirl. You have grown fearful since losing the support of the Dongeline prince. The perpetui of Sestieri Navis would not abide such a slap in the face to the Dea Celestis. Pietro Contini, Severio said through clenched jaws, I am in the mood to kick in someone's teeth today, and it might as well be yours. If you don't want to pick them up from the square, go tell Lorenzo Pescaro I said so. And miss such a glorious opportunity? The leader of the Perpetui smiled and drew a short truncheon from his belt. I think not. And with that, he swung hard at the head of Severio, who ducked with an oath and planted a punch in his midsection. The Perpetui leader grunted, and in short order, fists and bats were flying, and the crowd was scattering anew. I saw some of the strolling lovers watching, one of the young women clapping her hands in glee at the entertainment. A horde of Perpetui descended on Severio, scion of the Sestieri's greatest enemy. He struggled against them, shielding his head. Pietro Contini had caught his breath and was roaring for blood. The Immortali flung themselves into the fray, and I heard T. Philippe's voice call out my name like a paean as my chevaliers waded into battle. Phèdre! Phèdre! Bodies surged, and the dull thwack of wood and knuckles-on flesh resounded. Benito Dandi had gotten hold of a Perpetui truncheon and laid about him fiercely. Somewhere in the fray, Fortune surfaced at Severio's side, broad shoulders heaving as he thrust attackers aside by main force, his expression calm, as Remy and one of the Immortali defended him from behind, clubbing down attackers with a sickening crunch. Young men fought, and blood flowed freely on the marble squares of the Campo Grande. I watched the whole fracas at the side of the Jabean bird merchant, whose merriment was erased by concern for his feathered charges. He need not have worried. Cursing in a most un-Carceline fashion, Jocelyn stood guard before his stall, and fought without drawing his daggers. One spinning kick to the head of a would-be assailant sent one of the Perpetui staggering away, and an unceremonious chop with a vambraced forearm caused another to measure his length on the paving stones of the great square. After that, they stayed well away. Now that, T. Philippe enthused later, lying with his head tilted back in the Immortali's bisone, was a good fight. Shut up and press, Jocelyn muttered, shoving a wadded kerchief beneath my chevalier's spurting nose. There were bruises and lumps all around, and I was not even certain who had won. The Immortali could not have been in better spirits. "Your men look like girls, Contessa," Benito Dandi said to me, "but they fight like tigers. Like 10 tigers. No wonder Lord Marco has not tried to settle with the little court by force." "Benito," Severio murmured futilely, "we should not talk politics." "My lord," I addressed him, "at Midwinterfest you were fearful that your father would lose Prince Benedict's support, and with it his bid for the Doge's seat, should election prove imminent. Well, and from what I hear, the first has proved true, and the latter is likely. What has come to pass?" Severio sighed, but he answered candidly. I had guessed aright. He had no secrets from the Immortali. "Benedict's son by the Touré woman was born this spring," he said bluntly, "and my grandfather named him heir to all his Dongeline titles and holdings. My mother," he searched for words, "took exception, and they have not spoken since. You see, my father was counting on the leverage that gave him to influence the Consiglio Maggiore, without the promise of Dongeline support." He shrugged. "His election to the Sestieri Dogel is secure, but the Consiglio might just decide that a naval commander could do more for La Serenissima." "Or a banker," one of the Immortali added, spitting over his oar into the green waters.
"Or a banker," Severio agreed glumly. "Or even my damned Uncle Ricciardo, if he makes good on his threat and rouses the Scoli to strike. I don't think anyone's reckoned how much damage that would do, if it includes the salt panners."
For all that she is built on trade, La Serenissima is primarily a gateway. Her greatest commodity is and has always been salt. I knew that much from my reading. "Why not make peace with Prince Benedict?" I asked. "It seems to me your father has little to lose and much to gain."
"My mother will not swallow the insult that her own father should cut her off, and he is adamant in leaving his Dongelin properties to this puling infant, this Imriel de la Courcelle, they named him."
Severio made a wry face.
"My half-uncle, as it were. Mother has not spoken to grandfather since the day he announced it, and she has a right to her anger," he added reluctantly. "By Serenissiman law, my grandfather cannot name a woman his successor. Mother cannot inherit the little court."
"What?" The question, happily for me, came from T. Philippe, struggling to a sitting position, kerchief clamped to his nose. If he'd not asked it, I would have, and just as incredulously. "What do you mean he can't appoint a woman his heir?"
"It is Serenissiman law," Severio repeated patiently. "He could cede it to my father's custody in her name, but he is loath to do it, since Dominic's betrayal. Don't worry, though." He caught up my hand and toyed with my fingers, smiling. "Grandfather will come round in the end. Sestiere Angelus has no viable candidate. He must endorse someone, or lose all influence in La Serenissima. If father cannot persuade mother to swallow her pride and beg forgiveness, then perhaps a Dongelin love match will do the trick."
And if it does not, I thought, smiling back at Severio, mayhap a Dongelin malcontent dropping Auburn trade in Marco Stregazza's lap will do the same. Well, my young lord, you are not so canny as your parents, but you play well into their scheme. And this is all very interesting, but it does not answer me one thing. Where in the seven hells is Melisande Shahrazai? Chapter 34. I thought myself skilled in court intrigue, but after one day, in La Serenissima, my mind fair reeled. I have always thought that the notion of a republic is a noble one, dating back to the glory days of Hellas, which all Dongelins regard fondly as the last golden era before the coming of Eloa. Now, seeing it in action, I was not so sure. At any rate, I took to my bed at an unwontedly early hour. It has been my experience, faced with a bewildering perplexity of information, that sleep is an excellent remedy for confusion. My recent excursion to Gentian House only confirmed it. Whether it is true or not, I awoke feeling refreshed and better able to face the tangles of La Serenissima. Over the breakfast table we plotted our strategy. "Fortune," I said gravely, "of you I ask the hardest chore. I have dropped word into the ears of Marco and Marie Celeste Stregazza, and I am minded to see if it spins out any thread that might lead us to Melisande. It may be too late, indeed, but I would be pleased if you would keep an eye on the Doge's palace and follow any Stregazzan retainers where they might go."
"Of a surety, my lady," Fortune said quietly.
I had chosen him because I knew I could rely on him, for obedience and discretion alike. "Philippe," I eyed T. Philippe thoughtfully. His nose looked rather like a burst strawberry, which didn't seem to bother him in the slightest. "The Immortali seem passing fond of you. Learn what you may of these clubs, and the candidates they endorse. If any espouse enmity to Prince Benedict and the little court, it would be worth knowing. He is the only force in the city who would seek to oust Melisande on principle. For the rest, it is a matter of benefit. Anyone seeking to bring down the little court might well be her ally."
"And what benefit might a hunted Dongelin traitor offer?" Jocelyn asked quietly.
I knew he was merely trying to offer the voice of reason. Nonetheless, I looked hard at him. "Jacqueline, I saw Scaldi in the great square the day we arrived. Marco Strigazze is ready to sell his son into wedlock if it will secure him trade with Alba. What price would you set on Scaldia? If Melisande had an agreement with Voldemar Selig, like as not she had other contacts in Scaldia as well. I would not be surprised to learn she could deliver a trade agreement with one or more of the southern tribes."
"Mayhap," he said gently, "and mayhap you are haunted by ghosts of the past."
I could bear anything but compassion from him. It was hard enough believing I was not wraith-ridden without Joceline's quiet censure. I turned to Remy. "You," I said, "I will send to the little court to gain admittance, if you may, with a request for audience with Prince Benedict. He may not entertain it, if gossip has reached him. It had obviously reached the Strigazze, but learn what you may of the little court nonetheless."
"Aye, aye, my lady,"
Remy grinned and gave me a crisp salute. Would that I could have accepted it at face value, but I saw the glances they exchanged when they thought I was looking elsewhere. I knew full well that my chevaliers were of the same opinion as Jocelyne. They were merely less open in voicing it, and more willing to go through the motions of a hunt for the sport of the thing. "One more thing," I said more sharply than I'd intended, playing my trump card. "This is a matter I did not wish to press with the Strigazze, lest I give our hand away. Find out for me who is the astrologer to the family of the Doge. Whoever he is the conduit. Gonzago de Escabares' friend called upon this man. On the following day he was visited by Melisande. All of you inquire as you may. When we find the astrologer, we find the trail." It did as I intended, giving them a tangible quarry. I wrote out the letter for Remy to carry, shocking Leonora yet again with my perverse literary quirk, and dispersed my chevaliers to their various errands.
"So," Jocelyne looked at me, "you have the lay of the land, and a Serenissime lordling begging for your hand. What shadows will you set me to chasing before you wed him, Phèdre no Delaunay?"
"I'm not going to wed Saverio Strigazze," I said irritably. "I've no mind to wed anyone."
"You let him court you?"
Jocelyne got up from the table and walked to the window overlooking the balcony.
"Is it because he can give you what you desire?" he asked, his voice muffled.
"No." I sat gazing at his back, broad-shouldered and graceful, bisected by the cabled length of his wheat-gold braid. "Kushiel's gift is cruel. I have never, ever found any man so beautiful to me as Jocelyne Verrai, and no man has ever caused me such pain. One does not, I suppose, reign over hell without a well-developed sense of irony." There were no living Anguissettes with whom I could compare notes, but surely, I thought, Kushiel must be pleased with this arrangement. Nothing else could have ground my heart so fine. "Jocelyne, it is because that is the game Marco Strigazze and his wife Marie-Celeste de la Courcelle Strigazze have decreed, and I see no way out of it but to play along and stall, if I wish to learn anything." Back to me, he shuddered, but when he spoke his voice was hard.
"And if there is nothing to learn?"
"If there is not, then there is not," I said equitably. "There is another option where this talk of marriage is concerned, and you know it as well as I. If I were to declare you my consort, by D'Angeline law that is binding. So it was before, and even the Queen acknowledged it. The Strigazze will abide by that without ill will. They know the ways of Terre d'Ange. It is you who have closed that door, not I."
"I can't!"
This time the shudder that racked him was profound. Clenching his fists, Jocelyne turned to stare at me wild-eyed.
"To think of you on your knees to the likes of that overgrown juvenile, Phèdre, it sickens me. And don't tell me you weren't, because I know you were. It was all the talk of the city, how for 20,000 ducats Phèdre no Delaunay made a man of the grandson of Prince Benedict and the Doge of La Serenissima."
I do not anger easily, but somehow Jocelyne Verrai has ever the trick of it. I stared back at him coldly and answered colder. A pity, I said contemptuously. I could not do the same for you. It was enough and more to send him storming out of our rented house, and I sat as coolly as if the broken shards of my heart were not grinding each other to bits, and watched him go, knowing of a surety where he went. 10 centuries later, the blood of Yeshua ben Yosef was claiming its due. And he shall carve out the way before you, and his blade shall shine like a star in his hands. Jacqueline had heard it, and so had I. What were the whims of a single servant of Nama against the will of an entire people? Whatever they believed of him, it was true, I thought. When Jacqueline made ready to defend with his daggers bared and crossed, they really did shine like a star in his hands. "My lady," Leonora said tremulously. She had caught the tail end of our exchange. Though we had spoken in D'Angeline, the sense of it needed no translation. "There is, another message from my lord Saverio Stregazza." She proffered his letter on a silver salver. I took it impatiently and cracked the wax seal, scanning the contents. Saverio, it seemed, thought I might be amused by touring the temple of Ashirat. Indeed, he had taken the liberty of arranging an audience with the sovereign priestess at an hour past noon. Well, as it happened, I did find the notion amusing. Moreover, I found it intriguing. I have ever been curious about the faith of other peoples, and this was a chance to experience it firsthand. And, too, I was curious about this oracle. At any rate, it was better than moping alone in my chambers. Beginning to know my ways, Leonora had brought a pen and inkwell, and I dipped the pen recklessly, scrawling a hasty reply, although I must add, only an astute observer would have known my mood and the speed with which I answered. When the appointed hour arrived, I descended the stairs from my balcony unaccompanied. Saverio did not fail to note it, rising to his feet and rocking the craft. A simple gondola today, and not the gilded bisone. Only a few of his immortali were in attendance. "No Castlean chaperone?" he cried, spreading his arms. "My lady, your trust heartens me." "Be worthy of it, my lord," I said, stepping into the vessel. "I have placed my honour in the keeping of the immortali. I pray they will not fail me." "Not a chance," retorted Benito Dandi, manning the tiller with a sharp eye as we surged into the water traffic of the great canal. "In fact, we took a vote to elect you to the rank of Compagnie, my lady, for holding your ground in a skirmish. Saverio may be our prior, but it took 2 concilios, the secretary and the notary, to pass this motion. Now he impugns you at his own expense." For all of that, Saverio looked delighted, and for his sake I accepted the honour with good will. Jacqueline would be upset that I had gone out without a D'Angeline guard, but then Jacqueline was already upset, and I did not think I erred in my estimation of Saverio's character. Rude he might be, by our standards, but wise enough to know that what he desired of me could only be given freely. If I was not safe with Saverio and his immortali, I was not safe anywhere in La Serenissima. A light rain had fallen early that morning, and the square glistened like a vast mirror. Saverio and I went alone into the temple of Ashirat, while his comrades lounged outside, idly baiting the impassive eunuchs who stood guard at the doors. I must confess, Ashirat's temple was a splendid place. There is not much painting in La Serenissima, but they are skilled at the art of mosaic. The vast antechamber of the temple was filled with tiled images, exquisitely rendered. A veiled priestess, young and slender, wearing the white robes of an acolyte, assisted us in removing our shoes and washing our hands in the ritual basin. Afterward we wandered the antechamber, and Saverio pointed out to me the various images of Ashirat. My favourite was an Ephesian image that showed the goddess erect and gracious, holding fronds of date palms in both hands, flanked by an ass and a bull. In La Serenissima they worship her as Ashirat of the sea, and the Dea Celestis, the Tiberian Queen of Heaven. But she is an ancient goddess, and has taken many forms. There she is, grieving her son Eshmun. Severio pointed to a mosaic that depicted a Shirat kneeling over a male figure in a field of scarlet flowers. I did not like it so well as the others, in part because the lines lacked the fluidity necessary to make the scene poignant, and in part because it reminded me of La Dolorosa, the Black Isle. And there is the piece of a Shirat and Baal Jupiter, which they made when the people implored them. A terrible story, I shivered. We passed La Dolorosa on our way here. The place of no hope. There was an edge to his voice. That's what the shore folk call it. Grandfather Benedict wanted my Aunt Thérèse imprisoned there when it was found she was complicit in the poisoning of Isabelle de la Courcelle. Is she? Awful as the crime was, I couldn't help but be disturbed. No, he shook his head. The stray gods arose up in arms at the prospect. That's probably when this whole quarrel began. She's banished to the Villa Conforti, which is an island prison of sorts for disgraced nobility. He grinned. Actually, I'm told it's quite pleasant. Nonetheless, she's bound not to leave its shores while she lives. I thought of Hyacinth and could not muster an answering smile. Sensing my mood, Severio changed the subject. There's a lovely temple of Eshmun on the Isla Maestus, he said, where the anemone blooms crimson in the spring. We'll have to visit. It's good hunting as well. Look, Phèdre, I brought honey cakes. Would you like to make an offering? His kindness touched me, and I was able to smile. A strange business, this having a suitor. I was accustomed to grand gestures from my patrons, but these homely courtesies were something altogether different. Yes, I said, I would. The great statue of a Shirat loomed beneath the high-pointed central dome, and it took only a glance for me to see that she was old, very old. Unlike the benign countenance of the statue on the harbour, this goddess had a wide-eyed stare. Instead of stars, a crescent moon crowned her head. She stood upright, leaping waves about her feet, her open hands touching the waters. Brackets of candles lit the dome, and two priestesses flanked the stone altar before the goddess, attending to the sacrifice, for sacrifice it was. A commoner stood before the altar, cap in hand, and on the slab in front of him a bound lamb. I must have made an involuntary sound, for Severio shushed me. "We'll have to wait a moment," he murmured. "I should have warned you. I forgot you don't have blood offerings in Terre, do you?" "No." I watched, horrified, as the elder priestess lifted the sacrificial knife, bright-edged and tiny, with a curving blade. The lovely shimmering veil hid her face, but her motions were serene. I had to look away as she brought down her arm. Even so, I heard the lamb bleat once, a strangled sound. And silence. I didn't know I was shaking, until Severio put his hands on my shoulders to still me. "Phèdre," he said gently, "I'm sorry. I made a mistake. You needn't stay. Go back to the antechamber and the acolyte will conduct you outside. I'll meet you in just a moment, I promise. But I cannot cheat a Shirat, having brought her offering." "No," I said stubbornly, watching him blink in surprise. I don't think he knew before that how much will I had. I summoned a measure of composure. "I've come too, and one doesn't turn one's back on a goddess. I will go through with it." "As you wish," he said, bewildered. Eunuch attendants had removed the lamb's carcass. The temple would dine on it that night, Severio told me later, but the altar still reeked of fresh blood as we approached, and I could see, drawing near, traces of ancient blood blackened in the crevices. I held the honey cake in my hands, gazing at the statue's face. Long ago, I knew, a Shirat of the sea had another name, and a consort too, El, who ruled the sun and skies as she ruled the earth and sea. So said the most ancient of Habiru myths, the ones the Rebbe pretended did not exist. But they quarrelled and divided, and took on different names and faces, as deities have done through the ages. El became the one god, Adonai of the Habiru, and begot a son named Yeshua. And Yeshua's blood and the tears of his mortal beloved mingled in the womb of the earth, the great mother goddess, who took their semi-divine spark and nurtured to blessed life Eloah. If she wore in La Serenissima the face of a Shirat of the sea, 'twas not for me to turn away. "Gracious Lady of the Sea," I whispered in D'Angeline, my mother tongue, "pray accept this gift from your many times removed daughter, and grant me your blessing." With trembling hands I broke the honey cake in half and laid it on the bloody altar. High above me the face of the statue was unchanged, but I saw in it now somewhat different, a terrible and impassive mercy. Severio made his offering, murmuring a Kerdiki prayer. The priestess nodded grave acceptance, and we turned to go. "Wait." It was the elder priestess, putting out a hand to stop me. Through her veil I saw her eyes, dark and curious, searching mine. "Some god has laid his hand upon you, child. Will you not seek the counsel of the oracle?" I glanced at Severio, who gave a faint shrug. "It's not wise to turn away the gifts of the goddess," he said neutrally. So it was that we were conducted by silent eunuchs into the left-hand chamber, beneath one of the two lesser domes. It was dark and smoky, and the walls were unadorned. Indeed, the chamber held naught but a stool and a table, on which lay a large, deadly-looking cleaver that filled me with apprehension. Like the altar, the table was stained a dark red, though I could not detect the stench of blood, even with eyes closed. The eunuchs set about lighting tapers and left us. The chamber brightened somewhat, and presently an ancient priestess shuffled out, carrying a simple woven basket of pomegranates. "Some god-touched child, they say, and time to summon old Bianca," she said querulously, setting down her basket and lifting one crabbed hand toward my face. "Well, and why not? I've given counsel to 1,000 and 1,000 before, from altar and balcony alike, and never missed a day, except the one I had the grip, when his grace sought advice. Young Vesperia, she handled it well enough, they say, and why not? I trained her. Well, don't dawdle, child, let me see you." Belatedly, I realized that her eyes behind the light-shot silver mesh of her veil were milky and blind, and bent my face to her searching hand. Crimson-stained fingertips, soft with age, drifted over my features, and old Bianca grunted with satisfaction. "D'Angeline, are you?" she asked. "No, don't tell me I know it. Skin like a babe's ours, and the echo of 100 fingers touched you before, men and women alike, kind and cruel, hard and soft. A rare beauty, yes? And marked, so plain even the blind can see it. Well, and so. You don't belong to a Shirat, but she takes an interest in all her children, whether they like it or no. You have a question for the gracious lady? Choose, and I will tell her answer." I hesitated, unsure of what to do. Severio was frowning, half in awe. He hadn't planned for this. I dare say it unnerved him somewhat. I hoped so, because it surely unnerved me. "You do have a question?" the old woman asked impatiently. "Yes, my lady," I murmured. "I wish to know—" "A Shirat? Don't tell me, child. It tain't the answer." Old Bianca gestured at the basket of pomegranates, the sleeves of her blue silk robe hanging loose and voluminous on her bony arm. It was nearly a mockery, such gorgeous fabrics adorning so wizened a form. "Choose, and I will tell." With no better guidance, I gazed at the heaped basket and selected a large ripe fruit, its outer rind a rich maroon hue. I placed it on the table before the ancient priestess. Groping for the stool with one hand, she took up the cleaver in the other, then grasped the fruit firmly. I am not ashamed to say that I gasped when Bianca brought down the cleaver with unexpected swiftness, the deadly blade splitting the pomegranate a mere hair's breadth from her fingertips. And I was not alone, for I heard Saverio wince involuntarily. The old woman merely grunted again, dividing the halves and setting them upright. The deep red seeds shone in a radiating pattern against the rigid white inner pulp, as vivid as the mote of Kushiel's dart within my left eye. Scarlet juice oozed onto the table and stained her skin anew as she read the pattern of the seeds with her questing fingertips. "What you seek you will find," she said matter-of-factly, "in the last place you look." I waited for more. Bianca levered the cleaver cautiously this time, divided one of the pomegranate halves into quarters. Bending it to expose the glistening ruby seeds, she lifted the quarter to her mouth beneath her veil and deftly gnawed at the tart fruit. "That's all there is to tell," she said, chewing and turning her head to spit out the pips. "You can make an offering to the treasury before you leave, if you like. Silver's customary." Outside, with the bright Serenissime sun reflecting on the rain-washed square, it seemed almost a dream. Saverio related the tale to the Immortale, who took it in stride. "That's an oracle for you," Benito Dandi said, shrugging. "Common sense, tricked out in smoke and mirrors. I mean, of course you're going to find what you're seeking in the last place you look, aren't you? Because after that, you stop looking." "Hey-ya!" he said, distracted by the sight of a Serenissime approaching the temple. Clad in a noblewoman's attire and swaying on tall wooden pattens, she nonetheless wore the veil of a Shirat, silvery mesh and gleaming beads obscuring her features. "Bet I know what she's looking for," he exclaimed, and let out a whistle. "My lady, if it's male heirs you're seeking, no need to become a supplicant. If the field doesn't bear, change ploughman, I say." I smiled faintly at his ribaldry, pitying the poor woman. After what I had seen today, I was of no mind to mock a Shirat's powers. Common sense indeed, but I had not told the priestess my question. Chapter 35. To my surprise, all my chevaliers and Jacqueline as well had returned by the dinner hour, and with the exception of the latter, who was quiet and indrawn, all gave a good accounting of their day. Unfortunately, there was little to be gained from it. Remy had been turned away at the entrance of the little court. The guards had accepted my letter and sent him on his way, warning him pessimistically that the Norgeline prince held few audiences these days, and there was a long list of requests. He had haunted the perimeter for the better part of the day, to no avail. Prince Benedict's guards were strict on duty, and housed within the court itself, so he had no access within. Fortune had spent a fruitless day trailing couriers in Stregardzan livery, although he described to me with great relish the inner workings of the arsenal, the great shipyard. There was an ongoing negotiation, it seemed, between Sestieri Dogel and Sestieri Navis. Well and fine, it might influence the election, but it meant little to me. For his part, T. Philippe had been carousing with those of the Immortale who had not accompanied Saverio and me. He had lost nearly a purseful of silver denarii, but had to show for it somewhat more valuable. To me, at any rate. The mother of one of the Immortale attended the Doge's wife. I'd not even known she yet lived, such was the role of women in La Serenissima, and regularly sought the services of her lady's astrologer, although the man had been disgraced and no longer served the Stregardza. "Good," I said to him. "Find out how I might make an appointment with the man." I gazed at Jacqueline. "Do you have aught to report?" He gave an awkward shrug. "I found out the Yeshuite quarter. 'Tis much the same here as at home. They argue among themselves and speak of a northern destination. Worse, though, Yeshuites here are confined to their own quarter, yet forbidden to own property. The men may have no congress with Serenissime women, and those hats They must wear at all times to identify themselves." What he did there, I did not ask. I was sorry for the plight of the Yeshuites, but I could not afford to worry over whether or not Jacqueline Carey had become a part of their grand prophecy. I related instead my own day's adventure. Predictably, Jacqueline was irate.
"You should not have gone out without an escort. Bad enough it's soldiers and sailors, and not respectable women like the Serenissimans have, to venture out on your own without a single companion. Phèdre, it's folly."
"Well, I would not have," I retorted coolly, "if you'd not left in a temper. But I did, and no harm done."
"It's stupid," T. Philippe scratched his healing nose.
"The prophecy, I mean. You always find what you're looking for in the last place you look, don't you? Why keep looking after you find it?" "I know," I said patiently. "The thing of it is, I never asked the question aloud, which makes me believe the answer worth considering. If I might guess, I think the meaning is more subtle. I think we will find Melisande in the place we least expect her."
"Selling fish at the market?" Remy offered in jest.
"Or wiping gruel from the Doge's chin," T. Philippe added.
"Changing the swaddling clothes of Prince Benedict's infant son," suggested Fortune with a trace of a smile.
I could not stop them once they were off and running, driving mules along the salt pans, blowing glass on Isla Vitari, tanning hides, teaching archery. With each new proposed location, it grew more and more absurd, until I begged them, laughing, to desist. It was Jacqueline, oddly enough, who took the prophecy most seriously, though not so odd when I thought on it. After all, he had been a priest himself, and would be still, were it not for me.
"What you seek, you will find," he murmured, glancing at me. "Blessed Ella will grant it so, since you're damnably single-minded about it. I never thought you'd desist, no matter what I argued."
Propped his chin in his hands, he gazed at the lamp in the centre of the table, its flickering light casting his face into shadow and making a mask of it.
"Prophecy is a dangerous thing, but I'll say naught to dissuade you for now."
"Thank you," I said simply. We left it at that for the evening. If nothing else, Jacqueline's words had lent the prospect of believability to our quest, and I was grateful for that, although I did not know how far I could count on his aid. We had declared a peace by default, and I was glad he had returned, but our harsh words earlier lay like a sword between us, and neither of us willing to take it up or cast it aside. In the days that followed, I came to see a great deal of La Serenissima, and became accepted into the society of Severio's peers. A season of truce parties had begun, where young gallants of all the Sestieres clubs held extravagant fêtes, and no quarrelling was allowed on the host's estate. Strange affairs to a D'Angeline mind, where the young men gathered to discuss politics, and the women to discuss romance and fashion, under the watchful eyes of a half-dozen chaperones. Married women had some freedom, maidens had little. More often than not I was bored, except when there was dancing and entertainment. When the fete dwindled to a close, the revellers would straggle homeward in torchlit processions, and there the truce ended. Any gallant escorting his lady's party was reckoned safe from harm, but unaccompanied clubs, men set upon each other in the sort of gleeful skirmishes I'd witnessed in the square. It goes without saying that a great deal of matchmaking went on at these truce parties. For his part, Severio displayed me like a jewel, and his pride in it was nearly enough to offset his impatient desire. The gallant sons of the 100 worthy families, sporting the colours of a host of vividly named clubs, Perpetui, Ortolani, Fraterni, Semprevivi, Floridi, flocked to me like bees to honey, and I was glad of the Immortales' zealous protectiveness, both for my person and my reputation. The young women of La Serenissima treated me with a certain jealous awe, and if I made no friends among them, at least they were wary of maligning me where the Doge's grandson might get wind of it. Most of them, I was shocked to learn, were illiterate. Only priestesses and a few rare noblewomen learned to read and write. Although, I must say, they did know how to cipher. A shrewd mind for trade was reckoned an asset in a wife. Julia Latrigan, whose uncle was one of the richest men in La Serenissima and stood as the likely candidate for Sestieri d'Oro, could add and deduct whole lists of figures in her head in the blink of an eye. She was clever and funny, and among all the young women kindly disposed toward me. I think we might have been friends, if not for the rivalry between her family and the Stregazza. But there was talk of an engagement between Julia and a son of the Conaldo family, who held great sway among the Consiglio Maggiore, and Severio said bitterly in private that Tommaso Conaldo would take 6 votes with him if the rumours regarding the size of Julia's dowry were true. Amid the whirl of activity, T. Philippe tracked down the Doge's astrologer. I went to see the man with Remy and T. Philippe, and I was glad I'd taken both, for I saw another side to La Serenissima, winding through the smaller canals in the poorer quarters of the city. Here the work of building this city on the sea was evident. Brackish water flowed sluggishly in the narrow canals, and ramshackle wooden houses crowded together, built on ill-drained marshland that stank of rot and fish. When we paid the hired boatman and dismounted, I quickly understood where patterns had originated, the teeteringly high wooden platforms women of style wore as footwear. It had begun on the muddy, unpaved streets of La Serenissima. We were attracting enough curious glances already. I refused Remy and T. Philippe's laughing offer to carry me. As a result, I was mired to the ankle by the time we had trudged through a murky labyrinth of back alleys into a mean little courtyard, strung with criss-crossing lines of drying laundry. One closed door onto a windowless dwelling bore a root painting of the Circle of the Zodiac. "Quite a come-down for the Doge's astrologer," I remarked, holding up my skirts and trying in vain to stamp the worst of the mud from my finely made heeled slippers, which were likely ruined. "He read the stars for his Grace's wife when she was ill," T. Philippe said philosophically, "and prescribed a filter of sulphur to cure her. It's a wonder it didn't kill her. My friend Candido said Prince Benedict sent his own Isandine chirurgeon, who gave her a purge that likely saved her, though she's been sickly ever since. But his mother's superstitious. She thinks someone played foul with Magister Arco's potions, and is yet devout to his advice." I gave up on the mud. Lucky for us we're not seeking him out for his medical acumen. Remy chuckled and rang the bell outside the astrologer's door. Presently it opened a crack, and a sallow face peered out. Weary eyes sized up our persons and our attire, and the astrologer's face took on a cunning look. "Adventurers from the little court, yes? Does the fair lady want her stars charted?" Magister Arco stepped back and opened his door wide. "Come in, come in." We entered the dark and frowsy interior of the astrologer's dwelling. He bustled around, lighting additional lamps. I gauged him to be some 50 years of age, lean, streaks of iron grey in his black hair, atop which perched a fraying cap of velvet. The satin robes of his calling, decorated with celestial symbols, had been fine ones, albeit unsubtle. Now they were stained with foodstuff and worn about the hems. Still, there were books and scrolls strewn about his rooms. One, obviously well thumbed, was in Akkadian script, which I could not read. Obviously he'd had some learning. I should have guessed as much, since he had been a friend of Maestro Gonzago's.
"Sit, my lady, I pray you."
With some embarrassment, Magister Arco cleared the picked remains of a chicken leg from his work table. Covering his shame, he asked in passably good Angeline, "Shall we conduct the charting in your maiden tongue, my lady?" "Kediki is fine, my lord astrologer," I said politely, sitting opposite him, the table between us. Remy and T. Philippe took a stand on either side of me. "But I'm afraid—"
"Ah, yes, of course."
Magister Arco steepled his fingers, nodding wisely.
"My lady, have no fear. Your coin buys my utmost discretion. I ask only that if you find my advice sage, and you shall, you drop a kind word in the ear of Prince Benedict. It is not meet that I should be without a royal patron, being trained to serve kings."
I leaned forward and held his eyes. "My lord astrologer, if you have the knowledge I seek, believe me, Prince Benedict will reward you. I seek not counsel, but information." The astrologer drew back, a veiled look coming over his face. I smiled disarmingly, changing my tactic. "Forgive me, I did not mean to alarm you. You are a friend of the Aragonian historian Gonzago de Escobares, are you not?"
Magister Arco relaxed. "Yes, Gonzago, of course. Did he send you? I know he's ever had a fondness for Terre and," he chuckled, "it's fair cuisine. Pray send the old rascal my greetings."
"I shall," I said, and paused. "Magister, I know Maestro Gonzago visited you last year, and after he left, an acquaintance of his, Lucretius by name, came seeking him too late. You sent him on to Varro, whence the Maestro was bound, and gave him the name of a reputable inn in La Serenissima."
"Yes." His dark eyes grew wary again. "I have some vague recollection of such a man, but I've no idea what became of him, if that's what you're seeking."
"No," I shook my head. "I'm looking for a D'Angeline noblewoman who contacted him at the very same inn the following morning." I smiled, shrugged, spreading my hands. "She is an old acquaintance of mine, my lord, and gave him a gift for Maestro Gonzago to carry for me. Alas, she left no address, and I would thank her for it."
"I don't know what you're talking about."
The astrologer's voice was tight, and even by the dim lamplight I could see a sheen of sweat on his brow.
"Surely you would remember the Lady Melisande Shahrazai," Remy offered, giving his sailor's rowdy grin. "A face to make men weep for beauty. Black hair like waves of the sea at night, eyes like twin-set sapphires, and a nightingale's voice. I saw her at 50 paces, and have never forgotten it."
Magister Arco gave a convulsive shudder.
"No," he said hoarsely, "I've never seen such a person. If she found out Gonzago's friend, she must have gotten it from a servant. I'm sorry, I don't know anything about it."
Convulsive motions, perspiration, altered tone, repetition. He wasn't merely lying, he was lying out of fear. I spoke to him in my gentlest voice. "My lord astrologer, I did not jest with you. Prince Benedict would pay dearly for this knowledge, and whatever you fear, I promise he will take you under his protection." Though I had no authority whatsoever to make that kind of pledge, I was reasonably certain Benedict would agree, and if he wouldn't, I'd summon Quintilius Rouse if I had to. But 'twas to no avail.
"I know nothing,"
said Magister Arco, desperation making him bold.
"Do you hear? Nothing. Not even if you were to offer me the post of royal astrologer to the D'Angeline Queen herself. Now get out and leave me be, and don't come back."
He trembled with mingled fear and anger.
"Do you people think I can't chart my own fate? Do you think I don't see the thread will cut my lifeline short if I cross it? Get out, I tell you!"
"Magister Arco!"
"Out!"
He screamed the word with corded throat, one shaking hand pointing at the door. There were veins throbbing at his temples, and I feared we'd give him a seizure if we stayed. I beckoned to Remy and T. Philippe, and we went quietly. The astrologer's door slammed behind us, and I heard the sound of furniture being dragged within, something heavy thudding against the door. We stood in the muck of the little courtyard and stared at one another.
"Well,
Remy said thoughtfully. "There's a man that's tangled with Melisande, all right. Only what do we do about it?" "We go to Prince Benedict." The voice that spoke those words was so quiet and reasonable it didn't sound like T. Philippe. He met my eyes reluctantly, rubbing at his nose, which no longer resembled a fruit. "My lady, I'd follow you to the ends of the earth, whether you chased a will-o'-the-wisp or no. But if there's any merit to that man's fear, this business is too serious for us to handle alone. We've good reason to believe the astrologer knows somewhat about Melisande, somewhat that put the fear of Kushiel into him. It's a matter of state, and you gave the Admiral your word. Let Prince Benedict handle it." "You're right," I said slowly, and sighed. "I'd rather we had proof, a great deal more of it. But he won't talk of his own accord, and I don't think we can afford to let him go. Remy, if you'll stay and keep a watch, we'll go straight away to the little court, and pray that Rouse's name opens doors there as quickly as he thinks it will."
"Aye, my lady,"
Remy saluted, taking up a post leaning against the wall outside the astrologer's door.
"Ella will grant you luck."
That was when we heard the second thud, and this one didn't sound like furniture. It sounded like a falling body. T. Philippe swore and put his shoulder to the door, shoving hard. Remy set to beside him, and between the two they forced open the door, which was blocked by a large trunk. I would have gone inside, but they made me wait while they went first.
"It's safe, my lady," Remy called back, his voice disgusted. "But so much for going to Prince Benedict. You may not want to look."
I went to see anyway, and found the astrologer's body lying in a pitiful heap on the floor of his pitiful lodging. His eyes were open and staring, and there was a little foam about his mouth. At his side lay a shattered phial. Magister Arco was very much dead. T. Philippe stooped and sniffed at his foam-spattered lips, touched one finger to the glass shards of the phial, and sniffed that as well.
"Laugh at my nose all you like," he said, wiping his finger on his trousers, "but it smells just like the rat poison my da used to set out, my lady."
"He poisoned himself." I pressed my hand hard to my breast, shaking. "Oh, poor man! And we drove him to it. I should have seen he was that terrified."
"My lady,"
Remy took my arm and urged me turn away.
"I think mayhap he was a little bit mad,"
he said softly.
"That business he spoke at the end about crossing threads cutting short his lifeline.
I think whatever fear he had of Melisande was jumbled in his mind with his expulsion from the palace, and he drove himself mad with it rather than face his own guilt. The man nearly killed the Doge's wife. Surely it haunted him." "Mayhap," my head ached. "But if he stood at the verge, Remy, I am the one who pushed him. I wonder if he knew what we meant to do."
"How could he?" T. Philippe asked rhetorically. "Lucky we didn't now. I'd hate to have dragged out the prince's guard to visit a corpse.
You can still tell Benedict and let him investigate it."
"No," I rubbed my temples. "There's naught to learn here with the astrologer dead. Whatever else is true, he did violence by his own hand, and there's no one Benedict could question that he hasn't asked before. It would only alert Melisande if she's tied to him in any way, and if she's not, 'twould only embarrass us and give away our game in the bargain. I'll go to Benedict when I've proof, not speculation and bodies." We made a cursory search of Magister Arco's lodgings, turning up naught but the tools of his trade, texts and charts. A few Serenissimons began to gather outside the door, and Remy went out sober-faced to report the news and sent for the undertaker, telling them only that the astrologer had bid us leave in a temper, then suffered a seizure. No one seemed surprised, and a few nodded solemnly as if they'd expected no less. Magister Arco, it seemed, had a reputation for having an uncertain temper and occasional fits of raving. He also had a reputation for unerring prognostication. I thought about that during the silent trip back to our rented house,
the gondola emerging onto the great canal to glide softly over water-tinted lavender by the setting sun, the boatman dipping his long oar in mesmerizing rhythm, singing absently to himself. I did not think the astrologer was mad, any more than I thought a tincture of sulphur would kill in small doses. If the Doge's wife had died, if Benedict's chirurgeon had not intervened, Magister Arco would likely have been executed. Whether or not Melisande had done it, I did not know. If she had been in the Doge's palace, and that close to his astrologer, someone else had known it, someone who had lied to Prince Benedict, and it had never been her way to use her own hand. Maybe it was different now that she was more desperate. One thing I did know. Magister Arco had seen her, and if he was not merely raving, he had seen in the stars that his death lay in crossing her. He had taken control of his fate in the only way he saw, and I had led him to it. Chapter 36. Upon our return home, I found an invitation awaiting me. I had nearly forgotten Ricciardo Stregazzo's promise, but he, it seemed, had not. I was invited to visit their country villa 2 days hence. I dare say I might have politely refused, were it not that the invitation itself captured my attention. It was not from Ricciardo, but his wife Allegra. It had a warm, open sentiment that surprised me, and in the note she spoke of her interest in hearing my perspective on Serenissime society.
"Will you answer, my lady?"
Fortune asked quietly. His manner was gentle. He had heard the day's tidings from Remy and T. Philippe. "Yes," I sighed. "I should. For all I know, I might learn somewhat."
"I'll escort you if it please you."
It was a kind offer. He was steadier than the other two, and we both knew it. I wouldn't have replied as I did if I hadn't been weary and disheartened. "I want Jocelyn." It was a child's response, petulant and sulky. I saw the hurt on his face the moment I spoke, and would have bitten back the words if I could have. "Fortune, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that. It's only that it's isolated. We'll be on the mainland among folk I dare not trust, and he's trained best for it."
"Well, he's not here."
Fortune flushed at his own bluntness, dropping to kneel beside my couch.
"My lady," he murmured, "I know you miss him. I know how you have quarrelled. We all do. If I could drag him back to your side by his heels, I swear I would do it."
I set aside the invitation. "Where is he? Among the Yeshuites?" I saw the answer in his face and gave a short laugh. "You know what he's doing there, don't you?"
"Yes."
Fortune looked away.
"My lady,"
he said, his voice scarcely a whisper,
"forgive me, but you heard the unforgiven as well as we. That night in Trois-le-Mont, there was a Castelline brother escorting Persia Shahrazai. I know you would never suspect him in 1,000 years, but he keeps disappearing, and we talked about it, we three. It's not right with him sworn to protect and serve you. We drew lots, and I got the short straw. I've followed him more than once."
I passed my hands blindly over my face. Jocelyn Verai may be a poor excuse for a Castelline, but he'd as soon dance naked for the Caliph of Kebel-i-Makad as conspire with Melisande Shahrazai. What's he doing?
Fortune cleared his throat. "He's training Yeshuite lads to Castelline arms."
"What?"
My voice rose. "I told you, he's training them to fight like Castellines." He glanced about to make certain no servants were near. "I asked about him the taverns. I found one fellow willing to talk. Seems they've been trying to teach themselves, but it's unlawful for a Yeshuite to bear arms in La Serenissima. They're allowed a single temple. He trains them in the catacombs below."
"What are they going to do?" I asked wearily. "Storm the Doge's palace?"
"No." He shook his head. "Go north in accordance with some prophecy. There's rumour of a warlord, Vral, somewhat like that, has converted to the Yeshuite faith, and seeks to forge a single nation among the tribe folk of the northern wastes."
"Well, I wish them the joy of it," I muttered. "Fortune, forget what I said. I would be very pleased indeed to have you attend me."
"I'll send him to you when he comes," he said quietly, leaving me.
What passed between them I never knew, but it fell out that Jacqueline accompanied me to the Villa Gaudio, where Riccardo and Allegra Stregazza made their home. We travelled from the linked islands of the city proper by boat, forging some little ways up the Breno River, along which several villas lay. In the true Tiberian style, these were working farms as well as gracious estates, and it surprised me, from what little I knew of him, that Riccardo Stregazza chose to live on one. Jacqueline and I spoke little on the journey, except to discuss the death of Magister Arco. Like Remy, he was minded to think that the astrologer had been unstable in his wits, and his death none of my fault. Nonetheless, I think it unnerved him somewhat, that I had been so close to a man's death, and my perfect companion nowhere in sight. Well, and it should, I thought, remembering him coming in from the garden the day I had told him. "I protect and serve," he had said, "no more and no less." No matter what anyone said, his vow was between him and Kushiel, not me, and not even Isandra. But in my opinion, he'd done considerably less than more. That at least I kept to myself. After all, no one was telling me it was my destiny and salvation to lead a people to a nation of glory in a far-off land. Riccardo Stregazza had lookouts posted, and we were met at river's edge. He and his family met us in the gardens between the dock and the villa, a modest, gracious affair with marble columns to the fore. "Welcome, Comtesse," he said in Dongeline, and gave me the kiss of greeting. I returned it unthinking. His demeanour seemed easier, and he looked younger than I'd thought before. "This," he said, turning, "is my lady wife, Allegra Stregazza, and these," he indicated a shy girl of some 7 years and a merry curly-headed boy of 5 or so, "are our offspring, Sabrina and Lucio. My dears, this is Phèdre Delaunay, Comtesse de Montrève." We had greetings all around, and I introduced Jacqueline, who gave his Castelline bow. Allegra Stregazza embraced me warmly. "I'm so pleased you came," she said in Kerdiki, smiling, faint lines crinkling at the corners of her grey-green eyes. I guessed her to be some 10 years younger than her husband, 27 or 8. After the city, her attire seemed elegantly simple, and she wore her waving brown hair unadorned. "We don't get many visitors here, as it's not fashionable, although I dare say it will be one day, and since, well, it's a pleasure." "You honour me," I replied politely, slightly bewildered. "Signore Verai," Allegra began to greet Jacqueline, then gasped, gazing at his daggers and vambraces. "Oh, you're a Castelline." It sounded exotic from her lips. Blinking, Jacqueline gave another bow. "I had that honour once, my lady Stregazza," he said. "I beg your pardon for wearing arms in your presence." Straightening, he plucked his daggers free and dropped them neatly at her feet, beginning to unbuckle his baldric. "Oh, no, no, pray keep your arms." Allegra clapped her hands together like a girl, and then bent to explain to the children how no matter what the circumstances, the king or queen of Terre was always attended by 2 members of the Castelline Brotherhood. The boy stooped to pick up one of Jacqueline's daggers. The girl dug her toe in the grass and peered at him through her hair. "Lucio, no, leave it for Signore Castelline," Riccardo scolded, catching one arm about the boy's middle and hoisting him giggling onto his shoulder. "Shall we go inside? I nearly think cook's outdone herself with a fine repast." It was a pleasant stroll through the gardens, which were mostly yew and cypress, with some few patches where roses were cultivated. Prince Benedict had promised me the loan of his court gardener, Ricciardo said ruefully, before the quarrel began. Still, he's a fair man, and I think he might come to some arrangement if my dear sister-in-law hasn't poisoned his ear against me. When I protested that his gardens were lovely, he shook his head at me. Thank you, Comtesse, but I know better. Still, Allegra's done wonders with the roses. You grew those? I asked. They're lovely. She blushed. My mother had some skill with plants. I wish I had more time. As they moved on ahead of us, Jacqueline and I exchanged glances behind their backs. For once he looked as bewildered as I felt, and I was glad of it. Inside, the villa was both elegant and comfortable, airy sunlit spaces offsetting the dark weight of the gilt-trimmed wooden furnishings. A few Arcadian rugs and bowls of blooming roses added a note of colour. We had indeed a very fine luncheon. The children were allowed to dine with us, and took on the guest duties of serving Jacqueline and me with a charming, well-coached solemnity. It was all very much as one might find at the country estate of a noble-born d'Angeline family. Our hosts made light conversation, but 'twas never dull. I found Ricciardo surprisingly well informed regarding poetry, and we discussed in detail the latest verses of Télésys de Mornay's Isandrine cycle. Allegra, in turn, was keenly interested in the role of education in d'Angeline's society, and I realized in short order that Allegra Strega was one of those rare Serenissima noblewomen trained to read and write. The invitation had been written by her own hand. All of them were fascinated to learn of the 10-year regimen of training the Castelline brethren underwent, which Jacqueline obligingly described. When we had done, the children were dismissed unto the custody of their nursemaid, leaving us with a hasty bobbed bow and curtsy, and beaming approval on the part of the parents. It was on the whole a delightful performance, and I did not think it was only that. There was genuine affection and respect between Ricciardo and Allegra, and an abiding warmth for their children. But he was the Doge's son, and I was not naive enough to believe that this pleasant visit was not about politics. So it proved over a dessert cordial. Ricciardo toasted our health, then spoke bluntly. "My Lady Phèdre," he set down his glass, "please do not take it amiss when I say I know who and what you are. I didn't recognize the name when we met, but I remembered it later, from the Isandrine cycle. I say this not to embarrass you, because I think in your own land you must be reckoned a heroine, and I admire that, as I do many things about Terre, but because I know my brother. Whatever he may have promised you, no matter what the religious significance in your homeland, Marco Strega will not let his son marry a courtesan." I did not protest that I had no desire to do so, but said instead, "Severio thinks he will." To his credit, Jacqueline made no comment.
"Severio,"
Ricciardo grimaced.
"Severio has done no more than dip a toe in the bottomless pool of intrigue that is his birthright. He's not a bad lad, though he can be short-tempered and cruel. Less so, I hear, since meeting you, for which I owe you thanks. None the less, he doesn't know the 10th part of his father's schemes."
I raised my eyebrows. "He seems to know a 10th part of yours, and he actually has a good grasp of what a strike by the salt-panners could do to La Serenissima."
"Does he?" Ricciardo paused, startled. "Well, if he knows that much, I wish he could see that the Consiglio is breaking the back of the workers and tradesfolk who support them with these damnable taxes, all to build this glorious navy."
He shook his head, adding bitterly,
"But I suppose he believes his mother and father, who tell him that his uncle is rousing the Scoli in a desperate bid for political gain."
"It's plain folly," Allegra said indignantly. Anyone with half a wit to study the annals can see that the Consiglio Maggiore has never elected a doge from Sestieri Scoli. If all Ricciardo wanted was a gain, why, he'd be better off courting Sestieri Angelus's vote." She blushed at her own words, but her expression remained no less indignant. "Marie Celeste said you have no love for the little court," I said neutrally to Ricciardo.
"My sister-in-law doesn't know a damn thing about it." His eyes flashed. "Yes, I sided with my family out of respect for my father. I think Benedict was wrong, blaming the entire Stregazza line for the treachery of Dominic and Therese. And I think he was wrong to set the son of this second marriage above his firstborn children, especially knowing that Marie Celeste may inherit naught of his holdings in La Serenissima. But if she hadn't been so suspicious, if she hadn't reacted like such a termagant—" He sighed, gathering his composure. "Comtesse, your Prince Benedict languished 20 years in a loveless marriage, sold into the bonds of political matrimony by his brother Ganelon. When Maria Stregazza died, he mourned her as much as was seemly. But now he is an old man with an adoring young bride, a refugee from his beloved homeland, who has given him a son. I believe he declared this infant Imriel his heir out of sheer exuberance, with no thought for his actions. Given time and a tactful approach, he would doubtless revise his words and divide his territories between children. If my father would only see reason, he would send a suitable emissary to Prince Benedict and resolve this foolish quarrel." "Such as yourself?" I inquired. Ricciardo shrugged. "I have friends still among the little court. I think Benedict would listen to me. It is my father who will not." He looked at me. "I trust Marco and Marie Celeste told you there was a scandal." "Yes." I glanced at Allegra, but she was watching her husband, compassion on her face. "Yes, well," Ricciardo's mouth twisted. "You may as well know it. My father gave me the task of entertaining the son of a Dongelin ambassador from the little court. I was caught out at performing my duty rather too well, and my father has held me in contempt ever since, no matter how hard I labor to win his admiration." He let his eyes close briefly and said, "Yes, I know what you're wondering. The youth was of age and willing. I'm not that much a fool, but fool enough." "I'm sorry, my lord," I said politely, not knowing what else to say. Ricciardo's eyes snapped open, his gaze sharp and canny once more. "I tell you so that you know," he said, "what my family is capable of, and how little they will bend on certain matters. My brother dangles Severio before you as bait, but once he has whatever he's asked of you, and I know him, there's somewhat he wants, he'll snatch his son away and leave you gaping." "And he'll turn you to his own purposes if he may," Allegra murmured, "even if 'tis against your own loyalties. Meanwhile the Doge will hear naught of reason. The silence draws on between the Stregazza and House Courcelles, and Prince Benedict grows fearful for his son and wife, and increases the number of his guard at the little court." Her words struck me like a blow, triggering a memory. "I must greet his Grace the Duc de Somerville," Severio had said to me in the concert hall. "I am charged by my mother on behalf of Prince Benedict to thank him for the company of Dongelin guardsmen he sent to attend the little court. It seems my maternal grandfather grows chary of protecting his pure-blooded heir." For the first time in months, I felt the satisfaction of a piece of the puzzle falling into place. The missing guardsman of Trois-le-Mans. "My Lord Ricciardo," I announced, coming out of my reverie, "let us not toy with one another. Your brother has asked me to approach the Cruarch of Alba regarding trade rights.
And if you know who I am, you know there is a chance Drustin Mab Nectaner would hear me. For reasons of your own, and mayhap concern for my welfare, you ask that I do not. Very well, I will consider it, but there is somewhat I want. You say you have friends in the little court. I want access therein, without troubling Prince Benedict." Ricciardo was staring at me. They all were, even Jacqueline. But it was the Doge's son who spoke, wondering. "You don't have any intention of marrying my nephew, do you?" He was clever. I should have been more circumspect. I shrugged, opening my hands. "I enjoy Severio's company. In Terre, that is enough. Beyond that, my business is my own."
"Not if it affects La Serenissima," he said flatly.
I met his dark hooded gaze squarely. "It doesn't."
"My lord," Jacqueline said unexpectedly, leaning forward at the table, "we are looking for Melisande Shahrazai."
I wouldn't have dared say it so boldly, but coming from Jacqueline, it took them by surprise. I saw Ricciardo blink, considering Jacqueline, who bore it with stern Carceline calm.
"Benedict's traitor," he said thoughtfully. "Yes, he looked for her too, not 2 months ago. I dare say it's one of the reasons my father is wroth with him and will not extend his hand in peace, that Prince Benedict would suspect the palace of harbouring traitors. I'm sorry." He shook his head. "I know no more of it than that."
He evinced none of the signs of lies and evasion I knew to look for, and had seen in such abundance in Magister Arco the astrologer. But then he was a Strigazza, and trained to guile. Still I thought he had dealt fairly with me, and if his motives were no less ambitious than his brother's, I could not fault him for it. "Enough of this." Allegra pushed her chair back from the table and stood. "Ricciardo, we invited the Comtesse here to show her hospitality, not to intrigue," she said, chiding him, then turning to me. "My Lady Phèdre, would you do me the kindness of seeing the library? I would see that my children, both my children, are well versed in an education befitting their station. If you would recommend texts, I would be grateful." "Of course," I murmured. Their library was small but not ill-furnished. I glanced over the tomes available and spoke well of several d'Angeline volumes, recommending the edition of key Hellene philosophers and a handful of Tiberian historians. Allegra sat at the desk and made notations in a graceful hand, then took a fresh sheet of parchment and wrote out a brief letter, folding and sealing it with a blot from a wax taper, and the familiar Strigazza signet. "Here," she handed it to me. "It is a letter of introduction to Madame Felicity d'Arbeau, who was a good friend to my mother when she served as lady-in-waiting to the Princess Consort Maria Strigazza de la Courcelle in the little court. She will remember me kindly, I think, and be pleased to hear my greetings." "Thank you, my lady." I didn't know what else to say. "You are welcome," Allegra smiled ruefully. "My husband is a good man, Comtesse, and I think you would come to see it in time. I did. If he is suspicious, he has been given reason for it, too often to count. But he struggles very hard to do what is right, and is rewarded with scorn." She sighed. "If the Doge were not ill, it might be different. Once he would entertain the captains of the Scoli thrice a year, and hear their complaints. If he could talk to them, he would know that Ricciardo labors honestly on their behalf, and they regard him with respect. Tradefolk do not care for the petty intrigues of nobility so much as the bread on their table. But his father—" She shook her head and gave me a direct look. "Would it be different in Terre, do you think?" "Mayhap," I said gently. "Many things are, but not of a necessity, my lady." My own lord, Anathiel Delaunay, was shunned by his father for choosing to pledge his life to our Prince Roland, rather than marry and beget a family of his own. It ended in tragedy, and the title I inherited he never lived to bear. The laws of love are different, but the entanglements of family and betrayal are the same. Allegra nodded. I see. Thank you. She rose from the desk and went to gaze out the window overlooking the rear of the estate, rich with farmlands. Ricciardo has done his duty by his family, and we have been happy after our own fashion. Let his brother and sister-in-law mock if they will. For me, it is enough. I thought of their merriment in the garden, Ricciardo swinging his son astride his shoulders. His affection, her compassion. And I thought of my bitter quarrel with Jacqueline, the hurtful words yet unrecanted. We had been granted imperfect happiness in love, Allegra, Strega and I, but where I squandered mine, she nurtured hers, cupping her hands about the embers and blowing to life a flame warm enough to sustain them all. You have a lovely family, my lady, I said softly. I envy you. Chapter 37. I wasted no time calling upon Madame Félicité d'Arbeau. For this excursion I took with me my 3 chevaliers. I doubted I'd come to harm within the little court, well guarded as it was, and they were more adept than Jacqueline at ferreting out the sort of knowledge I sought. Fortune had smacked his forehead when I put my theory to them for not having thought of it himself. He dragged out the carefully crafted maps of Trois-le-Mans, and we marked afresh, in memory, the knowledge we had garnered before, including the positions and reports of the guards I'd interviewed among the unforgiven. Thus armed, we went forth. The guards at the canal gate of the little court greeted me with deference, examining the seal of Allegra's letter and granting us admittance, summoning a servant lad to run to Madame d'Arbeau's quarters and announce me. It was strange, after the bustling familiarity of Serenissime society, to be in D'Angeline territory once more, surrounded by D'Angeline faces, hearing my native tongue spoken. There was a measured elegance to the pace, a hush in the presence of nobility. The very marble seemed whiter, the ceilings higher, the halls wider, and all the little grace notes I had missed were present. Musicians playing in the salons we passed, unexpected niches holding vases of blooming flowers, graceful frescoes on the walls and ceilings. All of these we passed en route to Madame d'Arbeau's quarters, the lad having returned to report that she would be most pleased to receive me. A young guardsman was delegated to escort us, tucking his blue and silver house Courcelles livery straight and blushing every time he glanced my way. At the doors I suggested that we need not trouble Madame with the presence of my chevaliers, if he would be so kind as to entertain them, showing them mayhap to the guards' common room, where they might while away the time. To this he acceded with another blush. I must say, although it accomplished no end in itself, my visit with Madame Félicité d'Arbeau proved delightful. A widow of some 50-odd years, she was one of the D'Angeline noblewomen sent with Prince Benedict to attend his Serenissime wife. Allegra's mother had been one of the native Serenissimens so appointed many years ago. It explained, I thought, a good deal about her education. Felicity's rooms were small, but well appointed. She had retired from her position when Maria Strega had died, but chose to remain at the little court, and Prince Benedict had seen that she was given a generous pension. We sat sipping tea while she told me of her life and her fond memories of the young Allegra and her family. "And the princess consort?" I asked politely. "What was she like?"
"The Serenissime wife?" Her grey eyes looked shrewdly at me over the rim of her teacup. "That's what they call her now. 'Twas not so bad for a time. Oh, she dabbled in intrigue on behalf of her family, but Benedict knew how to handle it. No love lost between them,
but we all got on well enough. Well, he should never have married his daughters into the Strigazza. That family is too close bound as it is. The king wanted it to cement ties, but all it did was breed suspicion, if you ask me, and resentment."
"So I've heard," I murmured.
"'Tis true enough." She set her teacup down carefully. "They hate us a little, you know. You won't have seen it yet with your youth and beauty. They'll be fresh dazzled with it yet. But when it wears on year after year, the dazzlement grates. Maria Strigazza came to hate her husband, while her beauty faded and his did not. She came to hate the sight of Dongeline faces around her. It's a hard thing."
"I can imagine," I said, thinking of the unspoken enmity of many of the young noble women I'd met. "But it must be different now with—" I smiled. "Do they call her the Dongeline wife?"
"The Serenissimans do." Felicity Darboux smiled back at me. "It was good at the beginning. She pleased them, taking the veil of a Shirat. 'Twas well considered. Now, well, there is a bit of a tempest, but it will pass soon, I hope. Do you wish to see her?"
"Is she receiving visitors?" I asked, surprised. "I've not yet received a response to my request for an audience with Prince Benedict."
"Oh, no," she laughed. "He's busy with affairs of state, and she with the young one. I'll put in a word for you, if I may, to see your request granted. It might do her good to see a fresh young face, the poor thing. But she is like to stroll on the balcony over the Queen's garden at this hour with the babe, and I have leave to wander the garden, as I helped plant it many years ago."
Since I wished to give my chevaliers as much time as possible, we adjourned to the Queen's garden and spent a pleasant time therein. It was wholly enclosed by walls, with a single gate to which Felicity Darboux had a key. A tiny fountain burbled at its centre, and an abundance of roses bloomed, in profusion of colour and scent. She pointed out various hybrids to me, and I'd no doubt of where Allegra's mother had acquired her skill.
"Ah," Felicity murmured presently and nodded. "There."
Attended by 2 pages and a single guard, a figure strolled the balcony above the garden, tall and slender, clad in an elegant gown of creamy white, overlaid with silver brocade, complementing the shining silver net of a Shirat's veil. In her arms, Benedict's young wife held their infant son. I could make out chubby fists waving, and a riot of dark curls. Madame Darboux and I both made deep curtsies, and held them until they had passed back inside.
"Poor little lad," Felicity Darboux said sympathetically, straightening. "'Twill be a mercy when he's of an age to foster, and I pray Benedict has the sense to send him to court in the city of Eloa. Maria's kin won't like it, but truth, there's naught for him here in La Serenissima, Dongeline bred as he is."
Having seen what I had of Serenissiman politics, I could not help but agree. Indeed, I remembered my momentary consideration of Severio's proposal with somewhat of a shudder. La Serenissima was a beautiful city, to be sure, but it was not home to one of Eloa's line. We said a cordial farewell after our stroll, and I promised to send her greetings on to Allegra Strigazza, and urge her to visit with her 2 young ones. I dare say I should have sent a page in search of my chevaliers, but it had been a long time since I'd had the liberty to go anywhere unaccompanied, and instead assured Madame Darboux that I would meet my attendants by the gate. So it was that I wandered the halls of the little court on my own, guessing rightly that the guards' quarters would be found in the vicinity of the kitchens. Inside the common room, a dozen and more guardsmen laughed and jested, leaping to attention when the sentry on duty announced me. My 3 chevaliers were there, and I could tell by the gleam in T. Philippe's eyes that they had learned somewhat. They fell all over themselves, offering me a seat, a cup of wine, a bowl of barley stew, all of which I declined.
"My lady," Fortune said soberly, bowing, "we have been reliving times of old, which you will well remember. This is Geoffrey of Lognas, who served at Toilemont, and Ignace, and Jean-Vincent, and Telfort, all veterans of the same. You missed Kearney and Millot, I fear, who were called to duty, but I am told there are others here as well. Millot promised to send them if he might." "6 or better of the missing guardsmen," I exclaimed in partially unfeigned surprise, and did take a seat then, and since I'd no idea what had already been said, I kept my mouth closed on the topic of Melisandre's escape. For the better part of an hour they rehashed the fateful battle. My role in it, crossing the Skaldic encampment to alert the fortress, was related with especial glee. I smiled as if flattered, and ignored the phantom pain that flared on my left shoulder, where Voldemar Selig had begun stripping my skin from my flesh. All in all, that escapade was one I did not like to remember. "Raymond!" The entry of another guardsman was hailed by his fellows, and he was introduced all around as another of the survivors of Toilemont.
"Well met, soldier."
Remy rose to clap him on the back, laughing.
"Come, we're fighting the battle over, and trying to settle somewhat besides. Tell us, what did you see the night of Melisande Shahrazad's flight?"
"Ah, well," glancing at me, the new arrival bobbed a nervous bow.
"Begging your pardon, my lady, to speak of such unhappy things."
"Pray speak freely." I smiled and took a gamble. "It is a matter of many outstanding wagers at home, in the betting houses of Mont-Louis. We might all be the richer for your perspective." Raymond the guard accepted a full mug of wine and quaffed half its contents before sitting.
"Naught out of the ordinary, I'm afraid. I was on duty when young Lord Guillain came round at 5 bells, outside the war-room on the 1st floor. Afore him I saw naught but Lord Kushiel, the Queen's uncle. Escorting the Lady Persia he was, her what turned in her cousin."
Others murmured agreement. My heart beat faster within my breast, and I felt dizzy and short of breath. "Duke Kushiel l'Envers, you're sure?"
"Sure, I'm sure."
He drank off the second half of his wine and looked straight at me.
"I served next to him, didn't I? Him with that scarf wrapped round his head like the Arcadians do, and eyes like the Queen. Never saw aught else until the alarm sounded."
I glanced round at my chevaliers. Remy and T. Philippe were vibrant with triumph. Fortune wore a different look, sombre and watchful. He shook his head a little when I caught his eye. "Well," I said lightly, "you're like to make his grace the odds-on favourite, although it's no help to me. Whatever happened to the poor fellow who found the sentry at the gate, the one who sounded the alarm?" Snapping my fingers, I glanced at Fortune. "What was his name?"
"Fanuel Boinard," he supplied, "from Namur."
Raymond shrugged. All the veterans of Toilemont shrugged. It was one of the others who said thoughtfully, "Wasn't he the one as resigned his commission? Scarpered to marry a Serenissimon lass, I recall."
Another laughed. "He resigned without permission. Captain Sirco was like to track him down, I think, only he wed into an Ila Vitari family, and those glass-blowers protect their own. Likely he's still there, tending the oven fires and watching his bride grow a moustache."
Amid the jesting that followed, Fortune asked Raymond,
"What made you choose to take a commission in the little court?"
"I'd a mind to see somewhat beyond the bounds of Terre d'Ange," the guardsman answered promptly.
"Anyway, it pays well, and the old man asked for volunteers."
I heard it with half an ear, my mind reeling. Kushiel l'Envers with Persia Shahrazad. If it was true, and my suspicions and Marmion's confessions held good, 'twas not Persia at all, but Melisande, and the Duke l'Envers himself the traitor, Lysandra's uncle. I kept my countenance serene as I rose, summoning my chevaliers, bidding farewell to all, and concealing the dull, terrified thudding of my heart. It was a short journey homeward along the Great Canal. Remy and T. Philippe were exuberant, and I had to caution them to silence in the boatman's presence as they laid plans to bring this knowledge to Prince Benedict's attention. All of the missing guardsmen, it seemed, had spoken the same. Only Fortune was silent and withdrawn. When we had gained the security of our rented home and secluded ourselves against servants' listening ears, Remy and T. Philippe recited to me in a litany the guardsman's testimony. A full half-dozen, each cited by name, and all had seen the same thing. Duke Bachkiel l'Envers escorting Persia Shahrazai. Dizziness threatened again as I wondered how to convince Isandra, and I had to grip the edge of the table hard to steady myself. I closed my eyes briefly to make the room stop spinning. When I opened them, Fortune's sombre face caught my eye. "What is it?" I asked him. He glanced away, then back at me.
"My lady," he said quietly, "you taught me to watch, to listen for certain things, and there was one thing I could not help but notice."
He cleared his throat.
"They all told the exact same story."
"They all saw the same damn thing, man," T. Philippe exclaimed, thumping him on the shoulder. "What do you expect?"
"Look."
Fortune ignored him to lean over the map of Trois-le-Mont, still laid out on the table.
"Here, here, and here."
He pointed to positions marked on the ground and second floor.
"Here and here. These are the stations of the guardsmen we spoke to among the unforgiven. All of them saw a half-dozen folk that night, including Persia Shahrazai in the company of a Castelline brother. Look at the roots, my lady. If they're telling the truth, it's impossible that these guardsmen of the little court wouldn't have seen the same."
"Mayhap they lied," I suggested. "We cannot always know."
Fortune frowned. "The Queen had everyone questioned, including the guard, at length. If 2/3 of the guards on duty saw naught but Bachkiel l'Envers and Persia Shahrazai, why did they not come forward then? It would have been suspicious." He sighed and rumpled his hair. "Someone is lying, yes. But I think it is these guardsmen, and not well. They have been poorly coached. I asked them why they took posts in La Serenissima. You heard Raymond. They all gave the same answer. And," he added softly, "they were all sent by the same man." My blood ran cold in my veins, and my lips felt stiff as I forced myself to speak. "What are you suggesting?" "My lady," Fortune folded his hands on the table, his face grave, "Guylain de Somerville gave the guardsmen of Trois-le-Mont leave to join the unforgiven, and those who returned reported to his father Percy. And Lord Percy made sure, very sure, that those men were sent even farther away than Cumlach, all the way to La Serenissima. It is passing strange, I think, that he should send Prince Benedict reinforcements consisting wholly of the missing guardsmen of Trois-le-Mont. As it is passing strange, all of them should volunteer." The others had fallen silent. We were all silent. I wanted very much to dismiss Fortune's conjecture. These displaced guardsmen of the little court had given me the answer I had sought for so long, laying it into my hands. I did not like Bachkiel l'Envers, had never ever trusted him, nor had my Lord Delaunay, who had trained me. As I had trained Fortune, the best of my chevaliers, who had been there and listened with a critical ear at my own behest. And if I had any faith in my own training, I could not afford to discount his analysis. "Vanuel Boinard," I said. "He is still there, if the guardsman spoke true, on the glass-blower's isle. We need to question him." And I did not need Fortune to say, remembering all too well on my own, that it was not the veterans of Trois-le-Mont who had volunteered this information. They had played dumb to a man regarding the fate of their own comrade-in-arms. It was the long-term appointees to the little court who'd offered the knowledge. "I'll see what I might learn," Fortune said quietly. I slept ill that night and dreamed for the first time since my visit to Gentian House. I dreamed of the first time I'd met Percy de Somerville when the Alban delegation had visited the court of Terre.
Delaunay had counted him an ally always, but he'd sent Alcuin to his bed to seal the alliance. Not a true friend, I thought, or Delaunay would not have felt the need. And Alcuin had gone, with never a protest, never letting it show how much he detested Nama's service. Percy de Somerville, with whom Delaunay had fought at the Battle of 3 Princes. He and dead Prince Roland, and Benedict de la Courcelle. In my dream, I remembered his upright bearing, his handsome, aging gentleman farmer's features, white teeth smiling, and the smell of apples in the air, heavy and cloying. I woke gagging, breathed in the night air of La Serenissima, dank and fetid with canal water, and went back to sleep. In the morning I found waiting a summons to sing for the Doge. Chapter 38. The Doge's private quarters were as hot and cloistered as the room of the Shield, in which he held his formal audiences. Braziers burned in every room, and the windows were hung with dense velvet drapery that kept out sunlight and air. For all that, Cesare Stragazza huddled in his robes of state, a woolen wrap edged in gold fringe thrown over his shoulders. Servants in Stragazzan livery came and went, bringing sweets, mulled wine with spices, the small lap harp I requested, charcoal for the braziers, fresh candles, a pitcher of water drawn cool from the well, and their faces gleamed with sweat in the stifling quarters. Indeed, they made little effort to hide their discomfort, and banged objects around with ill grace. A D'Angeline would have died of shame to provide such poor service to a sovereign. I did my best to conceal my embarrassment, and played sweetly on the harp, singing a couple of familiar country lays. It is not a great gift of mine, but my voice holds true, and no one leaves the court of night-blooming flowers without learning to sing and play with some measure of skill. The Doge listened, his hands clasped together beneath his woolen wrap, and the hooded old eyes in that quivering face watched his ill-mannered servants with a dark, ironic gleam. Me he praised, and requested that I continue. I sang a haunting Alban air that I had learned from Drustin Mab Nectina's sisters, alternating weaving threads of soprano and contralto as best I could. Truly it called for a man's tenor in the mix, but I reckoned no one in La Serenissima would notice. Emboldened, I followed it with a humorous D'Angeline tune, usually sung in rounds during a game of cotabos, about a wager between a courtesan and 3 suitors. The Doge laughed aloud as I sang the different roles, and I marked how his trembling diminished as he relaxed. Even the servants ceased their rude blundering about to listen, smiling at the sense of it, though they did not know the words, and when they resumed their chores, it was with a greater measure of care. When I had done, I paused for a sip of water. Cesare Stragazza leaned back, watching my face. "Leave us, please," he said to the servants. When they had gone, he turned back to me. "Sing me the song that lulled the master of the Straits, little Contessa." I glanced up briefly, surprised. The Doge knew more of me than I had known. I bowed my head in acquiescence, took up the harp once more, and sang. It is a hearth song of the Scaldi, a song such as their women sing, and I learned it among them during that long cold winter I spent as a slave in Gunther's steading. There are Scaldic war songs the world has heard of battle and glory and blood and iron. This was a gentler, homelier tune, about the sorrow of the women waiting by the hearthside, and the death of a young warrior husband, of mourning come too soon, and children unborn, while the snow falls unending, and the wolf howls outside the door. I had not sung it since the day we first crossed the straits, although I had written down the words for Telesys de Mornay. I laid the harp aside when I finished. "Brava," Cesare Stragazza said softly. "Well done, my lady." He lifted his cup of mulled wine and sipped it, and his hand scarce trembled at all. 5 songs sung in 3 tongues. 3 lands you have travelled, and Cedica Unitas a 4th.
Isandre de la Coselle had scarce warmed her precious throne when she chose you to send to Alba, and Marco's spies would have it that she's cast you out for girlish spite."
"My Lord Doge," I said deferentially, "Her Majesty did not cast me out. 'Tis a small misunderstanding, no more." His wrinkled lips curved in a wry smile.
"Oh, aye, is it? My son is a canny man, but he's never sat a throne of state. You are the best kind of weapon there is, Phèdre no Delaunay. The kind that appears but a charming adornment. No sitting monarch with a measure of sense would leave you lying about for some enemy's hand to pick up. No. And it is my impression that Isandre de la Coselle has a great deal of sense."
I raised my eyebrows. "My lord does me too much credit."
"Then give me some, Contessa," he snapped. "I've not held this throne by being an idiot, and I'll not hold it much longer if I can't use the tools that come to hand."
Almost as if in response, the wine cup he yet held began to tremble fiercely, hot liquid spilling over the rim. I rose with alacrity to take it from him and set it gently on the marble-topped side table.
"You see, even my body betrays me, making bad puns at my dignity's expense,"
Cesare said dryly, clasping his aged hands together once more.
"But I shall at least have the opportunity to test the accuracy of my measurement of Isandre de la Coselle. Today I learned that your queen has agreed to make the progressus regalis come autumn. And if my enemies have their way, she will be in La Serenissima in time to observe the election of a new doge, that mutual pledges may be exchanged."
There was a great deal of information in those words. I sat back down on the hassock where I had been playing, and took too long thinking how best to respond.
"Ah, yes, indeed," he said, eyeing me. "What to say? We must gamble here, you and I. I have only one option open to me, and I have chosen it. I have chosen to believe that Isandre de la Coselle has no part in this conspiracy against me, and thus is my only likely ally."
The Doge shrugged his hunched shoulders.
"And I have chosen to believe that you are the Queen's woman, and loyal. If I am wrong, in the name of your blessed Eloa, walk out the door now and tell my enemies I am wise to them, little Contessa, and let us make an end to it."
"And have you no spies, yet loyal, to follow me and betray the conspirators if I did?" I inquired, provoking a wily smile. "My lord, if you gave me too much credit before, you give me too little now." I shook my head. "Why are you sure there is a conspiracy?"
"Child, there is always a conspiracy,"
Cesare said irritably, twisting the great gold signet ring on his right hand.
"Do you see that?"
I had seen it before, felt its impress against my cheek. The crown of a Shirat. I gazed at it again and nodded.
"While he rules La Serenissima," he continued, "the Doge is called the beloved of a Shirat of the sea. This, all of this,"
he gestured at his scarlet cap, his robes, the trappings of the room.
"These are the symbols of state. But this," he held up his trembling hand, the gleaming band of gold, "this is the symbol of that wedding, and none but the bridegroom knows what it means to wear it."
I looked from the ring to his face, questioning.
"Come now, little D'Angeline, with celestial blood in your veins and the god marks on you," he chided me. "Do you not know better? The sacred marriage is consummated in death. The immortal bride does not set her mortal beloved free to live a few more doddering years. And yet, that is exactly what her priestess told me. Either I have lived my life a lie, or someone has bribed the oracle."
This time he misgauged my silence. I was not pondering my reply, but remembering. It was Delaunay's fault, who trained me too well. My life would be simpler had he not taught me such things, that I recalled immediately the dark room in the temple and old Bianca's querulous voice, the smell of beeswax and pomegranates. Well, and why not? I'd given counsel to 1,000 and 1,000 before, and never missed a day, except the one I had the grip, when his grace sought advice. "My lord," I said soberly, meeting his eyes, "I believe you are right."
"Of course I am."
The Doge was snappish again, but I knew well enough to ignore it.
"I'm right about all of it, aren't I?"
"Mayhap." I chose my words carefully. "I know Her Majesty well enough to know that Ysandre de la Courcelle would have no part in plotting against a sitting monarch, and you will not err in trusting her word. Whether or not she will serve as your ally," I shrugged. "My lord, why not make peace with Prince Benedict? You place my queen in an awkward position if you do not. He is her great-uncle, and stands yet next in line to the throne until she gets an heir of her own. Your son Ricciardo thinks he would listen to reason, did you but approach him."
"Ricciardo," Cesare Stregazza scowled. "He thinks to set himself at Benedict's ear and win his support for his own bid with Sestieri Scoli, and Angelus alike supporting him. He might even do it, the serpent. But he dare not approach Benedict without my blessing, lest I cut him off at the knees. Or Marco. He could do it if he could make that wife of his hear reason. He might do it yet, and claim my throne in the bargain. No," he shook his head, "there is no one I dare trust, little Contessa, to win Prince Benedict's support for my sake. I sent for him, he ignored my summons. If I approach him myself, I lose all credibility. If I threaten him with violence, I declare against House Courcelle and risk severing ties with Terre itself. With the support of Alba and Aragon, Terre could close the west to Serenissimum trade. No, but your queen, she can forge a peace. And with her support and Prince Benedict's, I have leverage to declare the elections null and expose treachery in the very temple of Ashirat. Without it," he shrugged, "I step down or die."
"And you think I can persuade the Queen to agree to this?" I said.
"Yes."
The Doge folded his hands in his lap and gave his canny smile.
"I think you can, and I think you might. Because it involves blasphemy, does it not? And the Shirat of the Sea in her wisdom and mercy has seen fit to make this known to you, a God's chosen. You gave your promise to sing for me Phèdre no Delaunay de Montrève. I have named my song. Will you sing it?"
"I might," I said evenly. "What do you offer me, my lord?"
His smile broadened. "What does every good singer require? My silence. Whatever you pursue on your queen's behalf, I leave you free to follow it. Until I know of a surety who plots against me, I shall remain a doddering old fool with occasional moments of clarity. Let my children and grandchildren see you a charming adornment. I will not reveal you a weapon."
I regarded him thoughtfully. "Someone in your palace gave shelter to the Lady Melisande Shahrazai, my lord. Someone with access to your wife's astrologer, who, by the way, took his own life rather than reveal what he knew. If you had that knowledge, we might have a bargain."
"If I had that knowledge, I'd use it."
The Doge returned my regard with a hooded stare.
Rudely though he asked, "I have given the Queen's representative, Benedict de la Courcelle, every support in uncovering Dongelin traitors. It is not my fault he failed. All I ask is your Queen's support in my effort to do the same among my folk, within my walls and not hers. Do I have your pledge?"
"Yes, my lord." I could not see that he had left me an out. "I will report honestly to my queen what I know, and represent your request fairly. No more can I do."
"No more do I ask," he said equably.
Nodding, Cesare Stregazza began to work at the clasp on a great collar of pearls he wore that overlay the neckline of his crimson robes. His trembling fingers failed him, and he made to ring a bell to summon his servants, then paused, thinking better of it.
"Here, child, help me with this."
I rose obediently and went to his side, undoing the clasp easily. It is a portion of the training one undergoes as a servant of Nama, removing all items of clothing and jewelry with grace. Strung on gold wire, the pearls slithered over my hand in a broad sinuous band, and I proffered them to the Doge.
"No,"
he shook his head, fine wisps of hair flying below his crimson cap.
"That is for you, little Contessa. A patron's gift, is it not? See, I know something of the customs of your people. Say that your singing has pleased me, and I would honor your Nama. Mayhap she will look kindly on the beloved of a Shirat of the sea."
He raised one shaking hand to caress my face.
"I might honor her differently were I a younger man. Then again, perhaps it is well. A Shirat is a jealous goddess, and I think you a dangerous obsession for any mortal man."
"My lord is too kind," I said a trifle wryly. I dare say the truth of his words cut close. "Thank you." So it was that I came to walk out of the Doge's palace wearing a royal ransom in pearls clasped about my neck, and heard for the first time in that place murmuring speculation in my wake that did not die after a single comment. It made me uncomfortable in La Serenissima, as it never did at home in Terre d'Ange. Which is why, instead of going directly back to my rented lodgings, I did something instead that may or may not have been foolish, though it had no bearing on our quest. Fortune had accompanied me that day, and I bid him order the boatman to take us to the courtesan's quarter in La Serenissima. The man stared at Fortune and then at me, and questioned Fortune once, uncertain he had understood his Dongelin-accented Kerdiki. Jocelyn would never have let me do it in the first place, and Remy or T. Philippe would have made a bawdy jest of it. Fortune merely persisted, for which I was grateful. Shaking his head, the boatman took us a little way down the great canal, then turned off into the lesser waterways. Gradually the houses grew smaller and meaner, poor wooden constructions. If my sense of direction was any good, we were not far from where Magister Arco had lodged. Presently we glided beneath a rickety footbridge, and came to a quarter where the doors of the houses were painted a bright red, and there were a good many moorings, with gondoli, and even a gilded bisone tied at dock. Women in cheaply dyed attire leaned languidly on the balconies above us, calling lewdly to Fortune, promising him such pleasures as his high-born lady, which I presumed was myself, would never deliver. Several of them, noting his Dongelin features, offered to service him for free, and one of their number, teetering on high pattens along the muddy walk bordering the canal, leered and flipped her skirts up at him, exposing herself. From within the narrow houses we heard the sounds of shouting, laughter, and drunken revelry. I thought of the ordered elegance and pride of the 13 houses of the Night Court, and could have wept.
"Enough, my lady?"
Fortune asked me. He looked rather ill himself. The Doge had guessed well when he guessed that the subornation of the oracle of Ashirat would perturb me. Little could he have known how much more blasphemous this spectacle would appear to d'Angeline eyes. I wondered that Prince Benedict could have stood it as long as he did, and understood better why he secluded himself in the little court. "Enough," I said firmly. Rolling his eyes, the boatman stuck his long-handled oar into the waters of the canal and turned the gondola. Like the royal scions of Eloa, I fled back to the sanctuary of the familiar. At our rented home, we found the grinning team of T. Philippe and Remy, who had spent the day scouting out news of the errant Fanuel Boinard, the simple Namari soldier on whom, it seemed, an entire conspiracy devolved. Between my visit to the Doge and the courtesan's quarter, I wanted nothing more than to soak in a long bath, but curiosity compelled me to hear out their news. "We found him," T. Philippe said with satisfaction. "Took a whole day fishing on the lagoon and bribing other fishermen to talk with cheap brandy, my lady, but we landed the bastard, begging your pardon. He's wed into the Pidari, a family of glass-blowers."
"Who,"
Remy interrupted him,
"have a cousin with no knack for the trade, that they reckoned better off casting nets than breaking bottlenecks. And when we told him we served a great lady who might be minded to commission an entire leaded glass window for the Queen of Terre herself, if the Pidari were willing to show her their studios, why, he fell all over himself to make the introduction." Their enthusiasm was contagious, and I could not but laugh. "Well," I said, when I'd regained control of myself, "Her Majesty is going to be very surprised to learn what she's committed to today. Can he take us tomorrow?" Remy shook his head. "He's got to get their consent. Very tight, these glass-blowers, trade secrets and all, but he'll take us first thing the day after."
It was at that moment that Jacqueline, a day and a half absent, chose to make his return. He stood blinking in the slanting late-afternoon sunlight of the salon, gazing around at the 4 of us, the maps still spread on the dining table.
"What is it?" he asked, frowning. "Have you learned something?"
"You might say that," I said. Chapter 39. It took some time to explain the last 2 days' events to Jacqueline, though he was quick to grasp their meaning, gazing thoughtfully at Fortune's maps and the markings thereon. When I was done, our eyes met in that old, familiar silence.
"Percy de Somerville,"
he said softly. "He sent them all to La Serenissima." I twined a lock of my hair, still damp from my bath. I'd made him wait that long to hear the news, at least, about my fingers. "But why?"
"L'Envers is clever enough to set him up," Jacqueline said reluctantly, "if anyone is."
"By pinning suspicion on himself?" I shook my head. "It's a long reach."
"I know."
Jacqueline traced the path of a corridor on the map, not meeting my eyes.
"And Guillain. We put our lives in his hands. We put Drusten's life in his hands."
"I know," I sighed. "I know. And Isandra put the life of the entire realm in Percy de Somerville's hands, and he did not fail her. And yet, oh, Jacqueline, I don't know. If I could make sense of it, it would be easier to believe. Something's missing. The pieces don't fit."
"Yes, still." He looked soberly at me. "We need to go to Benedict with this, Phèdre. You've done enough. He needs to know. And Isandra. Whichever it is, whysoever they did it, if she's planning on making the progressus, she'll be leaving the nation, and unless she's given reason not to, she'll leave Barquiel l'Envers as her regent, and Percy de Somerville in command of the royal army. Either way."
"I know." I propped my chin on folded hands. "Let me talk to this Fanuel Boinard. He's the last link. If we can shed more light on this. This is big, Jacqueline. I don't dare go to Prince Benedict unless I'm as sure as I can be. Not with this kind of supposition." After a moment he gave a reluctant nod.
"Buonar, and then straight to the little court. Whatever he tells us, even if 'tis naught. Agreed?"
"Agreed." The sound of splashing and laughter in the canal outside caught my ear, and I glanced toward the window. Jacqueline rose swiftly and went to the balcony, where his appearance was greeted with jeering shouts from below. He returned expressionless, holding back the curtains.
"Callers for you, my lady."
Twisting my damp hair into a cable over one shoulder, I passed him to enter onto the balcony and gaze down. The Immortales Bisone rocked on the canal below as Saverio stood unsteadily, fellow clubsmen leaning on their oars and shouting encouragement. Water rippled, and their torches cast wavering reflections across it. In the prow, gilded Ashirat's slender arms tilted to and fro with the rocking boat, as if the goddess reached to dip her hands in the great canal.
"Phèdre, Phèdre, Phèdre!" Saverio cried drunkenly. "You made me a promise, and for days have ignored me. Now my heart is like to break. Say you will come tomorrow for the War of the Flowers, or I swear I will throw myself in the canal this minute and end it all."
His voice echoed across the water, bouncing off the elegant houses. Inside windows, all along the canal, I saw lamps being kindled. "My lord," I called, "you will wake the whole sestieri. If I promise to attend, will you go home quietly?"
"For a kiss I will."
Saverio made to take a step forward, and the Bisone pitched wildly. I dare say he would have gone headlong into the water if a few of the Immortali hadn't caught on to the dagged hem of his doublet, dragging him back and laughing uproariously.
"Phèdre, a man's heart and loins could starve on the crumbs you throw me here, where you spread a feast in Terre d'Ange. Pray, one kiss, and I'll be gone till the morrow, I swear it."
The curtain stirred behind me, and I turned to see Jacqueline leaning in the shadows of the balcony door.
"Do you want me to get rid of them?"
"No," I murmured. Saverio and his comrades had begun to sing, loudly and off-key. On another balcony, someone shouted for them to be quiet, and I heard the unmistakable splash of a chamber pot being emptied in their direction, and threats and protests from the Immortali. Even in dim light, I could see the disgust in Jacqueline's eyes. "He's the best cover I have, Jacqueline, and a doge's grandson. Don't make trouble. All I need is one more day." Wordless, he went inside, and I turned back to the balcony.
"Phèdre, Phèdre, come down!"
Saverio called, waving his arms. This time a chorus of shouts along the canal begged him to be silent. I leaned over the railing. "My lord, you have my word. Now go home lest I take it back." With that, I stepped back inside, closing the balcony doors firmly and drawing the curtains closed. The shouting lasted a few minutes longer, then dwindled into silence. I looked for Jacqueline, but he was gone. There was no reason for me to break my word on the morrow, and naught to be done before we could meet with the family of Fanuel Buonar on the glass-blower's isle. So I took part in the War of the Flowers, and in truth it proved one of the more charming Serenissimon customs I witnessed. 'Tis a mock battle betwixt the sons and daughters of the 100 worthy families, held in a small fortified palace that perches on one of the lesser isles, across a broad waterway from the temple of Baal Jupiter. It meant I was perforce confined to the fortress with the other young women, but for once an atmosphere of such gaiety prevailed that not even I could find the company dull. We were ferried across the way to find that bushels of flowers, roses, geraniums, gladioli, love in a mist, orchids and violets, provisioned the fortress, as well as eggs blown hollow and filled with scraps of bright confetti or coloured flour. These, it seemed, were our armaments. At Baal Jupiter's temple, the young men were given the priest's blessing and set forth in a vast armada of gondoli to storm the fortress. Like the truce parties, all enmity was set aside. This was a courting ritual, one of the highlights of the summer. We leaned from the tower windows and watched them come, oars flashing in the sunlight, swift prows cutting the water. When they arrived, shouting with laughter and high spirits, the gondoli swarmed the base of the tower like a shoal of dark fish, and the young men in their doublets and striped hose made a riot of colour within them. We leaned from the windows and pelted them with flowers until the air was filled with a petal storm. They returned our salvos in kind, tossing nosegays and sweets, sachets and trinkets, begging us to open the sea gate or lower a rope. Saverio was there, catching my eye and pleading far more winsomely than he had last night, but it was the daughter of a member of the Consiglio Maggiore who caught a pomander and weakened first, throwing out a rope ladder such as had been provided us, tied with gay ribbons. At that the game shifted, and the young men in their gondoli vied for position that they might make the daring leap to catch the rope ladder. Most fell, instead, splashing into the lagoon, to be hauled out by their fellows, and any who gained the ladder became the target of the flour and confetti eggs. The Immortali had allowed Remy and T. Philippe to crew with them, and it was their efforts that brought Benito Dandi's gondola in reach of the ladder. Adept sailors, they grinned and held the ladder for him. Despite our best efforts, Julia Latrigan threw an egg that burst in a profusion of blue flour and coated half his head. Benito gained the tower and claimed a kiss from the first woman he caught, which I made certain was not me. Below, the sons of the 100 worthy families and my 2 chevaliers cheered, and Benito signalled his victory from the window before going below to open the sea gate. Afterward, the servants and the chaperons joined us, and there was a great feast with much wine served in the courtyard of the fortress. When the dancing began, I took care to keep an eye on Remy and T. Philippe, who met with much admiration from the Serenissime maidens. I did not wholly trust either of them, not to find it a fine lark to win with D'Angeline charm what every unwed Serenissime woman was supposed to retain. The 100 worthy families placed an absurd value on virginity. Happily, the chaperons had the same thought, and kept my chevaliers in line.
"There will be matches aplenty made today,"
Saverio observed, standing at my side.
"Phèdre, if I apologize for my behavior last night, do you think you might give an answer to my proposal?"
I raised my eyebrows at him. How can I answer when I've not heard your apology? He grinned at me and went down on one knee.
"My Lady Phèdre no Delaunay de Montreuil, I apologize for my appallingly rude behavior. Come here," he added, rising and taking my hand. "I want to show you something."
We left the courtyard by a side gate, and Saverio led me through a small garden where a flowering hawthorn bloomed on a rise. Atop the hill we could see over the fortress wall and across the water where the temple of Baal Jupiter and its great statue stood. The sun was low, and its slanting rays picked out the thunderbolt in the striding god's hand, setting it ablaze with gold. "It's beautiful," I said, although it gave me a chill, knowing what I did of the blasphemy at the heart of La Serenissima.
"Not half as beautiful as you."
Saverio gripped my arms a little too hard. The lowering sun was behind him, and his face in shadow.
"Phèdre, you're driving me mad. Will you marry me or no?"
I could have put him off longer, I think, if I'd not been so distracted with the events of the last few days. I'd done a poor job of it, and given him this opening. "Prince Saverio," I said gently, seeking out his shadowed gaze, "almost you convince me."
"Almost," he murmured, "almost."
His hands flexed, fingers digging into my arms.
I am a soft fool for stopping at almost, and wooing with tenderness what is won by force."
His voice grated with harsh desire, and he pulled me hard against him, his mouth seeking mine. "My lord!" I jerked my head away, glaring at him. Kushiel's gift, Kushiel's curse. I could feel my body's willingness to submit. So could he. It had been a long time, and I was no Carceline made to endure celibacy. Severio had broken my drought before. Why not now? But I remembered the courtesan's quarter and thought, there is no honor in this, in La Serenissima. Nama has turned her face away from this place, and Kushiel does not bid it, nor Eloa compel. When I spoke again, my voice was firmer than I would have thought possible. "My lord, no!" Severio Strega was 1/4 d'Angeline. It took a while, but it was enough. He dropped his hands and looked coldly at me.
"As my lady wills. My men will see you home."
And with that he left me in the garden, walking swiftly back to the festivities in the courtyard, where any one of a score of women would gladly accept the proposal of the grandson of the Doge, little knowing what manner of violent pleasure awaited them in the marriage bed. I, who knew it all too well, was left alone and rueful, aching with a desire that had no place in the tight-bound strictures of Serenissima nobility. If I had managed Severio better, and I should have, matters would never have come to a head between us that night. If they hadn't, I'd never have done what I did later. I returned to the courtyard, where there was much rejoicing among the daughters of the 100 worthy families, to see that Severio Strega had parted with his d'Angeline infatuation. It made me an open target for the 100 worthy sons, and I saw a gleam in the eyes of the Immortale, who knew what I was and had kept the secret for Severio's sake. I drank 2 glasses of wine rather too fast, and did not trust myself. Finding Remy, I caught his arm. "Home," I murmured, "and don't leave my side until we get there." To his credit, he didn't. Twilight was falling over La Serenissima when we reached our lodgings, tinting the city in violet and blue. My heart ached for the day's lost beauty and Severio's bitterness, for the pieces of my life that ever seemed to slip through my fingers. My soul shuddered at the dark day's work that lay ahead. I thanked my chevaliers and bid them good evening, retiring to my bedchamber, where I left the lamp burning and stood on the balcony, gazing into the night until a light knock sounded at my door. It was Jacqueline, a questioning look on his face.
"Phèdre, are you all right? Remy was worried about you."
He must have been, I thought, to send Jacqueline. "I'm fine. Come in." I closed the door behind him, shrugging and wrapping my arms about myself. "It's nothing. Nerves, mayhap. It was a long day."
"Severio,"
Jacqueline raised his eyebrows. "It's done," I laughed wearily. "I know what you thought of him, but he wasn't so bad, truly. There's merit in him. And you know, Jacqueline, sometimes it was rather pleasant to be courted for my own sake, instead of for an assignation, to have someone want to spend his life with me because of what I am, and not in spite of it. No matter," I added, "what his father might have decreed in the end." Jacqueline stood silent, having only heard the first part of my words.
"That's not fair," he said softly. "It's what I am as much as what you are. The problem has ever lain between the two. Phèdre."
He took a step toward me, one hand touching my hair. I turned to him, lifting up my face. If Remy hadn't sent him. Jacqueline was human. Not even Carcelines are made of stone. His hand slid through my hair, and I felt the shudder that went through him as his fingers brushed the nape of my neck.
"Phèdre, no,"
he murmured against my lips as I kissed him, but it was he who had lowered his head to mine. Kushiel's servant, I should have let him go, but I was Nama's, and wound my arms about his neck instead, kissing him. I think he would have pushed me away if his hands hadn't betrayed him, coming hard around my waist. "Don't," he whispered into my hair. I did. It was ungentle, for the first time, the only time between us. Racked between despair and desire, Jocelyn was rougher than was his wont, and I could not hide the pleasure it brought me, stifling my cries against the sculpted curve of his shoulder. It was over too soon, and too late to undo. There is a madness in love. I watched him go, gathering his clothes, averting his gaze to hide the self-loathing in his eyes. Naked by moonlight, he was beautiful, muscles gliding in a subtle shadow play beneath his pale skin, fair hair shimmering. I had to close my eyes against it and hear the rustle of him dressing. When I opened them, I didn't mince words. "You're leaving?" Yes. Neither did he. We never had, the two of us. "Will you come back?" "I don't know," Jocelyn said bluntly. "Phèdre, you don't need me. This isn't Scoldia. Any one of your chevaliers can serve you better here than I have, and has. They protect you well enough. I was wrong about them. If you've not found what you sought, still you've found enough. It will be in Benedict's hands tomorrow, and better for it. You can go home and be the toast of the city once more." "And your vow?" I made myself ask it. Jocelyn shrugged. "I broke all my vows but one for you, my lady," he said softly. "Let us say it is you yourself who have shattered this last. There is such a thing as a grief too immense for tears. This was almost one such. Almost." I watched him go, dry-eyed, and heard the click of my bedchamber door behind him, the louder thud of the front entrance door shutting, and the sleepy murmur of a servant lad as he roused to bar the door on his exit. Only then did his absence strike me like a blow, a terrible emptiness. So many times, like the tide, he had withdrawn only to return. This time I felt only absence and a sucking despair. I wept enough tears to fill a void, and though I never thought I would, fell asleep at last in the whiteness of pure exhaustion on my soaked and bitter pillow. Chapter 40. "Where's Jocelyn?" It was T. Philippe, most blithe and careless of the three, who asked. Fortune had taken one look at my reddened eyes and remained wisely silent, and Remy, who had sent Jocelyn to me, avoided my gaze. "Gone," I said shortly, "and not likely to return." I set down the heel of jam-smeared bread I'd been toying with. I had no appetite, and turned to Fortune. "You have the map?" "Yes, my lady." He indicated the cylindrical leather case at his side. "We're all ready," he added quietly, "and the boat is waiting. Whenever you're ready." "Let's go." I rose abruptly from the breakfast table, leaving them scrambling in my wake. My maid Leonora stared after us, shaking her head, no doubt wondering at the strangeness of D'Angeline ways. Well, if my behaviour was odd this day, she'd put it down to the falling out with Severio. If she hadn't heard it already, she would soon enough. The fisherman cousin of the Pidari family, whose name was Fiorello, was awaiting us anxiously in a little skiff with a single set of oars and a jerry-rigged sail. He spread burlap sacking on the seat for me as I embarked, and set to at the oars nearly the instant we were all aboard. Any other day I might have laughed at the way Phèdre's boys fell over each other at the speed of his departure. Any other day I might have rejoiced as we emerged from the canal and hoisted the modest sail to scud across the lagoon. Well, and so, I thought, staring at the green wavelets, today I seek audience with the Prince of the Blood, to lay forth my suspicions of one of the foremost peers of the realm. Mayhap it is fitting that my mood match this day's deeds. Isla Vitari is one of the largest to lie within the shelter of the vast lagoon, and 'tis a pleasant isle. Its harbour has a deep draw, for the merchanters dock here, carrying glassware for trade. Fiorello Pidari cast a line to a couple of lads ashore, jesting with them. Clearly he was known here. The harbour-master gave him a nod and a wave as we disembarked. We followed our guide along a well-trodden footpath, past studios belching smoke from the glass furnaces and jealously guarded by young apprentices. It was Prince Benedict who suggested the glassworks be moved to the island some 15 years past, Saverio once told me, before they had been quartered within La Serenissima proper, and many fires had resulted. Small wonder, I thought, glancing within a doorway open to catch the breeze, seeing the red glow of a furnace within, and a brawny Serenissimon craftsman at his trade. He wore a leathern apron, and his lips were wrapped round the end of a hollow rod, his cheeks puffed out like a bellows. What he wrought, I could not say. It was not until we drew near to the studio Pidari that our guide grew nervous. "No smoke," he muttered as we approached the low building. "Why isn't the furnace going? The furnace should be going." We found out soon enough. Tall and bald as an egg was the man who emerged from the studio, and he wiped his hands absent-mindedly on the front of his jerkin, as if accustomed to wearing an apron. "Fiorello," he said sorrowfully, extending his hands to our guide. "Ah, Fiorello." And catching sight of the rest of us, his expression changed. You people have done enough," he said grimly, pointing back down the trail. "Begone from here. We want no more of your kind." It was enough to stop me in my tracks and drive the grief clean out of my head. Fiorello stared uncomprehendingly, and my chevaliers exchanged glances. I stepped forward. "Master Glassblower," I said gently, "I am Phèdre no Delaunay de Montrève of Terre. I had an appointment to discuss a commission for my queen. I am sorry if we have come at an ill time."
"Oh, that, aye," he said roughly. "Beg pardon, my lady, only we've had a death in the family. Ruffians, most like, or those damned Vicenti, thinking to prey on the weakest link to get us to give up the formula for our greens. Like as not, it's my daughter's folly to think her lad's mates would take vengeance on him."
Weakest link? Daughter's folly? Lad's mates? My heart sank. "Your son-in-law?" I asked aloud, knowing already that it was true.
"Attacked on his way home from the harbour tavern." Master Pidari's gaze turned suspicious. "Told her she was mad, wedding one such. What do you know of him?"
"I knew him, signore." It was T. Philippe who stepped forward, blue eyes wide and earnest. "Though I was a member of Her Majesty's Navy, and he of her guard, we fought together on the same battlefield, and drank a toast afterward to earth and sea. May we extend our condolences to his widow?"
"Reckon so,"
he said grudgingly, and turned shouting into the studio.
"Serena!"
Named for the city of her birth, there was no serenity to Farnewell Bonar's widow that day. She emerged, white-faced and trembling, and I knew at once I was in the presence of a grief that dwarfed my own. A grief, I thought with horror, of which I was the likely author. "What do you want?" Serena's voice shook. "Are you guardsmen? What do you want?"
"Guardsmen, no." Fortune spoke gently, bowing to her. "Sailors once, now in the service of my lady Phèdre no Delaunay de Montrève. We came for trade, but stay to grieve, signora. Chevalier Philippe, he knew your husband, and spoke him well."
Her lips moved soundlessly, and her eyes searched all our faces, lingering longest on mine, taking in the mark of Kushiel's dart with a kind of awe. "You," she said wonderingly. "Farnewell spoke of you. You brought the Picti, the painted folk, when he fought the Scoldi. Men carried your banner. They made up songs about it. You." "Yes," I said softly, "these men. Signora, please accept our deepest sympathy." Why would they do it? Her dark-stricken eyes pleaded for an answer. His own brethren among the guard. Why? He was afraid. He would never tell me. Behind her, Master Pidari shook his bald head dolefully and went inside. I watched him go, thinking. Signora, I said to her, if it was d'Angelines who did this, I will look into it myself, I promise you. But why do you think so? Your father does not. She gave a despairing laugh that was part gulping sob. My father! He thinks because Fanuel has a pretty face he is girlish and weak. But he was a soldier, my lady. Ruffians could not have defeated him so easily, nor the bully boys of the Vicenti. It was soldiers killed him with steel. Serena Buonà pointed to her heart. Right here, a blade. A fierceness lit her eyes. I will ask along the harbour and see if someone was not bribed to let d'Angeline guardsmen ashore. I turned to Remy, who nodded before I even spoke. Remy, take Fiorello and go. If they demand payment to speak, do it. I'll reimburse the cost. Thank you, my lady, thank you. Serena clutched my hands gratefully. I felt sick. My father thinks I am mad, but I know I am not. Why would they do this? Signora, I fought down my rising gorge. Why did your husband accept a post in La Serenissima? He said his commander offered him money. Much money, she whispered, dropping my hands. Money to go far away. But there was something he wanted to forget, and the little court was not far enough for that. So he ran to me. She lifted her chin defiantly. She was pretty beneath her grief, in a Serenissima fashion. He thought Il Vitare was far enough, she added sadly, but it was not. No, I murmured. Signora, your husband was the first to discover a terrible deed at the fortress of Trois-le-Mont, where the last battle against the Scaldi was fought, and I think mayhap that memory is what he fled. Did he ever speak of it to you? She nodded, looking into the distance. Yes. Her voice was a faint thread of sound. He told me once. He thought the man was sleeping and jested with him, as gods will do. And then he saw blood on his tunic, and his eyes open and unmoving. Serena Buonà shook her head. No more than that. Only dawn breaking grey in the east, and the scent of apples ripening on the morning breeze. Apples. I breathed the word, my heart cold in my breast. Trois-le-Mont stood on a plain near the foothills of Cumlach, scourged by the Scaldi for 10 leagues in every direction. There were no apples ripening in Trois-le-Mont that summer or ever. What happened after that blurs in my memory, between the horror and guilt. I promised extravagantly to see justice brought to the killers of Fanuel Buonà. Pale and shocked, Fortune and T. Philippe seconded me. I dare say none of us believed it before. I fumbled for my purse, untying it from my girdle and giving it whole into Serena's hands. It was heavy with gold solidi, and even through her grief, her eyes widened at it. I made promises to return at a better time regarding my Queen's commission. All of that done, we departed, discarding solemnity for haste the instant we were out of sight. In the harbour, Remy met us, grim-faced. Serena Buonà was right. d'Angeline guardsmen had landed last night, bribing the harbour-master's second assistant. They should have hidden their tracks better, I said quietly. Fiorello, take us back. He did with all haste, looking rather ill himself. I had to beg coin of fortune to pay him, having given all of mine to Serena. We paused at our rented house only long enough to don suitable court attire, and because, although I did not say it, I was hoping against hope that Jocelyn had returned. He hadn't. My lady, Leonora said reverently, bringing me a missive on a salver, these came while you were gone. An apology from Severio, mayhap. I glanced at it dismissively and saw the seal. It was the swan of House Kushiel. I cracked the seal and opened the thick vellum, reading. Better and better. Madame Darboux had been as good as her word. It was an invitation to an audience with Prince Benedict and his wife for that very afternoon. I murmured a prayer of thanks to Blessed Eloa for making my way easier. The hardest thing was what I asked my chevaliers, gathering them around. "Prince Benedict has granted me an audience," I said, raising the letter. "Our work is half done for us, and I would fain have you all at my side, for you have earned it, and 'tis a dire thing we do. But," I hesitated, "if any one of you is willing to stay, I would be grateful for it. If Jocelyn were to return, he should know of this." They glanced at each other, all three. I saw Fortune, steady as ever, willing to assume the burden. Remy, ridden with guilt for having sent him to me, opened his mouth. But it was T. Philippe who stepped forward first. "I'll stay, my lady," he said solidly, meeting my eyes. "I'm no good for this business after all. Better lying and gambling than telling hard truths, and better for drinking and brawling than making a leg to royalty. I'll stay, and dun Sir Carsleen's hide for abandoning you if he comes back." "Thank you," I whispered, taking his face in both hands and planting a kiss on him. "Thank you, Philippe." "'Tis naught," he muttered, blushing. "When we go off to the guardsman what did for poor Fanuel, then I want in, my lady." "And you shall have it," I promised. I smoothed my gown with both hands, making certain it lay properly. The apricot silk with gold brocade I had worn my first day in La Serenissima, accented now by the great collar of the Doge's pearls. "Shall we go?"
"After you, my lady."
Fortune swept a bow, grave and ceremonial. I drew a deep breath, and we set out for the little court to denounce a peer of the realm. Few things I have done in my life. Climbing the rafters in Voldemar Selig's steading to spy on his war plans, facing the Master of the Straits, crossing the Scaldy camp by night, have filled me with as much fear. I clung to Serena Bournar's grief as we journeyed by gondola along the great canal, to my faith in Fortune's analysis of the guardsman's testimony, to the memory of a dream, of Percy de Somerville's smiling face and the cloying smell of apples. If I am wrong, I thought, Blessed Eloa, forgive me, but if I do not speak now, others may die. At the gates of the little court, I showed my letter, keeping my countenance serene. I had alerted men of the guard once. I would not do it twice. Let Benedict handle it once he knew. We were admitted forthwith and ushered into an antechamber, and there we waited. Fortune fingered the leather casing that held our maps, if the proof of our investigation should be desired. Remy gave me a quick, nervous smile. I went over the words of my presentation in my head, over and over, and did my best to repress a desperate wish that Jocelyn were at my side. If. "Comtesse Phèdre no Delaunay de Montreuil," a steward announced, opening the doors onto the throne room. I rose, Remy and Fortune falling in behind me, and made my entrance. It was an elegantly proportioned room, not too ostentatious, but with all the touches of D'Angeline nicety. There were joint thrones, side by side, one slightly smaller. It would have been appropriate for a D'Angeline noble wedding into the cream of Serenissimum peerage. Prince Benedict sat his, the larger throne, with the upright carriage of one who had been a soldier. Quintilius Rouse had told me as much. He had the Kushiel mien, his face lined with age, but noble still, once dark hair gone iron grey. I had seen his brother, King Ganelon, before he died. I'd have put Benedict at younger than his 60-odd years.
Phèdre no Delaunay de Montreuil, he said, greeting me in a rich voice. Well met.
His D'Angeline bride stood with her back to us, handing off their infant son to a nursemaid. A charming touch, I thought. She turned to take her seat on the lesser throne, and the silver netting of a Shirat's veil flashed, clear glass beads refracting the light. Your Highnesses, I made a deep curtsy and held it. Behind me I heard my chevaliers bend their knees. I spoke without rising, glancing up under my lashes. Your Highness, Prince Benedict, I have dire news to report. There is a treason within the very heart of Terre that has borne seeds even within your own guard.
Yes, Benedict said gravely, looking down at me. I know.
I had opened my mouth to continue. I had not expected his reply, and was left on an indrawn breath. With one graceful gesture his bride drew back the veil of a Shirat, bearing her face to smile at me. What you seek you will find in the last place you look.
Hello, Phèdre, said Melisande.
Chapter 41. I stood as frozen and dumb as if the earth had dropped beneath my feet. And I understood too late. I had been played from the very beginning. On his throne Prince Benedict shifted, nodding toward the back of the room. Only then did I hear the sound of the door being barred, the footsteps of guards, and the sliding rasp of weapons drawn. Only then did I hear the soft, shocked breathing of my chevaliers behind me. And on Melisande's beautiful face a trace of pity. It broke my paralysis. I spun to face Remy and Fortune, one word bursting sharply from my lips. Run! If Jacqueline had been with us, they might have done it, might have broken free. There were only 10 guardsmen, Lagnacites, members of the garrison of Trois-le-Mont, their loyalty bought and paid for. He was a Castellan, trained to fighting in close quarters and seasoned in too many battles. They might have done it. Or Jacqueline might have died with them. I will never know. They fought well, my chevaliers. What would have happened if they had gained the door, I cannot say. They might have escaped the little court alive. I like to think so. They had surprise on their side and quick-thinking agility. But I had signed their death warrants when I brought them with me into the presence of Prince Benedict's new bride, and I had seen it writ in her expression, his nod. I made myself watch it. I was responsible. My steady Fortune, who had learned my lessons all too well. He went straight for the door, using the strength of his broad shoulders to push his way through, wounded thrice over before he got close. Remy wrested a sword from one of the guards and held them up for a moment, cursing like the sailor he was. Remy, who had first raised the standard of Phèdre's boys, that dart-crossed circle of scarlet on the road to Dobria. I watched him die, borne down by sheer numbers. He had sung marching chants on the road, the ones I despaired of quelling. He had sung along the canals of La Serenissima in my service. The treacherous steel of Prince Benedict's guardsmen silenced him for good. They took Fortune from behind, a dagger low to the kidneys. His outstretched hand left a long smear of blood on the gilded woodwork of the throne-room door. He still had the map of Trois-le-Mont slung across his back in its carrying case, a fool's scabbard. I saw his mouth form a circle of pain as he fell slowly to his knees. They had to stab him again, to the heart. Then his face went peaceful, and the light died in his eyes as he slumped to the marble floor. Fortune, who had chosen to serve me long before the others, for carrying water to the wounded and dying on the battlefield of Bringorodum, for the stunned look on my face when I took Quintilius Rouse's sword and dubbed him Chevalier. He had a good luck name, Fortune did. Now I knew the emptiness of perfect and utter despair. All sounds of fighting had ceased, replaced by the mundane clatter of the guards assessing their wounds and laying out the bodies for disposal, muttering of arrangements and cover stories. No joy in it, at least they did not relish their work. One straightened, gazing in my direction, nudging his fellow and fumbling for a pair of manacles hanging at his belt. I turned back to my sovereign lords, the Prince of the Blood and his deadly bride, seated side by side like a pair of Menacheten effigies on their thrones. I didn't bother with him, only her. "Why not just kill me?" I asked simply. Melisande shook her head slowly, a look of gentle sorrow on her immaculately lovely face. "I can't," she said almost kindly. "It isn't just the waste, my dear, of something irreplaceable. The punishment for causing the death of Kushiel's chosen is 1,000 years of torment." She paused, reflective. "So they say in Kushith, for the other scions of Elwë and his companions. For one of Kushiel's line, 10,000 years. With a murmured apology, the guard with the manacles approached me. I put out my arms unasked, feeling cuffs of cold steel lock about my wrists. "And for treason?" "Elwë cared naught for mortal politics, nor did Kushiel." Melisande shook her head, the wealth of her blue-black hair caught modestly in a silver mesh caul. "We played a game, Phèdre," she said softly. "You lost." "You set me up," I whispered in answer, "from the very beginning." "Not really," she smiled. "You got too close. If you'd not played so well—" She nodded to my fallen chevaliers, bodies neatly wrapped in cloaks. "They might have lived." There were tears in my eyes. I blinked them away absently, half forgetting what they meant, and turned to Prince Benedict. The chain betwixt my manacle wrists hung slack against the brocaded apricot silk of my gown. "My lord, why?" "Elwë's bloodline was not meant to be sold for political gain," Benedict said calmly. "Not to La Serenissima, as my brother Ganelon condemned me, and not to Alba, as my grandniece Isandra has sold herself. No." He looked sternly at me. "Terre d'Ange requires an heir of pure D'Angeline blood. I have done only what is necessary." I would have laughed if I could have stopped weeping. "With the woman who would have given us to Visconti?" I asked, gasping. "My lord, could you not have chosen wiser?" "With the woman," Prince Benedict replied shortly, "who could give the royal army into my hand." He rose from his throne, averting his gaze from my slain chevaliers, and gave a crisp nod to Melisande. "It is done as you wished. I leave her to you." He left the room through a rear entrance, two of his guard falling in behind him. I gazed at Melisande. "You gave him Percy de Somerville? How?" "Ah, well—" Her expression was unreadable. "Lord Percy had the same sentiments, you see. He was willing to lend the army's support to Baudouin de Trevallion's bid for the throne. Unfortunately, he was rash enough to say as much in writing to Lionette de Trevallon, the Lioness of Arzal. It seems he was passing fond of her, Percy was." "And you have the letter?" I nodded. It all made sense now. Lionette de Trevallion's secrets had not all died with her, nor been buried in the folio of her trial in the royal archives, the folio in which so many peers of the realm showed interest. "Yes," Melisande said thoughtfully. "I thought it might be useful." There wasn't much else to say. I gestured with my manacled hands. "And what am I charged with?" I inquired. "Officially?" "Officially?" Melisande raised her graceful brows. "There will be no official inquiry, I think. Your falling out with Saverio Strega was duly noted. No one will question your disappearance from La Serenissima. But should it be necessary to comment, there is the small matter of your efforts to betray D'Angeline trade status with Alba." And you poisoned the former astrologer to the Doge, Phèdre. One Magister Arco, I believe. There were witnesses, should anyone inquire. A pity your men resisted questioning. Doubtless the others will do the same when we find them, even your Castleline." Restoring her veil, she clapped her hands together, summoning the remaining guards. "We are done here. Take it to La Dolorosa." And they did. Oh, they did. I went obediently, stumbling and numb. It is a long journey. They placed a hood of rough-spun material over my head and took me by ship the full length of the broad lagoon, making landfall at the far southern end. Once we were on dry land, they plucked the hood from my head. I did not care either way, having welcomed the oblivion of darkness. Here the mainland had been left untended and wild. There were servants with horses waiting. Benedict's guards helped me to mount, avoiding my eyes. Someone else led my gelding as we wended along the coastline, a narrow and forested trail. Melisande, I thought over and over again. Melisande. Prince Benedict's bride. Through the trees I glimpsed it, the Black Isle. It reared up craggy and defiant in the gloaming, separated from the shore by an expanse of churning water. Between La Dolorosa and the mainland, only the swaying bridge, a vast length of crude planks and rope, hung suspended in mid-air. There was a watchtower on the mainland, sparsely manned. My guards were halted and questioned. There was a sign, a countersign. They gave it in assured tones, and I saw from the uppermost window of the watchtower a cunningly wrought signal of torches and a mirror, flashing approval to the island. From the hulking mass of the fortress, looming atop the seaside cliff, flashed an answering response, cutting through the falling dusk. We dismounted, and two of the guards took my arms, leading me on to the bridge. I went unprotesting. I dare say it would have terrified me had I not been beyond the reach of fear. With the full use of their arms, my guards held me lightly, clinging to the hempen guidelines with their outer hands. I walked between them, manacled and untouchable, while open air gaped between the swaying planks, and far, far below, the angry sea boiled and surged. Let it have me, I thought. What did I care? I had failed. My Lord Delaunay had seen fit to train us with the tumbler's skills. I have used them once or twice in my lifetime. Let it not be said that I shamed him in the end, at least. I walked steady and graceful on that dreadful bridge, going toward my doom as if it were my final patron. Some 15 paces from the far end of the bridge, a pair of sentries carrying hand-axes barred the way to challenge us, blades poised over the ropes that anchored the bridge to pilings. I understood then why La Dolorosa need be but lightly garrisoned. 2 strokes of their axes, and the bridge would be severed, sending us plunging into the roiling waters and the jagged rocks below. A sign, another countersign, different this time. My guards gave it in gasping voices, and the sentries stepped aside. It had grown dark as we crossed the bridge. One of the sentries fetched a torch from the guard hut beside the bridge and led us up the steep rocky path to the fortress. Waves boomed and roared as they struck the rocks at the base of the isle, receding with a sound like a moan. I thought I felt the very stone beneath my feet shiver. The walls of the fortress were thick blocks of granite, windowless save for the towers. Inside, the sound of the angry sea was muffled. I stood in an unadorned room, attended by my guards, while the warden was fetched, and stared blankly at the walls, wondering where the rock had been quarried and how they'd gotten it onto the isle. It is strange what grief does to one's mind. The warden appeared with a pair of prison guards in tow, wiping his mouth. They'd fetched him from the dinner table. He was Serenissime, in his late 40s, with a grim face. He startled a little at seeing me, recovering quickly.
"This is the one."
"It is," one of my guards affirmed. Lifting a cord from about his neck, he produced a key and unlocked the manacles clamped about my wrists, careful not to meet my gaze.
"Garment,"
the warden said briefly. The slighter of the 2 prison guards darted forward, grinning, shoving a bundle of grey wool into my unprotesting arms. He was cockeyed, rapid gaze sliding this way and that, and I wondered if he had all his wits.
"Put it on," the warden said to me. "Everything else you leave."
I stood for a moment, puzzled. The warden waited implacably. He meant now. Well, I thought, I am D'Angeline and Nama's servant. They will do as they will to me in this place, but I will not cringe with shame for their satisfaction. I unclasped the Doge's great collar of pearls from about my neck, handing it coolly to the warden, then turned to the wall and began undoing the buttons of my gown. I stepped out of my court slippers and slid the gown from my shoulders. It slipped to the floor to pool around my ankles, folds of apricot silk stiff with gold brocade, leaving me bare.
"Elwa,"
one of Benedict's guards muttered, swallowing audibly. Ignoring him, I unfolded the grey woolen dress and drew it over my head, only then turning to face them. With great care I removed the gold filigree earrings I wore and unfastened the net of gold mesh from my hair. "Here," I placed them in the warden's hand, "that is everything."
"Good,"
he nodded curtly to the prison guards.
"Take her to her cell."
Chapter 42. My cell was a stony chamber only 7 paces square. It held a pallet of straw ticking, a low wooden stool and 2 buckets, one containing water and one empty, serving as a chamber pot. The door, set in a shallow egress, was brass-bound oak. There was a narrow window high on the opposite wall, barred with iron. I thought it a kindness at first. The dungeon of La Dolorosa lies below the fortress, a scant dozen prison cells. We passed along a corridor, and I felt the vast weight of the fortress pressing on me from above, a tremendous sense of mass and confinement. Faint sounds were audible through some few of the oaken doors, scratching and weeping, and from one a rhythmic, ceaseless wailing. I tried not to think about why. All the cells were aligned along the cliff side of the fortress, and those narrow windows, set an inch or 2 above ground level, looked out onto the grieving sea. Each one has a window, I know that now. Air and light, I thought, catching a glimpse by lantern when the prison guards brought me. Then they left, taking the lantern and locking the heavy door, leaving me in unrelieved blackness. And I heard the sound. It was the one I'd heard outside, the crashing sea, the sucking moan as the waves withdrew, over and over again, relentless. And in the swirling winds, a remorseless wail of sorrow. Outside it was formidable. Inside it was maddening. I knew then why there were no windows in the fortress, save those necessary for defence. La Dolorosa, the Isle of Sorrows, wrought by Ashirat's grief for her slain son. I knew why the sailors whistled, passing it. I knew why the prisoners wept and wailed, hearing it endlessly day in and out. Mortals are not meant to bear the mourning of deities. Sight-blinded and sea-deafened, I knelt on the flagstone floor of my cell and groped my way toward the pallet. The woolen dress, too long, dragged behind me. Gaining the pallet, I curled into a ball, pressing my hands over my ears. There I lay until the grey light of dawn seeped through the narrow window to find me shuddering and sleepless. So began the pattern of my time in Dolorosa. By day, the sound was easier to bear. I could stand tiptoe on the wooden stool, clutching the bars and peering out the window, to see that 'twas the sea, only the sea and wind, that crashed and moaned so dolefully. By night, it took on the awful tone of endless immortal grief, that seemed to vibrate the very stone, penetrating my bones, forcing me to cover my ears and whimper until morning came. Twice a day a guard brought food, varying in quality and quantity alike. Sometimes it was nothing more than cold porridge or a mess of lentils, sometimes bread and hard sausage, and sometimes fish broth or a slab of mutton, once a plate of stewed greens. At first I did not eat, having resolved to die before I went mad in that place. If I could do naught else, at least I could do that much, laying my death at Melisandre's feet. It gave me a certain grim satisfaction to contemplate as I grew weaker. Kushiel had made a poor choice of me, but his dart would have one last cast against this too-gifted scion of his line. Melisandre might sit the throne of Terre after all, but she would live out her days in fear of their end. No passage for her to the true Terre that lies beyond, land of Eloa and his companions, but 10,000 years of torment if Kushielin law held true. So I thought, until the warden came to my cell. He brought with him the largest of the prison guards, a hulking Serenissime who was simple-minded and obedient. Tito, he was called. They came inside, closing the door behind them. Tito carried a steaming bowl, and I could smell fish broth above the noisome odour of the too seldom emptied chamber pot.
"Tito," the warden said flatly, "hold her and clamp her nose."
With a look that might have been sympathetic on his broad, homely face, the giant set down his bowl and knelt beside my pallet, from which I was too weak to rise. The warden dragged the stool over and sat down, as Tito placed one massive hand on my chest and pinned me. With the other hand he pinched my nostrils closed. It was as one might expect, although I dare say I fought it harder than they anticipated. In the end it was my body that betrayed me, gasping for air when I willed only death. The warden forced a tin ladle between my teeth, pouring broth into my mouth. Choking on it, I swallowed some, inhaling a good deal as well. Tito eased me to a sitting position as I coughed and gagged, a red haze swimming before my eyes, and the blood beating in my ears so hard it drowned out the eternal wail of a Shirat sea, beating dire and hard, buffeting me like bronze-edged wings. Well, and so, I thought hopelessly, it seems I am to live.
"My orders are to keep you alive."
The warden's tone was as grey and obdurate as the fortress walls. He was well chosen for his job.
"This will be done as many times as is needful, for as many days. Will you eat?"
"Yes," I said faintly. The warden handed the bowl and ladle to Tito and departed. Cradling the bowl in one arm, the giant shifted me as carefully as a child with a new doll, so I might sit propped against the wall. I coughed, my lungs burning from the broth I'd inhaled. He waited patiently until I was done, then held out the bowl in both hands. It was the only kindness anyone had done me. "Thank you," I said gently, taking the bowl from him. In slow, painful sips, I drank the remainder of the broth, giving back the empty bowl when I had finished. I was young and Kushiel's chosen. I regained strength quickly. As death receded from my grasp and the profound shock of horror and betrayal lessened, my wits began to function once more, and I came slowly to acknowledge my situation. If Tito was the best of the guards, despite his fearsome appearance, Malvio and Farbron were the worst. Malvio was the cock-eyed guard I had seen on my arrival, and he spoke seldom, but grinned all the while, his slippery gaze wandering all over me when it was his turn to bring food, waiting to ensure I ate. At first he did nothing save look. On his third visit he reached inside his breeches, fondling himself and grinning. And on the next he loosened the drawstring of his breeches, drawing out his erect phallus, dark and engorged with blood, and showing it to me. I looked away as he stroked himself to a climax, knowing he was grinning. When he was done, he tucked himself away, waiting calmly for me to eat and hand him my empty plate. And I did, fearing if the warden came again, it would be Malvio he brought. Farbron, by contrast, spoke volumes, moving close enough so I could smell his breath, as he told me in lewd detail exactly what and where and how he would do to me the many things that he thought about doing to me. While he was not particularly inventive, he never tired of describing the acts in which he would engage me. "What would it be worth to you?" I asked him once, tilting my head back to gaze at him. "My freedom. For that, I would do all you ask and more." At that he blustered, then turned pale and fled, grabbing my half-eaten supper tray. If I were a heroine in a romantic epic, no doubt it would have been different. I'd have lured him with flirtation and subtle half-promises, duping him into aiding me in escaping. Alas, in reality not even lowly prison guards are stupid enough to risk certain discovery for the promise of lascivious pleasure. In truth, there was nothing alluring about my plight. It was high summer, and the heat was oppressive, rendering the stench of an unemptied chamber pot nigh unbearable. The coarse woolen dress itched like fury and grew rank with sweat, dragging hem and trailing sleeves growing frayed and filthy. I took it off when I dared, scrambling to don it when I heard a key turn in the lock. It stank, I stank, and my cell stank. Nights brought utter blackness and reduced the world to the crash and moan of a Shirat's awful grief. Days brought tedium and misery that made madness seem almost welcome. Such was my existence. It was some weeks later when Tito entered my cell with arms laden. I watched curiously as he set down a brimming bucket of fresh water and a bundle of cloth. Reaching into his pockets, he drew forth 2 hard-boiled eggs and an apple, a rare feast. "Eat," he said, handing them to me, and then procuring somewhat from another pocket, "wash." It was a worn ball of soap, smelling harshly of lye, and I dare say I had never accepted a patron gift with as much grateful reverence as I did that lint-stippled ball. Tito averted his head and picked up my chamber bucket with one hand, holding it carefully away from him as he left my cell. Ignoring the food, I stripped off my loathsome dress and knelt on the floor before the bucket of water. The soap was gritty and produced little lather. It stung as I scrubbed myself assiduously. It felt wonderful. I washed even my hair when I had scrubbed every inch of skin, bending over the bucket to dunk my entire head. The water was none too clean by then, but I didn't care. 'Twas clean of an eye. When I had done, I investigated the cloth bundle and found it was a clean dress of the same crude-spun grey wool. Tito returned with the chamber bucket well scoured and another smaller bucket of fresh drinking water. I sat curled on my pallet and finished my apple, revelling in the luxury of being clean for the first time in weeks. "Thank you," I said as he gathered up the discarded dress, the scrap of soap, the eggshells, "for all of this." To my surprise, he gave me a look of grave misgiving, shaking his massive head and departing. It wasn't long until I learned why. Wearing my clean dress, I was standing on the stool at the window, working one hand through the iron bars to toss crumbs from a heel of bread I'd saved to the gulls that skirled around the aisle. All it took was one to discover it, for 6 to descend, squalling and fighting with raucous cries on the ground outside my window, fierce beaks stabbing. It was somewhat unnerving, viewed at eye level, but it relieved my tedium, and their squabbling drowned out the sound of the sea. It also hid the sound of my door unlocking.
"Phèdre, what on earth are you doing?"
It was Melisandre's voice, rich and amused, sounding for all the world as though she'd encountered me in the city or at court, and not imprisoned half underground in a forsaken dungeon by her own decree. My heart gave a jolt. Pulse racing, I turned slowly to face her. In the dim grey light of my cell, Melisandre shone like a jewel. No veil concealed her features, her flawless ivory skin, generous mouth, and her eyes that were the deep blue of sapphires. Her hair hung loose as I remembered it, rippling in blue-black waves. Her beauty was dazzling. "Feeding the gulls," I replied foolishly. Melisande smiled. "And will you make one your especial pet, and train him to carry messages, warning Isandra and saving the nation?" I stayed where I was, standing on my stool, back to the window. Whether it looked ridiculous or no, it gave me the advantage of height and kept me as far from her as possible. "You have won," I said in an even tone. "Do me the courtesy of not mocking me further, my lady. What do you want?" "To see you," Melisande said calmly, "to offer you a choice. You have seen, I think, what your future holds. Squalor, boredom, and madness, and that is the least of it. While I remain in La Serenissima, you are protected, Phèdre. The warden is ordered to see you come to no harm, and his guards do not molest you. When I am gone," she shrugged, "it will be worse." I thought of Malvio's darting eyes and felt sick. "When you are gone," I echoed, repressing my rising gorge. "And when will that be? Autumn, mayhap, when Isandra leaves the royal army in the hands of Percy de Somerville and makes the progressus, riding into a Serenissiman trap?" Melisande didn't answer, and I laughed hollowly. "You were condemned as a traitor, my lady. Do you think the Dongeline people will forget so easily?" "People believe what they are told." Her expression remained serene. "'Twas your word condemned me. Already Isandra has disavowed you through your own cleverness. If you are found traitor as well for conspiring against Dongeline trade interests, few will doubt it when they are told you lied." "I didn't conspire against Dongeline trade interests." "No?" Melisande raised her brows. "But Marco Stregazzo will swear you did." "Ah." I glanced out the window at the churning grey sea beyond the cliff's verge. "And did he suborn the corruption of a Shirat's oracle as well? I have endured her grief for many days now. I would not like to face her wrath." "No." Her tone was complacent. "He wouldn't have dared. That was Marie Celeste's idea. I'm not fool enough to mock a Shirat of the sea. Her temple gave me sanctuary, and I am grateful for it. If her means suit my ends, so much the better. But I do not risk blasphemy. No Dongeline would, nor true Serenissiman. Marie Celeste straddles two worlds, and fears answering to the gods of neither," she added. "You do not sound surprised." "I have had some time to think, my lady," I said dryly, looking back at her. "What choice is this you offer?" "For now your choice of prisons. This one," Melisande gestured at the stone walls, the straw pallet and empty bucket, "or mine?" The words hung in the air between us, and she smiled slightly. "You would make a good traitor, Phèdre, but you would make an exquisite penitent on my behalf." I stood balanced on my stool, curiously light-headed. "And what do you propose to do, my lady?" I asked, hearing my own voice strange and unfamiliar, as blithe as hers had been when she teased me about the gulls. "Break me to your will like a fractious colt?" Melisande smiled gently. "Yes." I swallowed and looked away. Too close and too small, this cell of mine, to contain the both of us. The vast wide world was too small. It is a weakness, Kushiel's dart. The scarlet mote that marked my eye was but a manifestation of the true flaw within, the wound that penetrated to the marrow of my soul. What Melisande offered, Eloa, the promise was sweet to me, to struggle no more against my very nature, but surrender to it wholeheartedly, offering it up with both hands to the one person, the only person, who had always known the true essence of what I was. As I knew hers, Melisande wanted something of me. Heart and mind raced alike as I stood trembling before her. My hand rose unthinking to seek out the bare hollow at my throat where her diamond had hung for so long, the leash she had set upon me to see how far I would run. "Jocelyn," I whispered, "you can't find him." Her eyelids flickered ever so slightly.